We all got the memo.
Madam Mayor, it is 9:39 and we are live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Monday, July 21st, 2025 Budget Workshop number 1. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner McVoy is absent at the moment. Commissioner Mimi May,
I'm here, thank you.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Thank you. Do we have a pledge? Yes, we pledge allegiance by Sarah Malaga.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What's
I
that?
know, right?
Welcome to Budget Workshop number 1 for fiscal year 2026. We have a very short day today in front of us. I'm estimating 10:15-ish. We obviously have our entire budget team here with us. We've got representatives from each department. We're going to kind of roll through general fund, all the different funds today. If there's time, did you have possibly CIP on here? Ooh,
We were going to save it for the second workshop, but if there's
why
things that you'd like.
save it? Yeah, we talked about possibly, but yeah. So we'll see how the day rolls. But I want to throw it over to Monica to kind of go over our agenda and what we're gonna get into today.
Good morning. Good morning,
morning.
Madam Mayor, City Commission. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you a balanced budget for fiscal year 2026. So my name is Monica McNaught. I'm the Assistant Director of Finance for Budget. I am going to walk us through the agenda, and then we'll have a few presentations. Towards the end, we'll have questions by department, and we even have our partner Stantec will be here with us to discuss the enterprise, special revenue, and general fund. So I first would like to thank our interim city manager, Mr. Jamie Brown, and the assistant city manager, Mr. Troy Ferry, for their guidance and direction and leadership in this budget process. We also wanted to thank all of you because last year you took our feedback and our recommendation for new budget software, and we're really happy that we were able to have some simplicity in the process this year and a little more clarity. We'll get better and better. So we're open to your feedback and direction. If you have things you'd like to see us improve, we will take that feedback and continue to make those improvements. We also would like to thank our budget team, our Director of Finance, Mr. Yannick, the rest of our budget team, Candace Dale, Hector Vargas, and Lucy Yanin, who are here with me today, and we couldn't do this process without them. Both learning new budget software and implementing a budget at the same time was really challenging, but they rose to the challenge and did it happily, actually. So we're really thankful for that team. I'd like to thank our department directors for their leadership and making sure they go through their funds and provide a balanced budget and recommending what's best for the city, as well as their assistant directors and their budget staff. Again, brand new process with new software, but they were really supportive and flexible. So we're appreciative of that. And then Ms. Shona, who helped us put all the budget books together. So we're appreciative of all the participation for today. So the agenda, I'm actually going to, you have this packet as proposed operating budget workshop number 1 packet agenda. It's the first page in the book after the cover page. We are kind of on the introduction section and overview. Then we'll move into budget to actuals for Q2. You requested a presentation for Q2. We'll provide that to you. And then we're going to do all funds overview and significant changes. And then we'll take a short break to give you a chance to rest. And then we'll come back to do our modeling with Stantec. And they'll be on Zoom for us. And then we'll have department questions similar to last year by fund. So each fund will have a certain amount of time. You can ask those questions that you might have of the department directors in collaboration with finance. We're going to have electric and water go first. They have to take off to another event. We'll break for lunch, come back, finish up with the rest of the funds, and then we have some time at the end for additional questions and direction that you might like to provide to us for the second workshop. I'll pause and see if that agenda is okay, or you have any questions for us.
And we appreciate what you do. We know what you
Oh,
do, Monica, so thank you.
Thank you. It's a team effort. Okay, so we will move into our budget to actuals presentation then.
Sorry, can I ask you?
Sure, Ms. May?
Okay, so the book you just gave us today. So how does this compare with the one that we've actually been working with?
Yes, so this book, I apologize. This book is the agenda packet for today. So you have your agenda, the Q2 budget to actuals are the first item in the book. I apologize for not explaining that to you. Then we'll have the presentation that's tabbed out also. You'll see the Stantec modeling. They'll be presenting that. All of this will be presented, but you have a tab for it. And then the general fund non-departmental, that was just something that was missed in the book. We didn't have that itemized, so we wanted to provide that to you, and we'll have it in the next book. So that's in the back. And then supplemental requests. So those are any requests that are new requests or significant changes by fund and department. The other book that you have, so the one with the blue cover, that's your actual proposed operating budget for fiscal year 25-26. There is a table of contents in the beginning of that, and then it's by fund, similar to how it was last year, and that's also tabbed out by fund. And then as we're walking through the presentation, we have the page numbers identified and the significant changes, and that's part of the presentation as well.
Okay, so you're gonna kind of go back, we're gonna go back and
Yes.
forth.
Yes, you
Okay.
can keep this packet open as we move to each item, and then you'll have your budget book to reference. If you see a page number, it's referencing this packet.
Okay, because I know that, I mean, I'm sure all of us wrote our notes in this one because we had this one.
Yeah, and that's perfect. That's your
Okay.
budget book. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, so then we will begin the Q2 budget to actuals, and I'll hand it over to Ms. Dale.
Good morning, everyone. When reviewing
Yeah,
the
I can
budget,
hear
You need to speak into the microphone.
can you hear me now? Is that better? I'm sorry. Do I?
You really
speak
gotta
too
give it-
loud, low? I'm
Yeah, 'cause
sorry.
people are
Is this
listening.
Better, I'm sorry.
That's better. That's better. There you go.
I'm a soft speaker, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
Well, you're doing great. And there's people listening, like live
Right.
streaming, so we can like look at your face and see what you're saying.
Gotcha.
They don't have that. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So when reviewing budget to actuals for the second quarter, we aim to see each fund performing at or near 50% of its annual projections. Any fund that exceeds or are falling significantly below this benchmark warrants a closer look so we can understand the reason behind the variance. And we're going to start off first with the general fund. The general fund received 64% of its revenues, which is consistent with last year's of 66%. Expenditures were at 64% compared to 52% in the prior year. And the reason for the higher expenditures is primarily due to two significant transfers. It was 8.6 million to the capital project fund and 3.9 million to the CRA, which is the Community Redevelopment Agency.
I'm sorry, what was the second number? How much?
3.9 million.
Oh, wait, sorry. So we're not on this page?
So
I can't follow this. Okay.
that's okay. So what you have in your presentation, you have the numbers here. So that's what you received
Right.
maybe back in July, I think. And then we just
Okay.
created some additional graphs for you to
So we're going
reference.
over the graph.
So we're
Okay,
going over.
I'm sorry.
So she's going to go over in general the numbers, and the graphs are there just as supplemental information. We'll leave the numbers up for you so you can just kind of see. The numbers are also in that third page of each graph page, each packet. So you have the numbers, the first page, the second is some graphs, and the third is graph and numbers.
I wish this was paginated. Okay.
Oh, they're not.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Monica,
Yes.
can you make sure that the screen is shared because we can't see the graphs on the YouTube for the public?
What are you seeing?
I'm seeing the chamber and I see the graphs on the screen. You have to share the page on the laptop.
Thought we were sharing. We'll go back and share.
Thank you.
Welcome. Go to Zoom.
Well, I want to go there. What's that? What is it? What is all that?
Stuff we don't get.
What are those, Anthony? All those extra pages.
What?
Well, he seems to have things we don't have.
He does.
No, no, no. He's got a lot of things that we don't have.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about.
What you just had in your hand. And where did you get them? What? You asked for them? Okay,
Yeah.
we did a policy just recently that if one gets it, everybody gets it, and I don't know why that didn't happen.
The date is July 11th. We don't have that. No. No.
We didn't get it.
This.
When was that emailed?
July 9th.
Okay.
That's not.
Let's see.
What's that? Yeah.
That he's getting emails that we're not. And information we're not getting.
No, and I have to agree with the mayor. I mean, if one person's getting something financial like that, it should be sent to each of us individually.
Right. Because we actually discussed that at a recent meeting. Who would the emails come from? No, no. Monica.
Yannick sent it.
Oh, here they are.
It's not there. You didn't get it.
Here's what,
That's not it.
no, here's what Sarah had.
That's what Sarah has
Right.
printed. Yeah, we got that. We
Yeah.
got all Monica.
Yep, yep.
Monica sent it to everybody.
Mine's
Not-
good.
I wish I had that.
Well, you could have printed it,
I could have.
and so could I have.
So could I have.
See mine?
No. Maybe later.
Oh, now,
I've got a lot of books going on right now.
and now it won't load up because it's too old.
No, it feels good. I like it.
Oh, yeah. That's so weird. It won't download anymore.
Yeah, it's really weird. I can't get to the city website on my phone here.
You know, what's
I-
even better. They said that this
I'm
meeting
saying-
is gonna be.
Melissa, can I reconnect or no? Zoom.
The budget.
What?
meeting.
Can I reconnect Zoom? For some reason, it's not showing here.
Sure,
So that means I'm gonna close and open it back up.
no
That's okay.
problem.
Okay, hold on.
Oh.
Thank you. It's up on YouTube now.
All right. Let's pick it up where we start.
Okay, so just so everyone who's on Zoom, we are reviewing the Q2 budget to actuals, and we're starting with the general fund, which again is in your packet. The first page is numbers, and then you have a second page of graph and numbers, and then a simplified version is the third page. Same information, just displayed differently. We had a request last time for more graphs, so putting that.
I don't remember.
Okay, we'll turn it back over to Candace Dale.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, good. Okay, so I'm gonna start over with the general fund again. So revenues received were at 64%, which was consistent with last year's 66%. Expenditures was at 64% compared to 52% in the prior year. And the reason for the higher expenditures is primarily due to two different transfers. There was 8.6 million that was transferred to the capital project fund and 3.9 million to CRA.
And the 8.6 is the ARPA swap. And the
Okay.
reason for the revenues being higher, generally in the beginning of the year, you'll recall the taxes, we receive those usually in the first quarter, most of the taxes.
Do you guys have any questions in regards to the general fund? Do you guys have any questions in regards to the general fund? Okay. Moving on to the building fund, this fund remains with the expected trends with minor year-over-year increases.
Yeah, we don't have pages.
There's no pages. Building,
Yeah, because I have no idea.
just keep going. Just, the next heading is, it's general fund, the next, you turn the pages quarterly final for the building fund.
Okay, so I'm on the building fund right now.
Mhm.
And this fund remains with expected trends with minor year-over-year increases. Revenues received were at 28%, which is slightly up from last year's at 25%. And expenditures 33% up from 26% last year.
Wait.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Yes.
please.
Okay, hi, thank you. All right, so where it says budgeted, so this would be the 1.5 at the top for permits, fees and special,
1.502.
1.502. So that's
Yes.
what we predicted to get as revenue.
Correct, yes.
And then so we've actually gotten 778,000. And so we're 52%, but we have 2 months left in the fiscal year. Is that where we're looking? I just want to know where we
Right,
are in the
right.
Yes,
process.
that's exactly where you are. This is Q2, so this is through March, and the next workshop will bring back Q3.
Okay, so this would be 6 months, so we
Yes.
should be at 50%.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're moving on to code remediation. Revenues were 18%, which is up from 10% last year. And expenditures utilized were at 20%. Do you guys have any questions in regards
Okay.
to code?
My next one's.
What? No, it's just the next one.
What?
There,
Oh, sorry, I missed it.
there you go.
Oh, there it is.
Here it is. Okay, so Vice Mayor Malega.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When I see lot clearing and the boarding income, when we have to put a lien against the properties who haven't paid us, we're not putting that income in there, correct? Because we haven't collected it. So those are still outstanding funds.
I do not have the direct answer to that question. I will have to either defer to the department or I'll follow up with you on that.
So the question is, we often unfortunately have to attach liens to properties that we have board and secured that they have not paid. So I want to make sure, are we including that number in anticipation of us one day receiving it? Or are we not calculating that as revenue because we have not received it yet?
William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. That is a different whole collection. The Code Remediation Fund is only related to expenses expended by the city for board ups, lot clearings, demolitions, and collection services.
But this is revenue.
I understand that. And there's revenue associated with that. Like you either is collected at the time we do the services and we send a bill to the property owner and they pay us, or it gets on the tax card, which you've actually seen the first portion of that earlier last month.
Okay, that, I
the-
understand that,
the
but my question
lien-
is, do we put that in this revenues before we collect it? Or we do not include it because it's a tax lien?
Okay, we show it, but we do not include anything until we actually collect it, which will happen during the tax collections for
So it's
26.
not showing in this number.
No,
Okay,
but
that's
the
all.
liens that you referenced earlier is actually in a different section of it's a general revenue, and that should have, when we get to it, year to actual of probably close to $600,000.
Okay, but anything that we've put a lien on titles, we don't show it as a revenue until we collect it.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to verify. Thank you.
Mr. Segrich.
What is the line item for private collections?
The city has a contract with a private collection entity, and they were fairly working fairly good for us, but not collecting very much last year. And so last year, when we were doing the private collection estimating, we thought we would get more than we've gotten. And because of their inability to do a very good job, we have abandoned trying to go through and doing the collections ourselves.
Thank you. So it seems like we shouldn't be budgeting for that in
For
2026.
that expense.
Well, it's a revenue stream, $75,000.
Is it in this, is it
And we're
in
not-
this year's?
We're not going to get it in this year, and it's in our future projections. So we should probably take that out.
I will let's ask the experts. What Mr. Segrich is saying is that the private collections, that is, we got income from that. We made money on private collections. Here comes the. You might want to stay up here, Willie.
Good morning. So I'm looking at page 134 of the budget book, the detail, and we actually took it out of the budget. Yes, but that is a very good point. We didn't collect anything last year, so.
But if we make, so if we're looking at the 2024 budget and we budgeted that we were gonna get 205,000, we got 10% of that.
Yep.
Why would we budget then to get another 205,000 in 25? Like, if we only got 10%, why would we think we were gonna get 90% more the next year?
We budget based on our anticipated activities. You'll also notice that we didn't spend anywhere near what we thought we would spend either. So what we do is we budget for expenditures for lot clearings, board ups, demolitions, and other kinds of chronic nuisance services. And then in return, we show a return in revenue side that makes up for their paying for those services. Well, last year, we didn't do a lot of those services because we were able to get the property owners to do it themselves. And again, this year, remarkably, our property owners have been very responsive in doing their lot clearance and their board ups, and we haven't had to do any demolitions. So if we don't have in this account, if we don't have an expense, we don't have a revenue.
So we were making a little money off of this.
We're actually making no money off
Well,
of
I
it.
mean, we were making at some point.
We were,
Allegedly.
but it was revenue based on expenditures for activities we were doing.
Okay.
Right.
Further
But
questions?
that didn't answer my question. My question was, why would you predict that we would make 90% more than the year before?
We are predicting that now that we have a full complement of code officers, at least as of today, we have offers out to be fully staffed. We will be doing more activities the second 2 quarters of this year. Consequently, as we expend money, we're going to be sending out bills, and hopefully the property owners will pay them.
Okay.
If they don't, then we won't have the expense and we won't have the revenue.
Show me where you were talking.
I'm talking about right here.
So this year it's 205,
Right.
they predicted, but we only got 10%. So why would you predict the same thing for next year? That was my point.
Thank you.
So it was, we could predict that we would have, this is the maximum amount we think we might get. Okay.
And that was year to date. If you're looking at year to date actuals for fiscal year 24 and then 25, that's just, again, the same period. It's not the end of how the year ended for last year.
Oh, so we're comparing quarter 2 to quarter 2.
Yes, yes.
Right.
That makes more sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Segrich? did
You're
you-
welcome.
Just wanted to clarify, William. So this particular fund, we do the activities and then we bill on top of it. So if we're not doing any activities, there won't be any income in it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It took us a minute to get that, but we got it. Okay, next up.
Okay, so the next fund is the beach fund.
And in between, we'll just pause a second and let you get to that page.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you give me a second?
Yeah, sure. Should we proceed or you want? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going next to the beach fund.
Okay.
Revenues received is at 36% compared to 49% last year. And expenditures are 33%, down from 40% last year.
Okay, let's slow down on this one. Tell me what is transportation? Is that, what's that income? Is that parking fees? Parking? Okay,
Can we rename that to parking? I don't know why it would say transportation. We're not offering transportation
Have a
anymore.
look into that.
and then culture and recreation, we get fees from what? Is it,
Special events, ballrooms.
Rentals.
oh, from like
rentals,
the
things
evening
of
on the,
that-
the bonfire rents and things like
Pavilion-
that?
It's actually in
gazebos.
the budget on page 142. It's pavilion rentals, the junior lifeguard program, surf camp, beach concession rentals, and then a small other fees. I'll have to check in what other fees are.
Your parking.
Madam Mayor, I do have a question.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you. I just want to make sure that, I know that we're just starting today's conversation, but we just agreed to leasing spaces to a hotel. And we put that in beach fund this year. Mr. Yannick is looking at me. And I'm gonna fight hard for that to go into the parking fund for next year's budget. So just keep that in mind. I hope that we're not including that in your balanced budget for next year. Because parking is parking.
Parking for the hotel?
The hotel is paying us 80-some thousand dollars a year to use parking spaces at the beach, which really isn't at the beach, but it's
Oh, the hotel, not, okay,
Yeah.
hotel, you're right.
the leased spaces.
Yes, the lease space, yes. We are in discussion of, we may have to bring forward to you the a resolution for that parking fund, because I believe it was not officially created in the past. So we're working with the legal and also William, just to make sure that all the parking related, other than the beach, of course, parking revenues are
In a parking fund.
exactly, yes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we've talked, because we talked about that.
Yes.
We bartered that you would use it for this year for the beach, but next year,
Yes.
going forward, it will be a parking fund.
Yeah, because that could be a whole new parking
It's-
position,
It needs to be.
person.
Okay, so thank
Correct.
you. I just wanted to make sure that we're moving forward with that conversation.
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
So we haven't had an agreement yet with the hotel?
No, we did. We already did
Oh,
all
we
that.
did,
We did.
Yeah, yeah.
We did,
She's
we
talking
did.
about where to put the money here so
Oh.
we could spend it. So if it's in
Right.
parking, you could spend it on a parking guy or girl.
Okay, so, fines and forfeitures, that's parking fines. Rents and royalties, 1.8, that's our Benny's, me and
Leased
Mama Mia's.
properties.
Okay, and use of fund
Ballroom.
balance. Did we take from the fund balance $938,000 and put it?
Yes. Yes, we had, in order to have a balanced budget, we had use of fund balance for this past year. For fiscal
Mhm.
year 25.
Thank you.
The document that you were just handed, you can just put to the side. That's the document you received in July.
Thank you.
With the budget to actuals. You just now have a printed copy
Thank
if you'd like it. Any other questions about beach fund? Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Segwish. Those should have a little deeper.
So for 2024, we had a budget of 4.8 million in revenues. What did we actually hit in 2024?
We're just looking where you're.
Well, in the book that they just passed out, it shows 4.8, actually 4.839 on page 51.
No way they came out right on. Okay.
They're pretty good.
No, adopt it was
That's-
4.832. Actual was 4.839 on page 51 of the book they just passed out. The printout,
Okay, but this page says 4.839 was the budget. And then 2.3 was 50% of the year. So doesn't make sense.
So they're $7,000 off. In
I'm
between
looking
page-
at-
No, but they've got one number as the budget and one number as the actual. Okay.
So I said there's
I wanted to
7,000
meet
off.
on this before. but then-
Page 51 in the book that you just passed out. Oh, the historical one.
Okay, you're looking at historical, okay.
On page 51, you've got 2024 actual total revenues for beach fund on page 51 at 4.839993.
What page are you on?
On page 51.
So, so the 7,000 difference is in the use of fund balance. If you look at the screen, that's the use of fund balance, the 7,000. Yes,
So last year we only had to use 7,300 and this year we had to use 938,000.
right. So, it could be because we had to, in addition to balancing the budget, also if they needed to for particular capital projects, I mean, I would have to go to the 25 budget to see what got approved. Or if we, in the middle of the fiscal year, throughout the fiscal year, if we have budget amendments where we come to you and we say we need to use fund balance, either because some of the projects came in higher than what we anticipated, then that's what will be reflected in that fund balance.
My question on regards to this is are all of our tenants at the beach up to date on their payments, taxes, CAM, everything? We have nobody who's got an outstanding balance as of today. We're not chasing money.
I believe we're current. Yes.
It's a lot of money that we had to use for the fund. I'm just really confused why it went up so high. Because
I would have to dig in 25 and see.
Still confused about. Like, if you look at this page here, it says that we adopted a budget in 24 of 4.832. But on this page here, it says FY 24 budget is 4.839, which is actually the actual.
Right. So the difference is the use of the fund balance for fiscal year 24.
It is $7,000. You're right, Commissioner. McGuire.
Right, but what-
We had to use the fund balance to balance the books at the end of the year.
Correct.
That's what
Yes.
started explaining, Commissioner May.
Okay,
So we were 7,000 deficit. We had to use $7,390 to balance the budget for that year from fund balance.
Correct.
Okay, so-
Yes.
we're. So
It,
I know.
I just noticed it's not.
We just subtract out that number?
Yes.
Okay.
Because by line item, you can see what was budgeted here. But on
Right,
the
but then in 25, why would you have that number there? We didn't do that yet. We haven't taken any money, so why would it be there? The 938,000, that doesn't,
That
You-
was to balance the budget. So we needed that to balance the budget. So it's just there it's there to show that that's going to be, that's the entire fiscal year 25 expected budget,
not just for the beach fund.
for the beach fund.
Does that include the fact that we just finally came to a negotiation with the union and we have now back pay that we have to write? Is that included in that?
We did budget for.
that was already budgeted, but we can come back and give you a breakdown of the 938.
adopted budget's 5.15. not 5.84, and that doesn't, the difference isn't 938,000. Look at page 51 of the thing you just gave us. Okay, which is the beach fund. So then go to 2025 adopted, go all the way down to total revenues is 5.157. See what I mean? And then if you look here, budgeted, what, I just don't understand. If we're gonna use the 7,000 or the 938,000, why wouldn't that go in the actual part? If we didn't use it, we don't need it. And it doesn't add up on the left-hand side for the 25.
I'm gonna have to dig in and see what those differences are.
That would be great.
Yes.
Mr. Segridge?
So for transportation, in 24, we budgeted about $3 million for transportation revenue, but we fell short about 600,000 off that. And we lowered it in 25, and we presumably by these numbers are going to come in closer. But then for 26, you guys bumped it all the way up to 3.1. Help me understand how, if we're not tracking to get anywhere close to 3 million in 24, 25, how we're going to get there in 26.
I'm going to defer to the department on what they have projected for 25. I also want to remind you that we are going to go through the actual budget for 26 separately. So we can walk through by fund. So we will be going through each individual fund, their projected.
That's fine. Then I'll reserve that question for them. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
Hello, Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. Parking is one of my divisions. And we just adopted a new parking rate. So we will see an increase in parking revenues for this year.
What's their rate?
The $3.50 and then on $4 on the weekends. And then also the actuals were a little lower for the second quarter because of rainy weather. So we did have a rainy January, and we also had our permits. They start on May 1st. So we just had 1,200 permits renewed. So you'll see that change for the next report. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy?
Yeah, on this one, I'm looking at the last column, percent increase, decrease of what I assume are comparable numbers year to date for this year and last year. And the significant numbers to me look to be transportation, which I assume is parking, and rents and royalties. Both of those are within 1% of what were the year before. Is that correct?
Correct.
Basically no change in those.
Into quarter two, correct.
That seems to me like probably the most relevant piece of information there, that things are holding pretty steady at the beach. We're not seeing a major increase in people using it or a major decrease. So,
As of
okay,
quarter two.
cool. Useful for planning, seems to me.
Thank you. Okay.
I understand year to date, but they're both comparable numbers. Assuming that the year to dates are for the same time period, which I assume.
That's that quarterly thing. Okay, keep going.
Okay, so we're now going to move over to the golf fund. Okay, so revenues received here 67%, which was lower than last year's of 82%. And while the revenues are lower than last year, please keep in mind that the performance remains well above the 50% mark, and it is strong overall. Expenditures are 42%, and it's down from 53% compared to last year. And I'll pause for any questions.
Mr. McBoy?
This one, in contrast to the beach, overall, the expenditures and revenues sound like they're about balance, so that's good. We're not in the hole too much, but we are down 10%. Does anybody have any explanation why that year to dates might be lower? And
Rainy-
is that a significant change?
Rainy
I
January.
believe it's seasonal, but
Yeah.
I'll let the department. Yes.
Maybe we had a bad.
Was
season.
the year to date this season significantly seasonally different than last year, other than it's hotter than Hinges?
This is for the second quarter. So this was due to weather, same as parking. So they match.
Thank you.
Mr. Segrich?
I think you also noticed we increased the expectations for revenue. So the actual revenue collected is almost exactly the same. It's maybe $1,000 off. So we increased our expectations, which is why the percentage is lower.
Correct.
If I'm looking at the last column where it says culture recreation, which I assume is basically golf fees, the -11, that's not expectations, that's actuals to actuals 24 to 25, correct?
No.
What does
The
year to date mean?
percent change, the -11%, that's comparing the 81% to the 70%. And those are the percent of the budgeted to the actual. So as Mr. Segrich said, it's 1.3 are both the actuals. But when you compare it to what was budgeted, you're at a different percentage of budget because you budgeted at higher
Right.
increase. Therefore, the difference is going to be greater.
That's correct.
So the last column is not actual numbers, it's actual numbers divided by budgeted.
It's subtracting the percentages.
Thank you. Okay.
So now we're moving on to the IT fund.
And if you recall, this is an internal service fund. So we'll just.
We did well on the interest.
Right. Yes, interest rates are doing well. That has helped us in all funds. That is.
Okay, so we received 50% of revenues on target, just as last year. Overall was 51%. Expenditures 29%, which is up slightly from 26% compared to last year. And I'll pause for any questions.
Mr. Segrich?
My question's more in general on the fund itself. This is an internal services, so IT bills, building, bills the commission, bills everything and collects the revenue. In the sheet that we were given, it shows a fund balance or cash on hand of like 2.4 million. If this is, what's the reason for maintaining such a large cash balance? If this is what it's an internal like service billing.
Just looking, I don't have that sheet in front of me.
Yeah.
That's the
Is
one.
that,
Can you
Mr.
show me?
Segrich, is that from those balance sheets that you received? Is that where you're getting that?
It's not on this one.
On the
Where?
fund balance?
Where is it on this big sheet?
Right?
1.5.
I don't. Right, but you said 2.1.
That was the current cash on hand.
Yeah, but we don't, where would we see the current cash on hand?
Oh, you're looking at the FY 25 budgeted expenditures calculated to reserves? Is that what you're looking at? I'm just trying to make.
No, we're
sure.
looking
No,
at the
it's
he's looking at
looking
cash on hand.
Actual cash on hand, but
Come on, Yana. That is the big-
regardless, 2 million
Is that the
plus
balance sheet
cash
that
on
you're looking at?
hand
It's the
or
balance.
a reserve of $1 million. I'm asking, what is the need for an internal service department to have $1 million of cash reserves?
Well, this has to be what they have accumulated over time. So it could also be that they have some projects that are committed within that fund balance for for future spending. So for the next budget meeting, I'm going to be presenting to you what we have in each fund balance, what's been committed, what's restricted for future projects. So that would explain that.
So incoming software changes, things like that.
Right.
Okay.
So if they have like projects, because a capital project, they keep rolling, right? especially for internal service funds. Right, so like, for instance, you'll notice in the garage fund,
You don't know what it's for.
Aren't we doing an upgrade?
yes,
Mr. Secretary, you done?
So understanding it's for future projects and such, but
Right.
it's, that amount does not appear in the 2026 budget. So is it a 2028 project?
no, like, so when it goes into the fund balance, right? So that's already been approved in the previous years, right? So that fund balance, which is committed for future projects, or the project is still in progress, that just rolls, right?
Understand that concept completely, but that future project would show up in the 2026 budget, or what you're saying is we're budgeting for a 2028 project, something way off in the future?
It's gonna show up in our CIP.
Yeah,
When we get to the CIP, you'll see a 5-year CIP. You'll also see what funds have been encumbered, so even though it'll show funds on hand per se, those funds might look like they can be used, but they've been encumbered for certain projects. But again, that's part of the CIP when we get to that.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Mr. McBoy?
And I don't know, but aren't we in the process or contemplating or along the way of a major upgrade to and I always forget the initials.
The ERP.
I was close.
Yes, so, but I want to double check before I confirm that
I don't know.
that's the
where we are,
project.
But I know we've talked.
Yes,
about
no,
it.
we're actually in the initial phase of
And
that,
it's
so
expensive.
yeah, it's
and-
about, we budget about $1 million for it.
And everything I'm hearing from people in the field who've gone through these upgrades to the whole computer system, they say, plan on some additional money because you're gonna need people who are helping
Correct.
all the different departments. So
We also have a fund balance policy, which again, our Director of Finance will go through in the next workshop. But we have to make sure we keep that fund balance in our reserve policy. So part of that for each fund, he'll walk us through that in the next workshop.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move forward with the golf fund,
Well,
the golf fund.
Golf?
Yes.
garage.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Sorry.
A bit of a slow here.
Okay, so they received 48% of their revenues consistent with expectations. Expenditures, 6%.
Right.
And it's consistent with last year's trend.
With what? Consistent with
Last year's trend.
last year's trend. Ms. Lega.
I would like to give kudos to the finance department for these. I mean, we're looking at 3 and 4-digit returns on our investment for the interest. Which when you're putting the people's money to work, I appreciate that. I really do. So thank you.
Our finance director has really, in collaboration with our city manager's office, tried to develop a strategic plan for investing funds, and we're being conservative with revenues because we don't know what next year is going to look like. And again, in conjunction with also our financial advisor. So we try to be conservative.
But you're doing a good job. 144. Okay, garage fund, okay.
So again, this is an internal service fund,
Right.
so vehicles internally that are being serviced.
So last year's budget was 1224, and this year's is 1922.
2 years ago.
24. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Savage.
I just want to touch on the interest. I don't think we're getting 114% return. It's just up 114%.
Right.
I think we're getting something like a 3% return.
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but correct. It's increased, yes, based on our investments, yes.
Okay, so moving right along.
Okay, so now we're moving along to the self-insurance fund.
Mhm.
That's another internal service fund.
Right.
And this fund is relatively stable. Revenues at 48%, which is the same as last year. Expenditures 47%, which is down from 52% last year.
And this fund, it is an internal service fund, but you do want to have some reserves because it's our self-insurance in case there's something that arises that we need to address.
So how much is actually in that fund right now as we sit here today? Or ballpark?
That would be on your fund balance here now.
Yes, good question. So I had out this worksheet here.
Oh.
It's just giving you like what we projecting by the end of fiscal year 25, we're projecting to be 6.7 billion, give or take. Yes, 520. Insurance fund. And this fund is mainly for, you know, in case of emergencies, like if we have some legal issues, this is where we would go in and use the funds.
That's gonna be my question. So any pending litigation that we are aware of as a commission, and those dollar figures that may be settled for are gonna be coming out of this. If those do come to a settlement,
God forbid, yeah, we would have to come out.
so this is where the funds would be coming from.
Yes,
in the future.
if we have to, yeah.
We're self-insured, so I'm saying that out loud for the commission, some of the people in the commission, so we all know that those litigations would come out of this bucket of funds.
Right. Mr. Sigridge?
Is this also covering things like insurance on the buildings, liability, workers' comp, or I believe I saw in the budget we have workers' comp premiums and
Yes,
stuff. So what other things is this fund covering?
liability and workman's comp mainly.
What about buildings?
Buildings as well. Yes, insurance on the buildings.
Okay.
Hi, sorry, Lauren Slayton, Director of Human Resources. This fund is really mostly for our workers' comp claims, our legal claims, and all the administration. This also is where our insurance premiums come from. We're self-insured up to a certain amount, but then we're reinsured over that amount. So all of that comes from the self-insurance fund.
What's the amount that we're self-insured up to?
We are self-insured up to 200,000. That's sovereign immunity.
And what about for like buildings, structural?
Buildings are the same. We're insured up to a certain amount, and any damage over that amount, that's when our reinsurance kicks in.
What do we know what the amount is for the building? Is it different per building? Or-
No, it's 200,000 period. And some of them we don't even insure. So some of the smaller, like little like concrete buildings and parks, because it would cost more to replace it than it would to insure it. So we don't even insure it, include it. I'm sorry?
But yeah, we got less to replace.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Monday morning, I'm still waiting for my caffeine to kick in.
I struggle with this so much. I really have to pay attention.
Yeah,
Okay, so insurance fund 6-1.
And thank God we're still at 200, 300.
yes. Thank God for sovereign immunity. We do appreciate it.
We're gonna be up there fighting again for that because if they are after us for that one, it's gonna go up.
And a lot of people, they see the city and they think that we have money, ha ha ha. So they're constantly suing us. And sometimes it's a lot cheaper to settle than it is to go to court, even though we may not agree and we know that they're wrong. You just have to, take it on the chin sometimes, but that's where this money comes from. And I'd be glad to, if you guys ever want to sit down, come sit down. We can show you some of the claims and what we pay out and where our highest risks are. And we have a consultant who actually helps us figure out how much funding we need.
Would it be correct to say that? Would it be correct to say that this is probably a fund, and this may be to both of you, that the expenditures can be very variable from year to year?
Yes, for example, if we have a
hard.
hurricane, yes.
Or
Boom.
even legal things, something comes up, there's no way of predicting.
Yeah, we have a water main break, we have a hurricane, there's, somebody always thinks that we have money. And like I said, even if they're not right, sometimes it's just cheaper to settle.
ADA civil suits,
Yes.
attorney's fees are automatic.
Mhm.
So we don't want to encourage it.
Agreed. We have all sorts of attorneys. As I find myself like old enough to say that I have so many, but we have all these niche attorneys for our workers' comp and for our risk.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're moving on to the benefit fund. That's another internal service fund. They received 33% of their revenues, which is down slightly from last year's 38%, and expenditures are at 46% compared to 53% last year.
So just explain this if you would a little bit to me. Charges for services. So, HR charges each department for benefits that their employees use. Is that what they're charged for?
What we pay for employee, yes. So there's a certain percentage we pay 100% for the employees, and then we subsidize the family care at different tiers.
Right.
So yes, we charge back to the departments for that money, and also we were fully insured for our health insurance. We were self-insured, but the price of the claim, we had so many claims at one time that it was astronomically expensive. So right now we're fully insured. So that includes premiums.
So the charges for services are actually charges from other city departments into this fund?
It's it's for the number of employees. So Jamie's employees, we charge them for however,
Right.
whatever level.
Comes from.
It comes from the benefits fund, and also the employees pay for their portion if they have the family coverage.
For the
And-
benefit, that's a revenue that charges for services, but the expense comes from the combination of the other departments.
Right.
Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the electric fund. So the electric fund is performing stable with minor variance year over year. They receive 43% of their revenues, which is down slightly from 47% last year, and 36% of their expenditures compared to 40% last year.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What is contributions? I don't like some of these line
Yeah.
titles. They really need to be a little more clear as to, I mean, what we're used to seeing during our conversations all year. And I feel like some of these line items have changed. I have no idea what contributions means. Is that collections? Is it,
Are they good looking at them?
or is it
Right.
F, is it? Yeah,
It's the basic.
and I do have a question for electric, but I don't see Ed in the room.
He's here.
There he is.
Here he is. Thank you.
Contributions are on page 214 of your budget book. That's the water, refuse, local sewer.
Page 214.
Yes, of your budget book. And I will turn it over to electric utility director.
Hello, Director Liberty. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. I have a question. I had sent you an email, but I know you were out over the weekend. This is kind of relevant, but not relevant at the same time. Where are we with our contract with Palm Beach State College and their contract for their electric use?
Good morning. For the record, at Liberty Electric Utility Director. We did issue a notice of intent to end the contract, which will be effective October 10 or 11. And we have not received a response from them other than we know that they've received it. They've acknowledged receipt, but there's been no indication on their part on what to do next.
As soon as you get an update, can you make sure you update us on that? Because I want to make sure that we're using that obviously in our budget for the electric utility.
Correct. We don't do a line by line for each particular customer, but that's about a $250,000 increase in revenue to the city, and we are planning to have it in our budget for fiscal 26. It's in that lump increase, not increase, but growth that we're counting on.
Okay, so that is included in that.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That was my question. And contributions is, you know what that is? Anybody? Can we?
I believe that's a number. For example, we might make a contribution to the Florida Women in Energy Leadership
No, it's
Forum.
revenue.
Okay. I'm sorry. Revenue.
Oh, we got it for each department too.
I see it. So it's water, refuse, and local sewer. That's
Is-
them paying their portion of their electric bill for each
Yep.
of those departments.
That's what I thought you know about contributions we make to other entities.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
But
Make it easy.
I guess it shows up here as a contribution to the department, even though it's a revenue for services provided to other departments.
titled that way. Because contribution sounds like
I'll
somebody.
I'll defer, yeah, I'll defer to the finance. Yes.
About the contribution.
On the, I need to verify that. I think that this is actually something else. I just want to double check that
Can,
before I.
look on page 21, because the majority of the revenue is contributions and of our book, the blue book,
Look what we've had.
21 of the blue book. And it's that green portion, I believe, that second largest portion under the blue is contribution. So what does that mean?
I think that's.
Is that just coming from the electric department to the other departments?
Green portion?
But this is the general fund. So where are the contributions coming into the general fund from?
I have to go back. That's separate. Those are two separate funds. Those are two separate funds.
But all these funds have contributions. So where are these contributions coming from?
Well, the enterprise funds do make a contribution to the general fund.
Yes.
So those are all the enterprises.
And it tends to be substantial.
Actually,
Not
Can I just,
one at a time. Mr.
I have an
Liberty,
answer
what
for
were you
that.
saying?
She has an answer.
The contribution for general fund is different. That's on page 26. Look on the back of page 26. Those are the admin fees and franchise fees. And yes, to Commissioner Vice Mayor Malega's point, it's a combination of administrative fees coming back. If you'll see, it's electric, water, golf, beach, and then also the franchise fees. And as you mentioned, 8% comes back to.
So it's like what the commission contributes for our share of the use of the electric, essentially. Each
Mm-mm.
department's contribution.
No.
No.
All right.
But what's the difference between a transfer and a contribution? On 26.
Those transfers, I believe, are actually maintenance. Those are the maintenance accounts. The contributions, it's like the electric department paying the general fund. The transfer is transferring money for a specific purpose. So those accounts are actually maintenance. You may recall last year, we decided to have all the maintenance centralized for all of the funds.
And if you guys recall, we had created a financial policy 3 years ago up here that made it equal for all of the other funds to contribute to general fund at 8% across the board. So it wasn't just a grab all at whatever we needed.
For
So
franchise.
that's part, right, that's part of that in there.
Mr. McBoy? Are you doing, I'm sorry, Ms. Mayor, are you done?
No, but if a department is running in the red or something, would they still have to make this 8%?
Franchise fee is by ordinance. Admin fee is different. And you'll see when we get to the budget, there are some funds this year that were not able to contribute to the admin fee because they are running in the red. Building fund and beach fund. Good
Okay.
question. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I was like, why are we taking
Yes.
money from
Yes.
places that we can't take
Yes,
money
we-
from?
We did make adjustments to those areas that can afford.
Okay.
Mr. McBoy?
Now that I looked closer, there's service charges and charges for services, which sound like similar words to me, but service charges is our electric bills, and that's minus 2% is pretty much the same. Charges for services changed a lot, but it's small and I'm not going to worry about it. So
Thank you.
no
Okay,
problem.
keep going. Keep moving right along.
Commissioner Bay, I was able to go back to the beach fund and see what that user fund balance is. Is it okay if we go back just for a little bit? Yes, so that would be. So on page 51 of this handout,
Historical budget to actuals.
historical budget to actuals. So the 212, the user fund balance, 212,000, that was what we budgeted in order to have the fund, a balanced budget for the beach, right? Now, in March, we had a budget amendment for 684, I believe it's for the lifeguard and property maintenance facility that came in much higher. And that's why we budgeted to use fund balance for that increase. And that was approximately 684,000.
Those for those little houses that we brought in?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and we also had some invoices that were encumbered rollover. That was only 42,000. And we also had a budget amendment after the March for like 20,000 for office relocation. So yeah,
So it's good to know there was a big,
it's a big jump, right?
but here's what we did with it.
Right.
It's not
Yes.
magic,
Yes.
bad magic, juju, bad juju. Okay, thank you very much
Okay.
for doing that.
Yeah.
Miss Malega.
I do have a question. Going back, since I've been sitting up here, I have been begging and asking for our budget to be on the website once we put it up. A lot of cities have a up-to-date live budget for their residents and business owners to see. And I hope that with this ERP and getting everything updated with Navaline, that we're gonna be there soon. Because questions like this, obviously you can get us answers, but a resident would have no idea. And unfortunately, with some of the bad press that's out there that we give precedent to some tenants, some people would just spin that story however they would see fit. So I think it's important that we have transparency with our budget going forward, even if we don't have a line by line. Once we finalize budget this year, I would like us to have a budget dedicated page on the website, and I hope I can get support for that. I think it's important that our residents see what's happening on a day-to-day basis with their funds.
Sure, we can work with IT on that, and we do have all the budget information. This current budget is not up there yet. We can make sure it gets to the website once we publish it. And then the budget to actuals, all that information in last year's budget is on the budget website right now. We don't have a dedicated page, however, but we can work with IT on that. Thank you.
There could
for
be a
feedback.
link to it.
Like on the front page, a rolling little thing that says, click here for budget, know where your money's going.
Can our
or
staff
something.
update that every day? That's a lot. Is that not?
I'm not saying every day, I'm just saying an act. I was. Not day by day, but up to date information with our budgets, because if we're doing something like a $900,000 transfer, then there should be something reflective of that, so the residents know. And again, it's because of somebody can take that and spin it and make the city look like we're doing something we shouldn't be doing with our public funds. And that's more that I care about more of that than anything, is that the people in the public know where these transfers are going, where the money's going. Like, we're getting ready to do a 5%, agreement with the union. That we need to put that out there so people understand what we've been working through behind the scenes to make sure that our union workers are taken care of, but it's taken us 8 months to get that union negotiation done.
Right.
So I would just like a little more transparency on the front page of the website, something that says click here for budget updates, anything that's important, like an update like that.
Sure.
So that's included in the budget, so they wouldn't see that separately. We can work on figuring out what would be agreeable for you all, or what you would like to see. We can work with you. With the new ClearGov software, it does offer some additional opportunity once we finish the budget process to put that up. So we'll work with you to figure out what that looks like.
Thank you. Okay, what's up? Electric fund.
We'll move on to the electric utility storm fund, which is mainly revenue, but we'll still just go through that briefly and then move on to water.
Okay, so the EU Storm Fund is a relatively new fund. It is on track and continues to meet its extended purpose of storm-related reserve accumulation. Right now, they received 569,863 of their revenues so far.
I should point out in this one, we started with a $500,000 contribution from the PCA fund that seeded the storm fund, and then that grows by about $140,000 per month, based on $5 per customer per month, until we reach the cap that you agreed upon, which was $8 million.
680.
At the current trend, we're looking to have about 1.8 budget by the end of this year, this fiscal year.
Understanding we have an $8 million cap on that, do we feel that that is sufficient given the increase in severity of storms?
We had a whole.
That's a good question. Yes, I do think it's sufficient. Staff actually recommended 4 million. And after a lengthy discussion here at commission, the commission voted a kind of consensus to actually go to 8 million because of the significance of the storms. Yep, that was a very good point. And we agree with the 8 million at staff.
It can't hurt to have money in the bank. Okay.
And we have not drawn anything out of it. We could, at some point, we did incur expenses related to Milton, which was right at the beginning of the fiscal year, but we have not asked you to transfer anything for that yet. We may not. We'll have a discussion with finance to see if it's warranted.
And this purely covers the electric infrastructure, water infrastructure,
Not
just purely electric.
just electric. It's actually electric utility storm fund.
So damage to City Hall would be in the self-insurance fund, basically?
I presume so.
Okay, thank you.
Some of us have decided to take a break early. Okay, what's up next? Quarterly, what?
Just have a few more funds if you're okay, or if you'd like to pause.
No,
for right
let's
now.
keep
Thank you.
going.
Okay, we will move on to the water.
Snacks have started. Go ahead.
Okay, so now we're on to the water fund, which remains within its expected operational trend and it is performing as projected. Revenues received is 48% compared to 50% last year. Expenditures 37%, which is consistent with last year.
Use of fund balance.
I think like looking at the actual numbers though, as opposed to the percent of perceived income. Like, I kind of like looking at if we found the percent of the like, if you're looking at this one, the 9.1 for FY 24 versus the 9.38. That to me tells me that we are, we have a greater income or greater revenue this year.
Yes.
I don't really care what it is compared to what we think it's going to happen. Am I crazy?
That was sort of what I was saying.
Know what we're expectations
Yeah,
are.
we just.
Right. Like, I mean, just looking, I would like to see, so far, if you compare those, it's a X% increase in revenue this year versus the comparison to the projection.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? That just for going forward, that might be more, I don't know, more helpful information than the comparing to what we think we might get.
You mean eliminate the budget versus actual?
No, don't eliminate it. But if you're going to compare stuff, when you're doing the percent increase, decrease, I don't want to compare the budget versus the percent budget versus actual. I want to compare apples to apples, which is the actual to actual. If we're trying to compare two budget years, let's compare the raw numbers. The percent because those percents aren't comparable. They're not the same percent. They're percents of, it's not, you know what I mean? It's not like the same prediction. If both budget numbers predictions were the same, then this
would be
comparison of these percents would make sense. But otherwise, this comparing is doing us nothing.
It's squishy.
Interest and other earnings have gone down 250%, and I'm just wondering what happened to that. I mean, at the end, there's that 250%. It went from 315 to well, yeah. Why has that gone? Talk about that. Tell me about that.
It could be various reasons. For instance, because we invest most of our money in bonds, right? Fixed income. If interest rates, the federal government reduces interest rates for that particular period, we incur a lot of, we gain a lot of money from that, right?
Have they done that?
Yeah, I believe so. In 24, they started reducing rates, but I don't think in 25, they've reduced it compared to last year. I don't think interest rates have significantly decreased compared to last year.
So this is a function of the market, not of anything we've
Yes.
done. Okay.
Is the market.
You're right. That doesn't make any.
The percent is just, again, you're just comparing what the budgeted to the actual.
Correct.
So don't look, the percents are not gains. We're not gaining 357% on this money. We're saying we thought we might get 160, we got 570. So therefore we got a lot more than we thought. But then, but comparing that to this year, it's the same thing. Like if you look at it, it's 315 we thought we were going to get, we got 338. So the prediction isn't the same.
Mm-hmm.
So that basically says that we got more than what we had anticipated, right? Yes. Yes.
It's good sitting next to a math teacher. I'm speech and theater. But it's, no, it's good. It's good to have busy things.
Move on to the storm fund. Do you have other questions before we move to the storm fund?
Okay, so we'll move forward to the local sewer fund,
I'm sorry,
local sewer fund.
that's who we're on now. Oh, you know.
Okay, this fund remains within expectations. They received 52% of their revenues compared to 54% last year. Expenditures are at 45%, down slightly from 49%.
Okay, so it's pretty stable. Pretty stable.
Yes.
Good. We like that.
Any questions on the local sewer fund?
No, but it's good when you look at the top and it's made more money and the bottom and we haven't spent as much money. So
Right, that was good.
I like that.
That's what we want to see.
Yes.
Okay, stormwater fund revenues.
Okay, so stormwater funds. They have received 83% of their revenues, which is up significantly from 52% last year. And I believe that increase in revenues comes from their investments. The expenditures are at 28% compared to 25%.
Ms. Milligan.
Thank you. And didn't we agree to and vote on increasing the stormwater fee this year?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that'll be
Yes, that will be.
on the 2026, we have to put that in the predictions?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not. Mr. McVoy?
And just in that same vein, yes, we did vote on it, and just looking at the total amount of, on the order of 3 million, knowing that we have more intense rainfalls coming, and intensity of rainfall affects water management as much as total amount. It affects it a lot. The intensity, it's how fast you can get the water off. So I'm glad that we've increased funding. I think we're probably going to need more, but we're headed in the right direction to take care of flooding problems in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next is.
So this is our last fund, which
Yeah.
is the refuse fund. This fund continues to perform within normal operating parameters. We received 61% of revenues, slightly lower than last year's 70%, and expenditures at 43%, which is consistent with last year's 44%.
Interest and other earnings, that's. And we haven't used the fund balance.
So
Any
for,
questions?
yeah, so
Ma'am?
for FY 25, we're looking at, if I'm looking at it right, for charge for services, we're at 72% of what we budgeted. So that means we should come in over, which is good, right? And then we could move that over into next year. Is that how we kind of do that?
It would be in the fund balance, and it's I believe it's their commercial, this is refuse, sorry. But I do believe it's commercial that has.
Well, yeah, because the other ones are kind of fit through the taxes. It has to be through commercial. Does that make sense, Jamie?
And yeah, that rolls from year to year in the fund balance, and that's what we actually utilize when you see the CIP for what
Yeah.
trucks we need to purchase. That's where that comes from.
Okay.
Ms. Milligan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So am I right in seeing in the sheet that you handed us that we have 6.138 in the refuge fund? Fund balance reserve?
Yes.
So when we have the conversation about adding an additional bulk day and we hear we can't afford it, or we have the conversation of adding a service person to drive behind the bulk pickup trucks to clean up the glass and stuff that's left behind, and we say we can't afford that, this shows me we can't afford it. And I'm going to really fight hard this year during this budget conversation to increase our services to our residents. And when I see things like $6 million sitting in reserve, we're not going to spend $6 million adding a small truck with a person driving behind the bulk pickup people to clean up the mess and do better for our residents. And I understand that we need reserves for storms and for mechanical breakdown and for new trucks. I get all that. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we're doing better for our residents. And that's all I'm going to keep preaching this entire budget workshop. So everybody strap in. That's going to be that's what I'm going to talk about this year is level of service to our residents and our business owners, because that should be our driving force in this conversation.
Thank you.
And if I may remind you, Madam Vice Mayor, that although you see $6 million in there, we have a reserve that we need for especially for enterprise funds, which is 180 days worth of reserve. So which is 6 months. So that's another way to look at it. Anything in excess. Again, you really don't want to, it depends on how much you're willing to spend at the same time, right? Like if it's a project for like $2 million, then we're talking about going out for bonds, right? But if it's like $500,000, yes, we could use some of that reserve.
That's the 180 days.
That's for our fund balance policy.
So could we have a column for reserve and a column for extra? A column, you know what I mean? Like,
yes,
write down what is the reserve for this fund? What is actually in there so we can see the difference?
If you look at this
Where?
sheet here,
Yeah, it goes in the next column is required fund balance.
right, 25% for governmental,
So it's,
at 50% for enterprise funds.
so this would be 50% enterprise fund or?
Yes.
Balance in the required.
Right, so the difference would be at the last excess fund balance.
2 million.
That would be 2 million.
Yeah. All of it.
So Commissioner,
Very last.
Thank you.
So we do 50% of the projected expenses. You know, should anything happen, we have 6 months worth of.
I see, Mr.
Yes.
Brown.
Yeah, and you also have to keep in mind as well that part of that overall balance for enterprise funds, there's also that contribution to the general fund too. Annually. But that's part of the amount you're talking about. Though. So we've got, you understand what we're, okay.
But thank you. Me.
We have to purchase vehicles. We have our annual vehicle replacement program. You've got the contribution to the general fund of the 8%. And on top of that, we've got what we need to actually hold in that fund for our policy. So that's not 6 million just sitting there to be spent.
Correct, but to Commissioner May's point, it should be broke down for the items that you just said we need 3.6 million, but it still shows on here, we've got rainy day reserve, budget stabilization, capital reserve, unassigned fund balance, and it goes all the way across and it says excess unassigned fund balance is $2 million.
Yeah.
$2 million will greatly pay for some services for our residents.
Or do some roads.
Right, I want to add that we'll get into something in the budget presentation that they're using fund balance to balance this year. So of about 1.3 million. If you think about one of the things, whenever you add salaries, that's a long-term expense. That's something that's ongoing. Comparatively, salary and benefits, comparatively to like a truck, that's usually a one-time thing unless they're maintenance. Just a comment, not providing any recommendations.
So we're dipping into our savings to pay our bills.
To balance the fund, yes.
Well,
Correct. Yes. Mhm.
Mr. McCoy?
just to follow on that, I agree with Vice Mayor Malega that if we have some available money that we can increase level of services, by all means, let's do that. But also let's be careful, and maybe we do need sometimes a little more clarity of which of the parts of that 2 million or whatever the million is are in fact spoken for. And I'm willing to bet that if I had to err, more of it is spoken for than meets the eye sometimes. But I mean, to the point that it would be useful to know as we go through the budget, what is actually reasonably in our purview to be able to adjust in terms of expenses. Is it that 2 million number? Is it 500? And how do we get to that? That would be helpful and probably is coming when we get to the spending part.
Thank you.
You have to bear in mind, well, some of us on this dais are much better at numbers and math and things than others, business sort of stuff, but you live it, you understand it, this is your vocabulary, and this is not necessarily vocabulary that we live with.
Thank you for the feedback.
Okay, so just,
Yes, we'll keep that in mind.
thank you. Okay, so last one up is the refuse fund, which we just did it, so instead of 11:15, let's take a break at 11:03. How do you say that? All right, we're gonna be taking a little break.
Headaches, just everything. All the time.
Migraine suffer, I take infections and this one is the migraine.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah,
it is 11:23 and we've reconvened.
okay, well, we can get Miss May in, we can get started. You
Um,
were. Well, she was here and she went. Now Sarah's gone. It's like herding cats. Okay, here we go. Yep, we're ready to pick it up. Well, I'm gonna have a question before we get started. So many carbs. I'm not used to eating this many carbs.
I know it's a lot of carbs. You don't usually eat this much carbs.
No, I don't eat I usually don't eat until dinner. But
So we have a built-in nap, right?
I need a distraction from this.
Okay, what's next?
Let me know when you guys are ready. And I have a question, just kind of based on what came up with Vice Mayor Malega. When you look at the last, the excess unassigned funds, there's quite a few, and maybe this is something you could do a memo or just let us know there's one that has, there's 19 million, almost $20 million in excess funds. And I'm sure there's a reason for all that, but it would be helpful for us because it looks like we have $73,000 million.
So that's what I'm going to be presenting for the next workshop. Before we get into the CIP, I will present just a refresher of the fund balance policy, where we stand with the fund balance and what's committed, what's restricted, and what we have available.
Because that makes us look like we have more money than.
Well, yes, like for instance, the 19 million is a discretionary sales tax.
Right.
And we know we have millions and millions. That's what the pool money is and all the other projects that we have committed to it.
And the one that's 29 in the hole, almost 30.
Oh, that's Ted. Yeah.
We love you, Ed. But you gotta not have 29.
Or something or other so that you can see what all that comes.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so where are we at now? Where are we at? We are
just a little behind. We are on the significant changes. And that is the actual budget presentation, which you see displayed. And that is going to be in your agenda packet, and it says presentation. So that's this book. You can follow along in the presentation, either on the screen or in your booklet. And then the actual budget book that you have, again, the blue one, has the page numbers reference. So we just have some high level changes that we'll walk through. The departments are here as well. And then we were going to move to the Stantec modeling and then come back in the afternoon and focus on fund by fund questions, if that's okay with you, to allow us to kind of stay on track. Are you okay with that, or would you like
this
to?
Your show, go ahead. The best way to put it out is
that's for you and the public. So no, not it. Okay. Okay. So we have the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 25-26. The very first page in that packet of yours, in the presentation, it's page 4. Again, it's up on the screen, is the appropriation summary. I'm not going to go through every single line. It's this one that you can see displayed on the screen. And again, in your packet, it says budget appropriation summary. So that just kind of shows you that all funds are in balance. So every single fund that's budgeted this year, the overall balance. So the first is the fund name, source of funds, use of fund balance. So if they are using fund balance for fiscal year 26 to balance, salaries, benefits, and then there's just a line for salary and benefits, the operating expenses, the total use of funds, and the net revenue. So anything that exceeds that, that's just for 26, that does not include anything for the prior year that you were just speaking of related to fund balance. So I will just point you to a couple departments that you can see are using fund balance for the year. We'll walk through that again in the individual funds that we're discussing. But our budget this year is around 215 million, just shy of 216 million, compared to last year was about 207 million for the adopted budget.
Does that include the amendments?
It does not. That's just what was budgeted.
It was budgeted. Thank you.
You're welcome. The next page that I will point you to is the budget process and timeline. So that's page 5. So the budget process was kind of continuous this year, as I mentioned, because we had new software. But we started with our budget kickoff with the departments in March. The departments reviewed their budgets, reviewed what was needed for their departments, tried to trim down expenses, of course, where they could. And then we reviewed this with the city manager's office in combination or collaboration with the departments. We compiled and reviewed the budget between May and June. June and July, we get the information from the property appraiser's office. We get a preliminary, and then we submit that information back to the property appraiser confirming the millage rate, which we'll discuss. And then we're at budget workshop number 1. That's where we are now. Budget workshop 2, as you all know, is August 21st. And then September 11th, we'll have our first public hearing. And then September 25th, our final public hearing to pass the budget. All right.
You make it sound so simple.
So we'll move to the general fund. That's where we'll begin with significant changes for the general fund. So as mentioned, we already submitted information to the property appraiser office and we received that information back. We actually received the estimates from their office. And that is an estimated increase from 13 million to about 14.6 million in revenue, which is about 700,000. Again, the corresponding page where you can find that line item in your book. That's based on the millage rate of 5.4945, which is the same as the prior year. And you may recall that property values are not increasing to the level that they had been previously. So that's why you don't see a jump. We had previously seen like a 14% increase. Actually, I think at one point a 16%, then 14. Now the increase is about 7.4% for property values. The debt service millage rate, we had brought that one to you to reduce. It was previously at 0.92. That's just for the general fund. We had recommended initially 0.4. You asked us to go back and look at that and see what the analysis looked like to not increase it or decrease it. And so we had one of our partners help us with some analysis, Davenport, and based on that, the recommendation is 0.58. That allows us to meet our legal obligation for the debt. And then also, basically the debt is probably another 20 years before we pay it off. We would save about $70,000 over the course of that 20 years. However, if we have to increase it again, it costs right now about $20,000 to $25,000 for all the mailings that we have to send to residents. So if we had to increase it multiple times, we'd probably eat up that $70,000 in savings. So that's something to keep in mind if we dropped it substantially lower than the 0.58. It's about 20 to 25,000. That last year was around 20,000 to do the mailing just for the millage.
And that's every house in the.
Yes, we have to notify all residents. Yes.
20,000. That's interesting.
All right. So then for state share revenue, excuse me, we're estimated to increase from 1.8 to 2.5. So again, about another $700,000 an increase for this year for revenues. Half-cent sales tax estimated to increase from 3.4 from prior year to 3.6, which is an estimated about 200,000. Of course, these are estimates and forecasts. Now we're kind of talking about the expenses. So I kind of mentioned that building fund needed some help balancing. So we moved salary and benefits roughly around 400,000. That number will actually be updated in workshop 2 because there's some additional things coming over from building fund related to salaries. And that was to allow the fund to be able to balance.
Okay, I have a question. On building fund balance, why are we spending money renovating buildings and redoing office spaces if then we don't have the ability to balance our budget?
I'm going to defer to the department.
I know that we need to create more space for people, but I don't like when I see that I know that we're spending money in a department for renovations. And then we're having a conversation about having to move it to general fund to sustain itself.
William Waters, Community Sustainability Department. Over the past few years, we were told by the internal auditor and finance that we had $4 million to spend in the building fund. The state legislature limits the amount that we can carry over from year to year, the average of the 4 years of expenses. So in our world, we had $4 million above that number, and it turned out we didn't have that 4 million. And we planned our improvements accordingly based on our belief that we had a fairly significant healthy reserve in the building fund.
So now my question comes to, why didn't we have 4 million? Where did it go? And how come we were not brought up to that?
Yeah, I just want
conversation?
to like paraphrase that so that I make sure I understand what he just said. You were given the impression that you had X amount of dollars to do the renovations to Second Avenue,
Yes,
when in fact you did not have that much money.
correct.
And yet we're going forward with the renovations.
Well, that's still yet to be decided.
Okay, so we haven't started spending that money yet.
Well, we started spending money
did.
toward the renovations 2 years ago.
Right.
We have helped fund the renovations of the break room at 1900. We are helping fund the garage building. This is all coming out of the building fund. We gave a significant contribution to the ERP. And then we have spent roughly $250,000 on planning and design and construction documents, which went out to bid back in January. The bids came in about $500,000 more than we expected at 2.3, I think it is, versus 1.8. And they're sitting there on hold because we don't have a way to pay for it.
And that's the Second Avenue north
Yes.
improvements. Thank you.
So can we have clarification on why we thought we had $4 million in building fund and we don't? Because that seems like a very large number to not know what's happening.
So if you go back to our budgets, we had anticipated the fund balance to go down. We had budgeted to use fund balance in order so that we could keep that balance down for the past I think 2 years in a row. Just don't have.
Okay, so but if that's the case, then why is there miscommunication between the finance department and the director of the department who's coming before us and we're voting on and approving funds to be spent and upgrades to be done to buildings? That seems like there's a major disconnect then between what's happening in the finance department and what the directors really know is their true number, which doesn't make me feel comfortable because they're the ones who come before us asking us for renovations and spending money and going out for RFPs, which is also staff time.
Right.
So I understand use of fund balance previous years. The staff member, the director should have been updated. Okay, if we use this fund balance, here is now your new true number for any renovations or any increases that you need to do for your building to offset your staff.
Right. So that we had already allocated in the past about $750,000 for the renovations, but that came in at 2.8. You know, we didn't plan to. We had not anticipated to have 2 point something million available.
Building the building, how is it 2.8? We were looking at renovating office space.
And that is what they came in at 2.8. There was 750 budgeted for it. And I think like 2 years ago, William, it was never updated to 1.5 because you were going to double it at one.
There were 3 different budgets. We did
Correct.
our original budget was 555,000. That got the project started. Then we budgeted last fiscal year 750, and we budgeted another 750 this fiscal year. Well, 750 from this year, we have not spent it all when we realized that the reserve was not what it was. The renovation includes about 1/3 of the space that we're in. We're adding about 1,200 square foot of space. And also the existing conditions at 1900 were far more severe. It needed to be fixed and brought up to code than we expected. Because we're replacing a significant amount of the roof, the electrical system, mechanical system, plumbing. And that 2.8 does include rental of temporary office space for up to 16 months.
But if you're talking the roof on the whole building?
No, we're having to replace about 1/3 of the roof in association with the project. Now, as I understand it, facilities has a plan or has had a plan to replace the whole roof for several years, and it hasn't happened yet.
I've seen that in the CIP. Okay, I'm really concerned, like I said, that we knew that we had X amount of dollars and that we were approaching the state's highest limits that we could have in that fund. And now we're looking at transferring funds to cover. That doesn't make me feel good. So I hope that we have further explanation as we go into this.
Yeah, using our savings to fund things is scary. Mr. McCoy. And then Mr.
I think what that fund balance that's shown for this year is actually the fund balance of the building fund. It's not coming from your general fund. Okay.
Don't go away. Sorry. I remember, and I don't remember when, but a while back, there was this discussion, and I don't remember the name of the fund, but there was a fund that accumulates from things that the building department does. And there was the state maximum of 4 million. And I had recalled that we were up bumping on that, or it exceeded it or something for a while. That was my understanding a few years ago. And I guess it was yours also. Can you, I don't know if you want to take time for it. I don't know if it's helpful, but I'm curious. Apparently all of our understandings was not correct, that pot was in fact not hitting 4 million. It's, I guess, significantly less. So
I think
Can
the
you
pot
enlighten us
hit
a lot?
4 million at one point. However, if your understanding is that you have $4 million to spend, and the state statute allows you to carry over from year to year the average of your 4 years of expenses, the conclusion would be that you have more than $4 million in the fund,
which we do, but
which we don't.
Okay. Thank you.
And the name of this fund is?
The building fund.
The building fund. Mr. Segrich?
So the maximum carryover is the average of 4 years of expenses?
And what we had worked on based on our budgeting was moving money out to encumber it for various expenses, like the assistance for the parking, the garage service building for Public Works, the ERP system, the renovation of the break room at 1900. So we've been moving money out and encumbering that, which would not have been included in that year-to-year average that you could carry over from year to year. We've also reduced the building fund, the building permit fees, I think 4 times. We're going to be proposing to raise part of it again as part of 26.
And just in general, are there state maximums for all of the funds for carryover, or is that just particular to the building fund?
Well, it depends on how your building fund is run. Ours is an enterprise fund, which means that it has to pay for itself unless it doesn't generate enough funds. And in the worst case scenario, the general fund has to make up the difference. And under state statute, the building enterprise fund can only carry over from year to year the average of its 4 years of expenses.
Okay, so basically 1 year's worth of expenses.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so we are still on the general fund. Similar to the salaries moving, the admin fee also, we removed that. I think that was a question earlier. Those funds that are not financially feasible, we do not charge the admin fee, so that's being removed from building fund. There's an admin fee removed for garage this year because that's an internal service fund and shouldn't actually be charged an admin fee, so we reduced that down to 0. We are also absorbing the admin fee for beach fund in the amount of 156,000. And that is due to that fund not being financially feasible, able to manage that as well. For 26, you'll be happy to know currently for general fund, there's no use of fund balance. We currently have the revenues exceed the expenditures by about $98,000, I believe. And so once we get to the CIP, then we'll discuss what you would like to do with, if you'd like to use fund balance. 5% salary increase, as you mentioned, we signed the contract for union negotiations, finally finalized that. It's a 2-year contract. So 5% across the board for fiscal year 26.
So are we gonna have enough, we'll have enough money to pay for
Yes, the fiscal year 25.
without going into the fund balance?
Fiscal year 25 was budgeted, and then 26 it's included in the budget.
And I see you, Liza. You let her get to the end. But I was just let her get to the end. Keep going. Please.
And that's, I just want to go back to, that's 5% across the board for all funds. So I won't mention it again. I just kind of mentioned it here so you're aware. Police, the defined benefit plan contribution was reduced by $2 million. So that was huge for us. And that's based on us having a higher contribution in advance payments prior to these years. And also it's a closed plan.
Attrition. Some of it is.
Yes. Keep going. Okay. All right. We're also absorbing the beach funds, police and fire contract portion. You may recall that for the PDSO contract, it's split between fire, beach, and general fund. And we are absorbing that portion for the beach fund this year again, as we did last year.
The general fund is.
Yes. And then some other significant changes we'll just highlight for you. Consulting services for the annex, 250,000, that's contractual services. Contractual services to do a code review. These are estimates, of course, because we don't know and things have begun to increase and we don't know what the cost will be. And then we'd like to do a cost allocation for the admin fee as well, to kind of understand what that admin fee should be across all departments or all funds rather.
Thank you, Mr. McBoy.
Yeah, I try to speak into the mic too. I see two items: continuing to absorb the admin fee for beach fund and continuing to absorb the police and fire fees for beach fund. One for 156, 160K, say another for 280. So whatever that comes out to, almost 500K. Those are shortfalls to those funds.
Yes.
To the beach fund.
Yes.
And is that the same beach fund that we are considering as a commission waiving the requirement of paying, I think, about 50,000 by one of the tenants? Is that the same fund?
We only have one beach fund. I'm not familiar with what you're referring to.
Doesn't that come under leases? I mean,
Yes, it would be.
Are you referring to Benny's?
That's it.
Yes, that's
the same fund. So
same
we're
fund.
short about 500, and we as a commission are contemplating waiving one of the tenants' requirements to pay their full rent. Okay, just wanted to be clear that that's where we have.
Thank you, Mr. Segridge. And then Ms. Malaga.
So on the fund shortfalls, the building fund, the beach fund, and so on, the comments that, you know, we're absorbing it into the general fund, making it a general fund line item so that the building fund balances. What is the purpose of doing that? Wouldn't it be better just to see that the building fund is in fact running in the red for this year and just have a simple transfer from the general fund to the building fund?
We could certainly present it that way, but in the past, we've just been absorbing those admin fees to help them, you know, so that they can present to you a balanced budget.
My concern is that at first glance, we would have to cross compare all the things that get absorbed from one fund into the other to understand if a fund is not performing or not covering its costs. So just using the building fund as an example.
Correct.
In all of my reading through all these documents, and I was really careful, I didn't catch that until it's presented here. So looking and saying, oh, look, the building fund is balanced. It's actually not. It's not balanced. So I'm, you know, just, and I could ask my fellow commissioners, I'm not really concerned about seeing, you know, a fund having to be balanced. I would like to know that it has a problem, it has a shortfall. Or maybe it's not a problem, it's just we chose to overspend and spend and dip into, you know, one bucket or another. But I would rather see in the building fund it in the red and a transfer from the general fund. I just don't know if that's how it's properly accounted.
So if I understand you correctly, Commissioner, so we would present the building fund in the red and then the transfer separately from the fund? Like in a separate line item, or how?
To present a balanced budget.
Correct. That's what we always do. So in this case, I see what you refer to. Keep the admin fee as is. However, there will be a line item within the building fund showing transfer in. So you will, at the end of the day, you'll still see a balanced budget, but you will see that transfer in from general fund.
Yeah, it makes it easier to understand that, you know, yes, we're balancing it by giving it money from the general fund.
Okay.
But
right,
it's
identified.
If we could increase the revenues there somehow, whatever, you know, it would be better than having to always transfer from general.
Okay, so is that something?
So yes, there are obviously different methods to present budget. I know in the past, like we obviously use a zero-based budget now. That's what you see most cities doing. I know in the past, the city didn't used to do that. And Commissioner Boy, I'm sure you recall when back 2 city managers ago, where we'd come in and it would be like a negative 5 point something in the budget, and not present a balanced budget right off the bat in workshop number 1, just to kind of show the total deficit across all funds. And
We
Yeah,
did.
and then kind of working through and saying, okay, well, we gotta remove this, add this, and kind of looking at that bottom line
Mhm.
until you finally got to zero.
Right.
You finally have a zero budget. That is not how it's been done the past couple of years. So if you guys are looking to change the actual method in which the budget's being presented, that's something completely different. But we move off of a zero-based budget and present day one, budget workshop one, a balanced budget. So it's just a matter of how do you guys?
At what point
what's
does
the
it,
method?
at what point does it become a balanced budget?
Correct.
In our process, that we see what's actually happening. Okay, I have some comments from McBoy, Malega, the three M's.
Yes, I do recall doing it a couple different ways. There is something to be said that and I don't know what the right name for it is, but the previous way we did it, the non-balanced budget makes it more explicit to us where are the shortfalls and puts it more of the onus on the commission to say, well, I think the expression was whose ox is going to get gored to make the whole thing whole. Here, if I understand the process correctly, the staff has said, all right, we still have a $5 million hole. Take the cushions, what can we move around? And I think I would, and correct me if I'm mistaken about that description, but I think what I'm hearing from Commissioner Segridge is the downside to that approach. It saves us some work, but it makes it a little harder for us to be fully aware of who's in the hole, who's not, who had to get shored up by moving something around from here, there, or elsewhere. And so I would agree with, I don't know that, I mean, certainly don't want to cause a mutiny and a revolt right now that midstream, we're going to change how we do it. I'm not sure that's possible or realistic, but anything that can be done to help us see, point out to us. There's a lot of numbers in all this stuff. I can't process all of them. But point us to, for instance, that page 4 that says use of fund balance. That's kind of, okay, we had to do something a little different to make this work. And the reason I pointed out the beach fund is I'm seeing that on page 4 and I'm seeing it again on the notes on page 6 that, hey, we're in the hole in the beach fund. That should inform our decisions of reducing revenue to that fund. Kind of a little bit counterintuitive. And there may be other examples. So
Are the rents included in the bigger thing of the beach fund, correct?
All
The
revenues,
beach fund is
projected
right.
revenues for this year,
Ms.
correct?
Malega? Thank you. Ms. Malega?
Thank you. So being somebody who has to a budget every single year, I appreciate this aspect because there is work on our part to realize in the beginning, when I see transfer fund balance, that tells me we were in a
Right.
deficit. Where's that deficit coming from? How do we fix it in the coming year? Is it increasing fees? Is it cutting back our cost? I appreciate the hard work that goes into this because the very first year, that negative number in the book and the 16 workshops, and I felt like I was doing half the work for the finance department, which thank God we have great people in finance now. So I appreciate the fact that you're giving us your professional advice on this is the best way for us to get there. My question was more on what number do we use when we look at the police and fire fees and assess who's going to pay what out of that? Because I'm pretty sure I don't have a fire department truck and a police officer sitting up at the beach 24/7. So I would really like to know when it comes to that contract, how do we divvy up what departments are paying for that? Because part of the conversation is I've been fighting to get us park rangers, which Captain Karn is in agreement on and supporting for me because his officers need to do what they need to do. So if I'm paying $283,000 out of the general fund for the beach fund to have police, how does that calculate out?
what do we get?
Let me, it's not necessarily what you get. It's a allocation of the cost and I can pull it up for you in just a moment.
And I appreciate that, but to me, allocation of cost means I better have bodies at the beach doing the work that needs to be done. Otherwise, it's not fair for the beach fund to absorb that cost.
Well, kind of.
We can look into that and we can also, if you'd like, we can include that as the cost study, cost allocation study.
Historically, I believe it was 1%. going towards the beach and another percentage going towards the electric fund, right? So, and as we're going through this budget, again, we noticed that the beach could not balance itself, and that's why we decided for the general fund to absorb it. Now, is that allocation fair? We would have to, dig deeper into that and get back to you.
Thank you. Ms. May.
Going back to just kind of how it was presented, I guess it's 6 and 1/2 dozen the other, really, is what you're saying. It's either you can see it in the general fund going out or the building fund coming in, right? Or whatever fund may be lacking. But I think it should be like in red, you know what I mean? Like to know that this is where the budget is lacking, and so that we can kind of, and then you guys can say, okay, well, we needed to do this. And then we can look at the whole policy behind it, meaning does the beach fund need to pay the admin fee or whatever in general, so just other things to look at when we find out why things are happening. But I think that in regards to some of the different funds paying or different departments paying into some of these funds, it is kind of sharing the debt, right? Because I mean, I don't have kids, but I pay to the school fund.
Correct.
So it's doing the part of, trying to balance it all as a whole is what we're really trying to do. So when you say a zero budget, you're not saying each department is a zero budget. You're saying the whole city is a zero.
It's got a zero base budget.
Zero base budget, yes.
So each department will be zeroed out
And then
by kind of massage.
So, maybe if we come in with the deficit and then you give us consent to transfer the funds from the general fund in order to balance, how is that?
Well, I mean, I think what Vice Mayor Maliga said is true, that we do want to trust your judgment. I mean, you're the professionals, we're not, but just to be a little bit more transparent and say, okay, this is the building fund was short, or the beach fund was short, and we had to do this, and this is where it shows that in the.
Okay.
Red would help.
Yes.
So maybe highlight use of fund balance, would that be helpful?
Yes.
Okay,
Where
so-
does fund balance come in? And then also, if a department or a fund or something has extra that goes into the general fund, show that too. Does that happen? I don't know.
Each fund is different. So
Right.
remember, general fund is separate from
But
electric.
general fund can pay into the other ones, but they can't pay into general.
You can do a transfer.
Right.
Do
You
a
can do a
transfer of money.
Right.
It's just that each fund balances on its own. We have those admin fees and the franchise fees that are paid from the enterprise funds, but each fund balances on its own. But
So are those are the contributions versus a transfer. A transfer would literally be here's a
Us-
chunk of money, we're
yes,
moving it.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So other than on page 4, listing the use of fund balance in those 5 different accounts there in red, what would you like to see differently other than when you start on page 6, where we literally go fund by fund showing the significant changes, which is exactly what you're talking about, I believe, where we talk about exactly how much is being allocated to those funds, like the general fund, then we're going to go to building next, and after that it's code remediation. So we're already pulling out the significant. So it sounds like what you're describing is what is currently on these pages. I just want to see what am I missing, or
I
what
think
you
you're
want to see?
had this the beginning
I
of the
think there's two
conversation.
Schools of thought. One is to set it, Mr. Segwich and Ms.
Yeah.
Malega, to set it aside and not make those suggestions.
Or to
until
start the
we-
conversation with it.
And that's fine. It's just typically
Go ahead.
in most cities, you don't bring, and that's why it was changed and why you don't see a lot of cities starting out that way. Bring the
Right.
massive
Because if you bring,
deficit. You present a balanced budget.
Yeah.
And then you guys are able to then take that balanced budget that's brought forward and say, okay, we now want to concentrate on this, this, and this. Okay, that's X amount. So we now need to remove something from the previous budget to make sure that we're always at that zero. So you're able to kind of swap things in and out based on priorities. But to come in, and that's fine if that's how you guys want to do it. It's just not what typically is done.
My opinion is that if, as long, like, it could be helpful if it was red, that, that you spotlight, so here's a fund balance. And maybe just at the end of the day, at the end, last page, here's a list of all the fund balances and where it's going, just so that we have some idea. It's right there. Okay, all right. So we did, so it's already, no,
It's here.
there's just different ways to look at it, and it just takes a little more work on our part to do it, so I'm happy with it. Because it is identifying fund balance.
But if the building fund is short 372, wouldn't we have to look at ways to increase revenue in the building fund?
Yes, I believe Director William mentioned that he's looking to increase some of the fees in the future.
Okay.
And that's what we're gonna do. Again, this is just a summary up front.
Right,
Before we
right.
get into the department by department. So when we get to building funding, you look at that 373, then we're gonna talk about rates and other things that we can do to make sure next year you don't see a use of fund balance. It's at 373.
Right.
So it
We're
doesn't
trying
become
to
a habit.
level it out. But again, we're working to that. We just wanted to give you the summary up front.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. So you're saying we're thinking too much right now? We should just be absorbed.
no, we are answering all of your questions. We're just, we try to summarize up front so you guys can kind of see where we're going. So then when you get to the department level, you kind of already have a sense of the general aspect of which, oh, okay, I know when we get to building, we're gonna have to look at this 373 and see why are we short and what are we looking at doing this upcoming fiscal year to make sure we're not looking at the same thing next year. So kind of this summary of each fund, so you know when we move into those, you already kind of have an idea of what we're gonna discuss.
Okay.
Like move salaries and benefits from building to balance. No, and and listen, you guys live this stuff. I mean, they stuff. Okay, Mr. McBoy, and then Mr. Segrich.
I think along the same direction, I'm not quite sure what the methodology needs to be, but for instance, when we looked at the Gulf Fund, guess there's no page number on that part, at this part, nothing too, again, those percentages are percentages of percentages, which I agree with Commissioner May is not quite as helpful as looking at actual numbers. But it looks like on the face of it, nothing too exciting going on there. But then you get to page 4 and it says we used fund balance of 300,000 to, I guess, make something whole in the Gulf Fund. On the first pass, I wasn't aware that, from that earlier discussion, hey, probably an issue here.
That's 25. So we went through budget to actuals for fiscal year 25. So we were just giving you a high level summary of where we are for the current year. And then now we're discussing our proposed budget for fiscal year 26. So that would be the difference, is that's
Okay.
25. Where we are.
Different year.
Yes.
But again, and point well taken.
And Commissioner, you'll see on page 10, under that golf fund, the significant changes when we get to that. It talks about the green fee revenues, merchandise sales, reduction in membership revenues. So it kind of goes into those numbers as we move further into that fund.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get some detail there of what's going on with it. Okay, thank you. But that approach, I think we'd like to, any way that helps us. Some funds, when we look at the Stantec modeling, for instance, it's a pretty helpful way to see certain funds, refuge collection, for instance, seems to have always done very well, even though they have some big expenses. You got to buy a new truck periodically and they're not cheap, but somehow we've balanced over time, the income and outflow pretty well. Some other funds that's been more problematic. Those are the places that, point us at with the big light. Or the red ink or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich?
Just to be clear, I wasn't suggesting we don't do a non-zero balanced budget. It's just that we're allocating for things in multiple ways. So for example, using the building fund, we look at the significant items on that page. You've got 373K coming out of the fund balance. We know from the previous page, there's 407,000 that got reabsorbed back into the general fund. Unless you start doing math and putting those together, you don't realize that the building fund's actually 770 something thousand in the red plus. So, you can still do a zero budget. And show the real expenses for the building department. It's whatever the number is, $5 million, let's say, fake number. And then down below where you have your revenues coming in, transfer from general fund, $777,000 to cover X, Y, and Z. To me, that would be a heck of a lot clearer because we're just seeing these summaries now. And I spent hours and hours and hours and hours going through the books we were given a month ago and somehow, misconnecting those dots. And it's because we're doing it multiple ways. We're taking care of a shortfall within the fund balance itself. We're also taking an expense out of that fund and moving that expense to another fund. And to me, that's wrong. The expense should stay with the fund. If we have to pay for it out of general funds, the general fund money, that's okay. But that expense is really a line item for the building fund. But you can still zero it out by pulling it in from the general fund or whatever other fund was going to help out with that particular expense. But it doesn't change the fact that that's an expense we have in the building fund, and we should see it as a line item there versus having to go back between, oh, did I see something for the building fund in the general fund when I went through those 80 pages versus, oh, here it all is in one spot.
Whether it's a shortfall or an over.
Yeah, and it's still zeroing, you're still doing the job of zeroing out the budget. It's
You're just showing it as transfer in to.
Yeah, it's keeping the right expense in the right column,
Right.
under the right fund, because that is not a general fund expense.
Sure. Thank you for the feedback.
If I may, I remember that the 407 in the past, based on the internal auditor report, that was allocated to the building fund to bring the fund down to what the Florida statute required. Mr. William. So so now that we are at the level, at the minimum level that's required to keep that fund balance per Florida statute, now we're reallocating back to the general fund because we don't want it to go further. So I think that this year is going to be the last time we use the fund balance.
Are you saying that the funds that we're allocating to staff for the building fund really aren't staff for the building fund?
I would need William to.
Yes.
What we did over 3 fiscal years is move a very small percentage of staff in other divisions within the department who had a responsibility related to building permit activities. That staff came from the Planning and Zoning Preservation Office division and also the Code Compliance division. And they were originally all general fund employees beginning when the department was created in 2011 and 12. Now we're moving them back where they originally were funded in the general fund because the building fund can no longer afford to subsidize and pay a small percentage of those staff. Not one position, but I think only 2. 3 of the use and occupancy officers were created based on building fund. They were 30% building fund. And then 2 planners were 10%. All the other positions that were in it were only 5% of their salaries were attributed to the building fund.
Okay, so we apportioned it based on their responsibilities.
Yes.
But so it still stands to reason that if these are required for the building fund, we should have them in the building fund.
Well, until 4 fiscal years ago, none of them were in the building fund.
And that's our mistake then, but moving forward, I think it should be a lot clearer because it gets, you border on some issues when you're misallocating what staffs for which fund.
Okay. So what are you saying? In 25 words or less, what do you want them to do?
I'd like the fund to be accurate.
Oh, picky. But I mean, expressed how? I mean.
So if those staff are truly required for that particular fund, they appear as an expense there. And if we have to get monies into that fund from another source, that's a very clear line item that comes, it's basically the inverse.
Okay, so just so that I understand.
It's the
So
opposite.
this, say next year, this version would show up building fund or building whatever in the red. If whatever department is in the red would show in the red. And then it would be our job to figure out where in the black, we could take things to make them.
Well, it would show in the red, but it would also show the transfer in from the general fund that they've accounted for. Because that becomes an expense in the general fund. It's just titled.
Can we present that for the second workshop? Can we just have all the admin fees and the PBSO all included and then show it transferred in from general fund to make up the difference? Right, and then we'll have bullet points, transfers in from general fund for XYZ. Is that?
Yeah, with a total at the bottom, because if you have 373, 402 from there, we've reduced.
Right.
And I don't know if reducing what we're planning on spending, if we're not gonna really spend that, then you don't have to add that on, where you're looking at the 90K.
Where's the
Well, the third one down, professional services reduced to the amount up, but reduced to the amount of 90K. So whatever you reduce, that would be not necessarily a savings, so you don't have to put that on, as long, whatever's actually moving from general. So that you can say, okay, the building fund needed 50% of its budget came from general fund, or 75, or 20, or 1%, or, and that could be for all of them, you know,
Okay,
that needed it, too.
okay.
You do that.
We could do a quick update for the second workshop where we say it is a total transfers from general fund to cover
And
XYZ.
there are so many moving parts to these budgets. It's to make it easier for us to
Right.
understand about where we're prioritizing, you know.
And also, if we're talking about with residents, if we
So
raise,
they know.
if we raise fees on things that generate income for the building fund, well, now they can see why.
Gotcha.
I agree. That's good.
Good
Thank you.
suggestions.
Thank you. Okay, so where are we?
We're at the building fund.
Still in the building.
We have not started building fund yet. That was just covering general fund and sharing, but we can move right on to the building fund. So as you discussed, the use of fund balance of 373,000. Salaries and wages, we kind of already mentioned what moved from the building fund to the general fund. Professional services, they reduced their professional services line item to 90,000. Again, they're hoping to reduce outside professional services, again, to try to balance. Other contractual services, that was reduced as well for outside services by 150,000 to be able to balance. We already talked about the admin fee being reduced, but we'll show that as a transfer in the next workshop, as well as the use of fund balance. And then around 84,000 from 25 to 26, they had a vehicle purchase last year. They don't need that this year. So those are the kind of the high level.
Well, I was gonna say, is $84,000 for one vehicle?
Yes.
Two.
That was last year.
Two.
Two,
Two.
it was two. Okay, it was
Thank you.
last year, so we don't have that
Otherwise-
expense this year.
I want to buy. Okay, those little, electric scooters that we see people.
Other questions on the building fund? All right, we will move to the code fund. This is a much smaller fund, so there's not a lot of significant changes. However, there is a reduction in revenues to the amount of 160,000. And then a use of fund balance also in the amount of 153,000.
And the revenue from code is our fines.
I am just going to.
Oh, here
up
comes Mr.
Director
Waters.
Going back to the discussion we had earlier today in the code remediation fund, the only revenues there are for payment of services rendered by either our outside consultants or our staff. The liens all go to the general fund. And you will see those later in the general fund discussion.
Okay, so what are?
As an example-
Code compliance, the code compliance.
This is code remediation. If we go out and mow someone's lawn, we send them a bill.
Yeah, this is
All right,
not.
okay,
code
this-
enforcement.
that's-
No.
Different deal.
Never mind.
If you look at each 134 of your budget book, that's it
Miss
has
May,
all
this
miscellaneous
is-
revenues.
So this $313 deficit is kind of the same idea, right?
Yes, we would show it as a trend. Well,
So we can show it as a transfer because it's
actually, no, we're not covering anything from the general fund. They are.
Oh, they have fund
they're using
balance.
fund balance to cover. So they reduced, there's a projected reduction in revenues of 160,000. And then use of fund balance to cover, obviously, the difference because the fund needs to balance.
Okay.
Since this is a service-based where we make money when we perform the services, why are we projecting that we're going to be $160,000 in the red on it? Is that like a delay in collection on that?
No, because this fund also covers your expenses for foreclosures, lien, title searches and other documentation in terms of sale of surplus properties. And the major revenue source in the past has been the sale of surplus properties. We have only had one sale this year. You have a unsolicited proposal from an entity to actually take ownership of all of the surplus properties we have left except for one for free. And so isn't that been presented to them? So
No.
it's been Habitat for Humanity has requested that all the city's surplus, I think it's 11 properties, as I recall, maybe it's 9 or 11. We have had done title searches on all of them. We have done, what is it? The value of the property, the assessments on them for each one, 2 of them, because they're all worth over $50,000. There was a spreadsheet provided to the city manager's office a couple of months ago showing that list of properties that they want for free. And that would have been revenue to this account.
And
There's also been a request that we speed up and do more foreclosures. But as you can tell, if you could look at the line item for the actual fund, there's not a significant amount of funding for foreclosures in this account.
So the Habitat for Humanity, they paid for the appraisals and so on?
No, staff was directed to go ahead and have those appraisals done without any payment from the Habitat.
Isn't it in our ordinance that they should be paying for that?
Yes.
So who directed staff to give it away for free?
We haven't given it away for free. We did the work, undertook the work for free. And that's something that's got to come up before you is that
how much, like what's the dollar amount? of that?
$15,500.
And who directed staff to do the work without receiving the
Well, under
payment?
that amount, they can do it.
I'm just curious as to who said okay to that.
And you'd need to know that anyway, even if, because I'm all for foreclosures. Now, are these properties that would otherwise be foreclosed on?
These are most of the same properties that you turned down the developer from Canada who offered to buy them all at market rate about 1.5 2 years ago.
Okay. So we'll recoup somehow or other, either through Habitat paying for it or a foreclosure paying for it. I would like to, we've not heard about this Habitat thing, unfortunately.
One of the many things on the list that's still.
I criticizing what you're saying, we just don't have.
We also have the whole Compass thing, which we haven't got into as well, which we had to get appraisal for as well on that. So.
Because I'd like to see, and we'd be nice to have a list of the properties. Where are they? You know, I mean, because I would like to see us continue to do some more foreclosures. We did really well with that one on 6th Avenue South. We got our fees and they fixed it up.
These are all vacant lots though. Are they not?
Yes.
On
They're
that
all
list that we
vacant
got
lots?
last year, those are all vacant lots.
Are there code fines on them? I guess there are.
Well, no, we've owned
It says
some
that
of
we
them
own
for the length of time that I've been here because we did a public solicitation process in 2014, another one in 2016 to
So
actually,
this is all just surplus.
yes, we had like almost 30 properties when I first arrived at the city 15 years ago, and we've gotten rid of all of them except for, we picked up a couple, I think all but 9 or 11.
You could have the list of where they are. Mr. Segrich?
So I'd just like to know who authorized them to not be paid for?
The city manager's office has the
Yeah.
ability for anything under
Really?
$50,000 to.
No,
move
I'm
forward
just
like we do.
asking, who.
Yeah,
It's
just
a
a
simple,
manager's office.
simple question, that's
Yeah.
all. Okay, and in our code, is it we may charge them or we shall charge them?
The way the code is written is anybody who puts in an unsolicited proposal shall pay all expenses incurred to dispose of the property, and the city shall net no less than the market value of the properties. So that hasn't come before you yet. You could always, like in the variance process, vote among yourselves to make a special dispensation so that that fee is not paid, but that item has not come before you yet. In a conversation, it appears Habitat is open to paying all the expenses that we've incurred so far on those properties.
And I know we're getting a little off topic and I'm going to end with one question on it. But just in general, if our code says shall, which doesn't leave any room for interpretation, staff has the right to overrule that?
That will be an answer, a question for the attorney. to
I'm
answer.
gonna step in here now too, because it doesn't say shall before. I mean, whoever gets those properties will pay those fees. I mean, it doesn't say shall do it ahead of time.
Okay.
So, I mean, we'll,
And I think that we got those lists before Commissioner May and Commissioner Segridge was here when that guy from California, Canada came. So I think it's been like 2 years, I think, since that. So
We can send that back out.
Yeah, just so they can see that it's empty lots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there's any shenanigans.
no.
Yeah.
Or. That'd be good. All right, so that helps that. And yeah, I mean, the city manager could just have the $50,000, right, Mr. City Manager? Okay, which some cities are raising. Okay. Beach fund.
Okay, we're moving on to the beach fund. Significant changes for the beach fund, estimated increase in parking revenue of 287,000. Again, a use of fund balance that we previously discussed of 145,000. Actually, it's reduced around a decrease of around 66,000 compared to last year. That, if you want to see where that is in your budget book, that's on page 143. It shows the adopted use of fund balance for the prior year of 212,000. And this year we're using 145,000. And then that variance or that difference of 66,000.
And this does not or does include the hotel parking fee of $88,000. Because that goes back to what Vice Mayor Maliga was saying. Maybe we don't put it into parking if beach needs it, or we put it into parking because it is parking, but we need to know where it is now.
Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. It is currently in parking under parking lot rentals.
It's in parking. Okay, thank you.
No, it's a beach fund.
Sorry, beach.
Under parking lot rentals.
Beach fund under parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah, page 142.
So
I apologize.
this includes the hotel
The rental.
parking
That just started, the one we just started.
rental. That's the one that's at the lower. part.
Yeah, Old Bridge.
That's what it's called.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. McCoy?
I thought we said we weren't putting it there.
I just want to make sure I understand again some things on the beach fund. Thank you. So on the second bullet point there, this for the proposed year, the proposal is to use a fund fund balance of 150K roughly. In the previous year, we had done the same thing, patched a hole with about 210K roughly.
212, yes.
205. And did we also in the previous, I see that on the last item, there was a financial strain that this year we're not charging the administrative fee of a little over 100,000. Did we do something similar of not charging that?
Correct. And that actually should be, I apologize, as a correction, 108. It should actually, I think it would be about 153,000. It's based on current year expenses. So yes, we did the same thing, the 153 and the 283 for PBSO contract. And to Commissioner Segridge's point, we can show that as a transfer in the next workshop.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want, I mean, maybe I'm being dense or something, I don't know. But what I'm seeing is that the beach fund has had serious shortfalls for a while. And this commission has publicly said we are going to give one of the tenants free rent for or a period of time.
Let's
Help
stick
me
to the
understand.
budget. Let's stick to the
Please do
current
not
budget.
interrupt.
Well, I'm going to, if you're gonna
Please
get
do
off
not
topic.
interrupt. I have the floor and Robert's rules says if I have the floor.
And you're about to not have it if you keep going down that road.
I don't care if you don't like what I'm saying. The rules are that I
It's
get. to
not a
speak.
question of not liking. We're trying to stay on topic with the current.
It
budget.
is on
You've
topic.
already said it twice this morning, so please
Well,
let's let it go.
Mr.
Brown? Yeah.
I'm sorry. What the commissioner is referring to is going to actually be on the agenda for the August 5th meeting. There was a request. As staff, all we can do is just bring the request forward to all of you to discuss. But other than that, I'm unaware of any decision that's been made
None has
as of
been
right
made.
now, so.
Miss May, Miss Malega? No, Miss Malega.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think this is gonna be more towards Jamie. We had a conversation where Palm Beach has decided that they own the first 10 feet of our beach
We're getting
up
there.
to median line or however it was written. I would like to see, once that survey is done, how they're going to contribute to the beach fund, because it's our lifeguards that are patrolling it. It's our staff that's cleaning it. And if it really is coming true, then we have to figure out a way, the pier assessments, the 10 feet that they own on the pier, our beach fund, to Commissioner McVoy's conversation, yes, we are running in the red. So if they really are going to own the first 10 feet across linear, I would like to know, how are we going to assess the cost of us securing and patrolling and everything that we do at the beach? Is there a plan for that? Is there a legal way for us to do it?
Survey is complete. The drone stuff was just done last week. I let you guys know when they're out there finishing all their work. We are currently with legal putting all the pieces together. We will be reconvening. We'll let you guys know later on in August, prior to us reconvening discussions with the town and our way forward. But as
Okay.
of right now, there is nothing that I can.
Am
really
I thinking
push
like,
out publicly.
am I being crazy thinking that they should be contributing to the upkeep of the beach?
Well, I've already said to the mayor of Palm Beach, it's okay, well, how much are you paying us for
But no,
that?
I'm being serious.
No,
I'm
being too.
Because I mean, if we're running in the
If we're
negative, we
contributing.
really need to make sure that we're getting our due from them.
If it's their position that's there, and I'll be interesting to see when we get the
Yeah, because
information.
keep in mind, people didn't realize there are also two different interlocal agreements that have been done, one back in the 40s, one I believe the 70s too. So there are
We're getting a whole
multiple things.
package.
There's a multiple, it's a package you're going to receive.
Okay, so legal is going to be
Oh,
addressing this as well?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
It's,
thank you.
it's a lot
Yeah,
going
it's been
on.
raised. It's been raised in the conversations already, and they know we're looking at it. Okay, so next up.
Oh.
Right.
All right, we are moving to the Gulf Fund. That's on page 10. Estimated and green fee revenue to increase around 200,000. And if you're looking in your budget book, that starts on page 163, yes. Estimated increase in merchandise sales of around $15,000. So they're estimating increase in revenues this year. Estimated reduction in membership fee revenues of around $30,000. So last year they budgeted about 180 and they're budgeting about 150,000 this year. And then we talked about the use of fund balance. Use of fund balance of around 320,000 this year. And that's an increase of 234,000 compared to the prior year. And that can be found on page 164 of your book.
So it's not paying for itself right now. Sort of, if we're using a fund balance. Okay, I've got three, what? I got three lights. I got three lights on. Let's just start with Mr. Segrich Malega McBoy.
So the historic asset review, in the book, it says it's for the annex. Why would this be in the Gulf Fund? So on page 168 of our budget book, down at the bottom, second to last, historic asset review, City Hall Annex, 250,000.
Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. So there is a supplemental that is included in your supplemental packages that does detail this, but this is to seek a consultant to provide consulting services on the redevelopment of the potential redevelopment of the golf course and city properties such as the City Hall Annex and this building. So it's much like sending out the same thing we did with the beach property. So this is a hold for that, should that be approved. If you have anything else to add, Mr. City
that was
Manager.
just part of the supplemental when we get to the CIP process, see if that's something you guys are interested in doing or not. But we wanted to make sure we at least accounted for it in case that was something you're interested in doing, which is basically Discovich, what they're doing for the beach, but for the golf course, if we were looking to do a possible P3 or try to get some type of proposal for the golf course. Same thing with City Hall Annex and the discussion we had with the annex as far as putting something out, as far as who would be interested or what type of operation would be interested to operate out of there. Same thing. But we wanted to make sure we accounted for it in the budget. Should that be a path you guys want to go down?
Okay, so that dollar amount includes the annex as well?
That's our golf fund portion that there was a.
That is the golf portion of that overall contract. So you have the annex, you've got,
The city hall building. So this building, the annex, and there was a note in the general fund. You did mention that in the general fund, the annex, the 250 there.
Yes, so this itemization needs to be updated. We'll update it to just say this will be the golf fund portion. And then the annex portion is separate. That was mentioned earlier in the general.
So the annex portion.
And just out of curiosity, how much are they all together?
We're estimating 750,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Malega.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Don't go anywhere, Director. Again, going back to revenues and generation, do we know when the contract is up for the lease that's on the property with the beach club? And are we going to hire a firm to go out and renegotiate or do an RFP in the meantime?
it's up in August 3rd, 26, right?
Yeah. Next year.
So we need to give them 6 months. If they don't give us 6 months notice, according to our previous leases, right? So that would be February of this year that they want to extend. Is that in that lease, like it has been in other leases, that they can extend if they give us 6 months notice? Or is it up on August of 2026 and we need to go out to RFP and bid?
Let's
believe
give her a chance. Do you know that offhand?
I don't have the contract directly in front of me, but I believe it is up. But to also answer the first part of your question, we are currently working with restaurant consultants to kind of get an understanding of the property as well.
Okay, because again, we're back to revenue, and if there's a potential in the meantime of us triple P conversationing, that if we can again generate more revenue for that prime location. I mean, we just got yelled at for not having a bounce house when we're not even the bounce house people.
Well, I think that the beach club, just correct me if I'm wrong, is going to be part of a larger conversation about the golf course in general.
No, it is, but if that contract's up in.
Right,
August of
we'll have
next
to
year-
we'll have to take consideration into that, sure, but nothing's gonna, no, even if the P3 works out, nothing's gonna happen for a while. anyway.
Which is what we-
That's what I'm saying. That's why we want to go out to RFP next year.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, whatever.
And we're in receipt of the current market rate for that property as far as running. So again, we're already ahead of you, but we just got all that information, what, like 2-3 weeks ago?
Yes,
Um,
we just received it.
Correct. We just got all that. So we're already working on all that. Just so we know going into this, what we should be looking for, what we should be receiving as of today's economy for that particular property.
And
Is
this is where my concern is. So, moving parts in this city, like this conversation and a new city manager coming in, knowing that they have to pick up this ball. Obviously, we have the directors and the departments, but that's where my fear always comes in when we change the heads of departments or the city, is that falls in the cracks and now we've left money on the table and we're not really doing a full service to the residents. So thank you for doing your research ahead of time. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy, you had something?
Yeah, I was just trying to understand when I'm looking at the two graphs, historical on the golf fund, historical revenues, historical expenditures, and I look at 23, 24, they're a little over 2 million on the revenues. And the expenditures are, eyeballing it maybe about 1.5 million or a little higher in 2024. That seems pretty good. And that's actuals, it's blue, so I think that's real numbers. If we did that well those 2 years, why are we doing a use of 300K of fund balance for the projected? Help me understand that a little bit better.
Somebody.
So our approach when it comes to revenues, we always conservative. So we don't like to spike it up too much. And also because of this historical asset review of 250,000, that's why we're using fund balance. But most likely the way the golf fund has been performing for the past few years, they're probably not going to use it.
Okay. Do we happen to know why I see looking a little more closely that 2025, the revenues went down a lot, but the expenditures also did.
So the 2025, that's because we're We're still in the middle of the fiscal year. Right. So again, because of the change that we did, what is it called again with the golf? The par, sorry. Not a golf.
From the par three.
Yes, from the par three. So we don't want to increase our revenue budget because we don't know what that outcome is going to be.
Do we follow up policy question of procedural question, not really policy? Do we ever, and is it good practice? So this is a finance question. Do simply a linear progression on the year to date and say, well, we're, halfway through. So, and we're at $1 million. So our best estimate for the year is 2 million. Do we do that to allow comparison to past years, or is that too risky? And I imagine the answer is it varies by fund.
It varies by fund and also the season, but I did a quick estimate of where we're going to end up on that long sheet for the golf fund. Yes. So I think we're going to do fine in fiscal 25. We'll probably, because as you can see, we're already in the middle of fiscal year because that's the Q2, right? Actuals. So you can see that blue line, it's going to exceed the expenses.
Yeah.
So we'll be in the positive again for 25. Yes.
Thank you.
Because we were negative at some point, I think, in 2020. Yeah, we had a negative fund balance. Yeah.
Please. I didn't want to talk to the golfers again.
Do you want me to take that?
I'm gonna take it. Information technology. I'm gonna
Yes.
step with Ms. Vice Mayor, would you take over for a second?
All right, we're moving to information technology, IT, internal service fund. So there's an increase in charges for services, both for the general fund and electric fund, and that's just based on their expenses increasing for each fund. And then a software increase of around 200,000. That's on page 177 estimated. And those are significant changes for information technology.
I have a question. In 2023, the information technology budgeted revenues was like almost $7 million.
That's one of those contributions by a
I'm like,
benefactor.
why, how do we come in it? I'm like, is there something wrong with those numbers or that graph? Am I missing something in 2023? Were we thinking that we were gonna get a grant or something? I'm like, that's a huge difference.
It's better than doubled. I wondered about that too.
I think it's the ARPA funds.
But it still would have came in, the actual would have came in.
There's 4 million that was a line item. I forget.
Again, if we had the same thing that you have, I think that we would be.
I'm just looking at I'm looking at the budget to actuals that I provided to you. Give me just a second to see if I see anything that.
It might be ARPA fund for that ER.
Yes, improve other than build of $4 million. So that was the CIP, and I believe that was for the ERP system.
So what page in the budget book would that be?
That's not.
If you recall, the ERP, before we had budgeted $4 million and we reduced it to $1 million. That would have been in fiscal year 23.
Expenditures, not revenue.
But there was going to be a transfer from
ARPA?
discretionary sales tax, I believe, at the time. Yeah. But I gotta go back.
Okay.
Right, that's budgeted, not.
Right, but again, and so you would consider.
And we reduced it to like $1 million.
To $1 million?
The ERP, remember? Back then it was like 4 million, and then we came back and we reached. Actually, it was 6. Actually, yes, you're right. You're right. It was 6, I think. Then
one department at a time. Is that what happened?
No, I think we decided to just do like a in simple terms, an upgrade of what we currently have, as opposed to going for a brand new one, which would cost $4 to $6 million.
Okay.
So that we could
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. Fine job. I know you do.
All right, we'll
Benefit fund.
move to garage. Actually, I think we have next. Is that correct? Yes, garage. Okay, so we'll move to garage. Again, another internal service fund. Significant changes are again that the charges for services increased, and again, this is based on increase in expenses by department. That's identified in page 187. I didn't go through and list out each department, but you can see that listed again on page 187. Then we also have a use of fund balance, zero compared to 2025. And the prior year, prior year it was 159,000 in 2025. We're estimating zero for this year for 2026. So no need for that, which is positive. And then an increase in overtime around 19,000, and that's just to cover special events that the department is needing to support for the city. And then the admin fee was reduced to zero because this is an internal service fund of that, so that's not necessary to have that admin fee being charged back to the department. So we reduced that to zero.
Okay, Ms. Malega?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question, where is the garage building in here? Is that under expenditures? Are we anticipating that expense coming? Because I'm looking at the number at 2026. That doesn't seem like that's paying for a garage, that little tiny blip.
CIP.
That's CIP.
Right, but it's still not, there's going to be expenditures that go with that in the coming year. Obviously, it's going to cost us more money for that new building in electric and water and the things that we have to do to facilitate it.
Quick question.
Is it going to be company?
So that's in your fund balance. If you look at the long sheet, you look at your fund balance for the garage, you have approximately
Six thousand?
yeah, 6.7. 6.7, yes. So
That's the
there's
cost of the garage.
there's approximately 6 million for the garage coming from that fund. And I believe there's also ARPA money that's allocated for that.
Listed here. That's a huge thing.
Because this is
garage.
operating revenue.
Oh, okay.
Right. So it's been approved in a previous year, and that budget just rolls.
I got that, but my question is the expenditures, are we anticipating this being done in 2026, the garage?
No.
I'm shaking the back.
There's been some delays.
So I was asking because if we're gonna have the garage coming online, I would expect to see the expenses going up because now we have a new garage that's gonna have water, electric, sewer,
That's gonna be
IT. It's gonna,
next year.
so that'll be 2027, 2028 maybe. I
Right.
may be in a nursing home. I'm not sure by the time this gets.
We just completed the lead certification, the whole process for that. Keep in mind, we are now with the new architect that we had to move to because the previous one, the company closed, which has really delayed this entire project way longer than it should have been. So we're just got through the lead commissioning process and yeah, so I don't even have an updated cost estimate as of right now because I'm sure it's higher.
Okay, self-insurance fund, another internal service fund. That is page 13 of your agenda packet, page 195 of the budget. Based on internal department cost, again, increased across the board for each fund expense. Again, those funds are paid back into the fund by the department. So you see the charges for services by fund listed out on page 195. And then page 199 shows an insurance premium increase of an estimated 281,000. Those are, of course, estimates at the time. Move on to benefit fund. Benefit fund, again, another internal service fund. The city costs increase from about 4 million to about 4.1 million. You may recall that we, our HR department brought to the welfare and benefits, that whole packet on the last meeting, and that's what that is. Yes.
Yeah, that's the leave, maternal, what is it called? Maternity leave and all that other
And
stuff.
insurance, basically
Excellent.
insurance, and minor increases. Okay, electric fund, we'll move on to the electric fund. Significant changes, recommended rate increase. We do have Stantec on, and they are going to go through their modeling. But a recommended rate increase for fiscal year 26 of around 8%.
Thank you.
Overall projected increase in revenues about 2.2 million. Overall decrease in operating expenditures of about 1.6 million, and that's based on the decommissioning of the power plant or the steam power generation on page 215. There was new borrowing this year. So the debt and service increased by about 1.4 million. And then a decrease in non-departmental by 2.2. This is just like increase of non-departmental. So if you see in the budget book this year in those non-departmental and the debt, we basically just segmented out the investments and the principal. So each fund, we made it a separate line item to identify that. And so there's a difference this year and you're seeing that in your budget.
Before we get into that with Stantec, can I ask a quick question?
It's related.
I see 8% and my eyes just.
Well, I think
Can
they're
you,
going to cover that.
yeah, but I would like to see if whoever's on Stantec, if they can bring up the last conversation we had on the rate increase, so we can have a comparison, because I don't.
It was 8%.
But they have multiple models that are actually going to show you a couple different scenarios.
Yeah, at Liberty Electric, I'll give you some level of comfort there. It's never comforting to have a rate increase, but we talked about this last year and I think the year before that. It was 8% increase to the base. The base is about $90. It'll be about 8% increase to the base. Not to the PCA. Well, it's the base revenues. The bill is comprised of base and PCA. So it's about $7.20 exactly.
Percent increase to how much I use, but
Right. It's not an 8% increase on $122 or so. It's an 8% increase on about $90. It does not include the PCA. This is for the typical residential customer in 1,000 kilowatt hours.
which actually supplement on every home in the city, correct?
Correct.
Pretty
Correct.
much every, if they.
Well, about 50% of our residential customers are at or below the cost of service based on the previous cost of service study, which we're going to redo.
So we
this year.
we subsidize a lot of people with that. base
Yes,
rate.
yes, we do. But I'll also point out that a big reason for the 8% is the need to grow fund balance. So a large portion of that is fund balance growth. I also wanted to point out, it was a good question on the revenue. We don't necessarily do a regression. We recognize that in our department, it's very important to look ahead using a forecast, not just the budget, because the budget's assumed every dollar is the same for 12 months of the year. We don't do it that way. It's tracked that way within the budget software, but we recognize that it's a curve and we try to project ahead and see where we're going to come in. And we don't have a very formal process doing that, but our budget manager does that very, very well internally. And our pattern is very repeatable year over year. It's within a very narrow range. It just porpoises the same way almost every year.
Start to go up the heat.
The heat's coming on, yes.
Okay, we'll move to the water fund then. To keep moving. Thank you, Mr. Liberty. A recommended rate increase for water of 4%. Again, Stantec will go through that in the modeling. That's on page 17 of your agenda packet. And the water fund, a little off track, starts on page 249.
Well, I just want to point out the use of the fund balance for 26 is zero as opposed to $330,000. So that's a positive.
Yes,
thing.
that is a positive. And they'll go through kind of some trends that we're seeing in the water fund.
Oh,
one
and
of
then
the
the
items.
next one too, I'm just looking, reduction of 237,000 because the old water tower.
Yes.
All right.
yes. And then an increase in debt, that remember there was some borrowing from 2.8 to 3.4 million for the new bonds. And I'll pause to see if there's any questions. Again, Stantec is going to go
Maybe a
through.
question?
I mean, I just feel like we've just raised these rates,
Last year, I believe we did. raise
like
rate-
midterm. Like within the year, we didn't do another sewer.
No, not mid-year. We brought to you a 2.5% recommended rate increase about a month ago for stormwater that attributes to the 26. That's where we have to do the large mailing. We haven't gotten to that yet, but we have to do the large mailing out to residents. So we brought that to you, I think that was June
Okay.
17th or something. That's probably what you're thinking of.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe in the other one I'm thinking of is the storm fund, which is the $5 a month. Okay. I wanted to make sure, because if anyone else is listening and thinking the same, like, oh my God, every time they get up, they're raising it 5%.
Yes, thank you.
So last year it was raised and then this year. Thank you.
Mr. McCoy?
I don't know if this is a fair question for Brian, but if you happen to know that reduction in by not having the North Water Tower, do we have any ballpark idea of what the annual cost of having that sitting there empty was to us?
I don't have that number, but I can look at it and see if there's a number available. I can reach out to my lifeline, Alicia, and see if we have a number for that or.
Yeah, because it would have just been maintenance.
Right, it would have been
Because
whatever.
It wasn't actually in service.
Right.
So it was
I
like the
know it was-
preventative,
But I don't think there's a lot of
twofold
maintenance going on. We weren't painting it or.
No,
We were, I think there was some maintenance cost. I don't think it was crazy, but it was not zero either.
was not.
Saying, but I mean, it sounds like you're saying $237,000.
Yeah, I don't think that was.
But we're gonna hear from the expert.
Alicia Nemrod Juarez, budget manager for water, sewer, and local sewer and regional sewer, stormwater. The contract left us with 17,000 per year for cleaning the tower that is left. That's about it.
Or the one,
Yes. So we,
so what does this mean, the contractual services for $237,000?
so that. No, so we have, it's a 5-year contract. So they would come every year to clean both towers and clean, inspect everything and just do what they need to do annually. Now it's gone down to just 17,000 for that one tower.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it's,
Yes.
right, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I love your dress.
Thank you.
It's so pretty.
Thank you. We will move on. Thank you for the questions. I'm so sorry.
Ms. Malega has her light on.
Yes, where would we, I see the due to new borrowing and bonds, the debt increase. Where are we, or what did we do with the millions of dollars that we spent repairing the pipelines? Where is that? Is that in our debt service? Is that?
That's regional.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Is it a different fund? Is it, so it's in regional sewer, but it's under debt service? Or is it under?
That's
debt
its own separate, got its own separate GL, its own separate line item, so that
Okay.
all those costs are covered. And we have recently, last week, sent out demand letters to both AT&T and the locate company, so that process is moving forward to recoup those funds.
And it came in cheaper than we were initially thinking 13 to 15 million, and it came in under 8 million. Is that what I heard?
Just under, yes.
Under 8?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
This to fix that big problem last year. And so, and we're looking now to get reimbursed for some of that.
Correct.
Perfect. Thanks.
All of it,
I'm trying to be.
all of it, yes.
Trying to be Pollyanna.
Okay.
Okay, local sewer fund. Significant changes, again, it's on page 18 in your agenda packet. And the local sewer fund can be on found on 267 of the budget book. For those of you who have it online or in front of you. Recommended rate increase of 5%. Again, Stantec is going to discuss their recommendations and why that is listed as 5%, and that's what you see in the budget. They're going to model some different scenarios for you. And then again, a debt increase for local sewer as well, and that can be found on page 272. We're actually not going to discuss the regional sewer budget today because that has to be passed by their board. So I just left that. It's unbalanced. Once they have passed that, I believe in the next month or so, we'll bring that back and give those updates. Oh, you did? Okay. Okay, so in workshop 2, we'll have the budget updated to discuss and share what that updated budget is. Stormwater fund. Page 20 of your agenda packet. It starts on page 291 of the budget book. The significant changes are recommended rate increase of 2.5%. Again, we brought that to you, I believe, in June. Residents were notified of that potential rate increase. And the increase in contractual services around 42,000. Not many significant changes in this fund, pretty constant this year. Right. Refuse fund is our last fund that we'll be covering before we move on to Stantec modeling. No change in the residential rates. That is actually, I'll go back to page 21 of your agenda packet. And I believe it starts on page 304 of your budget book. Let me just catch up. Actually, it starts on 303.
Here with a giant fund balance.
A projected increase of 500,000 in commercial revenue. That's on page 304. Use of fund balance in the amount of 1.3 million. And that increased slightly from the prior year to about 393,000. That can be found on page 304. You see the use of fund balance down at the bottom.
And I think this raises this whole I question identifying us for us, you know, why why we're using the fund balance.
So we had an increase in rates last year. And this year we were trying not to have a, you know, it consistently we've been increasing it every other year as far as the rates. So we did not want to have two year consecutive increase in rates. So that's why we're using fund balance.
Just add to that. So when we're talking rates, when it comes to solid waste, it's kind of separated between residential and commercial. So as you guys know, the residential is part of the non-ad valorem, which is just pushy. That's 8 units and less on all of our residential units on the tax bill once a year. And then commercial is billed what you actually see in the fee schedule. So based on the size container you have, the frequency that's collected each week. Now that rate we are looking to increase this year, but we did not touch the residential. Last year we touched both. So when he says we are not looking to do an increase in the residential this year, which is why there is a use of the fund balance. That's why.
Okay, Ms. Malega and Ms. May.
I think Commissioner May had her light on first.
Ms. May.
When I look in the book, it says it's a 16.6% increase. So
What page are you on?
I'm on page 304. I'm looking at the residential rate and the commercial rate. Did we raise that last year? Do you guys remember?
I
Okay.
believe we raised the fees, yes.
How are we justifying raising the fees again without increasing services? I mean, are we charging less than market value? Like, I'm a little concerned because I don't want to discourage commercial businesses from coming here because the electric rates are more expensive than residential and the garbage rates are more expensive. And I get that they're not going to be the same, but help me understand why not. I mean, they're picking up garbage, whether you get it from me or the nail shop. What's the difference?
As we roll into Stantec next, you'll see kind of where we fall. And we try to stay in that middle to upper middle. And you don't want to be at the very bottom where you're losing, and you don't want to be at the very top where they're most expensive. So we're kind of staying in line with where we need to be. There's also increases across the board as far as operations are concerned. So we have to make sure that we're covering as much of the operations as we possibly can as costs increase to run the operation.
Based on increase in wages and benefits and
Everything.
materials and gas prices and all of the stuff it takes to run that.
Correct. We just had a 5% for just overall employee.
Right.
Having another 5% next year. So as wages increase, as all these things increase, we obviously can't keep.
And I don't want
Same.
to put it on the residents, but I don't want to over put it on commercial.
Understand.
If that makes sense to everyone else? And I just want to know, would it be the end of the world to raise residential so the commercial doesn't have to go up 16%?
Well, I think that's what you're gonna see when we look at Stantec, when we look at the overall rates, because you need to see where we are.
Right. I mean, and maybe it's a couple dollars and it's just the
And-
sound. It sounds like a lot. Yeah. I'll wait and see then. Thank you.
Ms. Malega, then Mr. McVoy.
Thank you. So I'm gonna piggyback on what Commissioner May is saying. Unfortunately, the businesses in this city carry the brunt of our financial obligations. And from commercial rates with electric to now this. And we had a conversation, I think before Commissioner May and Sagratore up here, in regards to our mobile home parks. They are businesses. And if I have a renter, a landlord in my community who has 12 units, and he has to, for his apartments, pay the garbage bill, it should be the same for these mobile home parks. We should not be treating these mobile home parks as a residential rate. It is a business. It's the same as anybody else who has 12 units, 14 units, 24 units in an apartment building. And just because we choose to pick them up individually and not have them use a dumpster doesn't mean that we should be shorting ourselves. So I would like to have this conversation come back. If we're looking at increasing commercial rates, I want to have this conversation with addressing the mobile home parks as a business and not personal residential.
Plus, it's probably pretty hard to get in there and get around and get all of that. It probably takes longer time.
Yeah, we do.
Because, okay, Mr. Brown?
Just to respond to that, if you recall, when we did that years ago, that is part of the fee schedule. So when we come back and is that workshop 2, we're going to cover the fees. So when we come back in workshop 2 and we're looking at the fee schedule, which will also have our commercial rates and everything in it, there is a breakout there for a mobile home park rate. We can have that conversation then if you're looking to increase fees for that.
Thank you.
Does each person pay their own electric, or does the mobile home park?
No, they pay their own electric. Go ahead, Jamie.
Correct. So the way that, and this is why they kind of have their own kind of standalone thing. Because when you look at, say, Palm Beach Mobile Home Park, for instance, if you click on that property and on the property appraiser website, it's one property. That's one large parcel that's broken up into, was it 200 some different units or whatever. They do have individual meters for like water, sewer, electric, and everything, but it's separate when it comes to solid waste.
Okay.
So typically they get one large bill for the entire property, and then it is up to the actual property owner how they then want to bill each one of their units.
So they could be marking it up and they could be
And that goes
charging
back then,
more and we don't know.
Yeah, there's no way for the city to know, because we send it to the property owner, whether they say, hey, we're just going to include this as, your monthly cost, or they mark it up 20%. We don't know what that.
And
ultimate
the
charge
fact
is.
And right now, we're sending them residential rate bills.
No, none. So it's in between what the residential cost is and the commercial.
Oh, the
It's
special.
its own special.
Okay.
Mobile home park rate.
And it is a business write-off, like you said, because we're sending it to the business owner on record. And it's not commercial rates.
Yet. Mr. McBoy?
Thank you. I want to be absolutely clear that the way we pick up garbage in the mobile home parks is we pick up from individual bins that are, as far as I know, pretty much the same as the bins that we pick up at normal residential houses. We pick them up individually because many of the residents in the mobile home parks are seniors. We calculated the rate that we charge the overall business such that the rate that the individual mobile home park, mobile homes pay, the seniors in those homes, is, I think it's a little bit higher, assuming no markup, which we don't know anything about, but assuming no markup, what we're charging the mobile home park is set such that they're paying a little bit higher than what residential does, or comparable. I don't remember exactly where. And I want to be absolutely clear that I am firmly opposed to charging seniors more simply because the mobile home park happens to be owned as a business. I want to be very clear, and I've heard previously there are other members of the commission that have a different view of that, but I am very clear. I do have another question, but I think the city manager might have a response, and I'd like to.
Yeah, as we move to the workshop 2, it's been a while, but I can pull all that information out, and because I had a whole breakdown of what we were paying per unit and all that other stuff. But I do recall, as you're kind of pointing to, we were, from a staff perspective, trying to centralize locations within the different mobile home parks from ease, and it ended up that still wanted to do the door-to-door type thing. So that's why we're still dealing with that whole situation.
Yeah, and I see the difference between if I and let's not cast aspersions on the elderly. A lot of us can take out our own garbage. Really, this is blanket, you're old, so you can't do stuff. Suggestion. So if I have a mobile, if I rent or own a mobile home, I pay my own electric, I pay my own water, correct? It's metered to my mobile home. But the refuse collection is billed to the owner of the property.
Because that is how,
That's-
in the city, that's how
that's-
solid waste is set up. It's
Right,
based on
that's
the
fine.
county property appraiser. Correct?
So so I own a mobile home park. I get a bill for, let's say, $100,000 a year, what, right? But I could charge my people $110,000 a year. We don't know that. I do see the difference between if our people were paying individually residential, but I do see, and we're talking about volumes of, we're not talking about some guy that owns a duplex. We're talking about multiple, twice a week for lots of addresses. So I would consider that as well. So,
And businesses as well still have the small.
Madam
can.
Mayor, I thought we were being insistent on using lights and being speaking when they're called on. I don't see you enforcing that very evenly. I was not done with my comments.
oh, I thought you were. Excuse me.
I
Go ahead.
indicated that I was not,
Go ahead.
that I simply wanted to hear from the city manager on clarification. On the mobile home, we'll come back to it with the fees, but all of this sort of aspersions that, well, maybe the mobile home park is adding something on, that would only make the fee for the seniors living there even higher. We should do our part to make sure that we are not charging seniors who are living basically in a single family home. It just happens to be structured a little bit differently. We should not be charging them more than residential ones. We should do our part to make sure that we're providing residential service. We should be charging at something like that. My question is unrelated to the mobile home parks, but use of fund balance in the amount of 1.3 million. And we did raise the rates last year. We don't want to this year. Am I correct in understanding that if we borrow from Peter to pay Paul so that we don't raise the rates this year, next year, Peter or Paul, whichever is the right one, is going to come back around and say, hey, you're going to have to raise the rates and you got to raise it for what you didn't raise last year. I understand the logic of that we've had a pattern of raising them every other year, and that seems reasonable. But are we kidding ourselves a little bit? Because I don't think the refuge money that we didn't charge for the raised rate is earning some fabulous amount of interest that we're going to have to pay that bill by raising the rate in the future. Is that understanding reasonably correct?
Sort of. So when we look at this holistically, we look at the fund balance also. So we look at if they have a healthy fund balance, then that's where we suggest to use the fund balance to either fund capital project, because I think for one of the trucks you're trying to purchase for $500,000, that covers that as well. And at the same time, to your point, if try to stay consistent with the previous years where we raise the rates every other year by 5%. Because we try not to be
right.
And when we look at the Stantec modeling, we can always, as you know, on the fly say, well, if we don't raise this year, what does next year look like if we look at a 5%? What if we look at an 8 or 9 next year and nothing the following year after that? We can kind of see how that graph and how that kind of falls. So then we can determine what we want to do as far as rates.
Thank you.
Ms. Malega.
Thank you. My question is in regards to the vehicle rental big truck. Was that when the truck was down and we were waiting on parts, or was that from an accident?
So that is when we had multiple vehicles down. But in the past, we had not had a contract in place where if we ever get that situation, we have the ability to pull and actually rent a truck for a month if we need to. So we don't suffer as far as our level of service.
So last year we spent $120,000 in a truck rental.
So that's what we're budgeting for.
I'm sorry, for this coming year.
For this upcoming year. So we don't fall in that situation ever again.
So it's a safety.
It's a safety thing. We obviously, we hope we don't have to use it, but I believe it was, and Melissa, it was like 10 a month or something like that. And that included like the insurance and
So this
everything
is
else
like
on
Big
it.
Blue,
So
like getting a Big Blue.
yeah,
How much is it to buy a Big Blue?
So I believe the side load was like 410, it's just over 400,000. The cheapest are always going to be your rear load trucks, but the front load and the side load are very expensive. Grapple trucks are expensive. You're always in the upper 3s, lower 4s, depending on what piece of equipment it is. We often purchase the body itself separate from the actual truck. Then we have to
Right.
send it and get them painted and the whole deal,
Outfit it.
so.
So my question is, just, I would hate to spend $120,000 renting a truck if we could look at finding funds in capital improvement to just buy an extra one that's there as your backup. I just think that spending $120,000 or keeping that as an earmark for a rental when that's a third of what it would cost us to buy a truck. I would rather do that.
We'll,
That's
we'll
just my
keep in
opinion.
mind, this is just for a safety
I know.
measure and a backup, but
But I'd rather
looking
a
at
backup
if
truck
we,
sitting there.
if we had to spend 9,000 a month on a rental for the entire year, you're basically at 120. So worst case scenario, we wanted to put that in here for a budget. Best case scenario, we don't spend any of it.
Right.
But we need to make sure we at least have, so we're not coming back to you guys
But do we
emergency
have an
PO.
do we have an extra truck for when we have multiples down or somebody drives into a bridge or anything happens?
Depending on what kind of truck we're talking about. Yeah,
That's
we've
the
had to
thing
do it in
is
the
you're
past. We've had to
taking
kind of
trucks.
change the collection method. And something we would typically use for a side load collection, we'd have to do a rear load. It's just you're changing how you, it's not the most efficient, but when you have to get material up off the ground.
So is there a way that we can talk about that in the capital improvement is just getting an extra truck? Because that does then goes into depreciation schedule versus rental? Thank you.
But do we know, I mean, is that specifically for that one kind of truck?
The rental is just, that's any type of truck we would want to rent.
Right.
So this amount here, but you're talking about if we wanted to purchase an additional truck?
No, what I'm saying is if we had the big truck, a spare one sitting, we might need that 120 for other trucks that break down, correct? Or not?
Perfect world, we would want to have this at least allocated in the budget every single year.
Right.
Because we want the ability to not have to be,
Transferring
people don't want
budgets
their
and-
trash sitting out front for multiple days.
They're
So
cranky.
we need to make sure that if necessary, we can pull from this and rent a truck if we have to.
Okay.
Perfect world, we won't have to.
Whether it's that
but-
truck or some other kind of truck.
Correct.
Right, okay. Ms.
Correct.
May? And then Mr. McBoy?
All right, didn't we get into an agreement where we were with other people that we could borrow trucks? Or am I thinking of something different?
I don't lend my car out.
Like another municipality or?
Yeah, I guess. No?
Yeah, there was a
a
contract, but it,
mutual
yeah,
Yeah, but
but
what was it for? It wasn't, I guess it's not
It-
truck.
yeah, it wasn't for trucks because, if you look at it as say Boynton called us because they do their own collection as well. Hey, our front load's down. Can we borrow your front load? That's a 400,000
Yeah.
piece.
No, I know we wouldn't do that,
So-
but
so
what
it's-
was the contract?
like to be
What were
nice,
we doing? What were we agreeing to? Do you guys remember? So we're sharing the contract with everybody else?
Yeah, we piggybacked off of. another
That's what it
municipality
was.
that- that
Okay,
had-
so
that
now
already
we're
had
setting
this.
our own. Okay.
We're setting our own now.
All right.
But
I
yeah,
just didn't
before-
want, I knew we signed up for something that we were going to contract with somebody else about refuse stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
we had fallen in that situation. We don't want to.
No, I didn't expect the trucks to be, besides it would be weird if our blue truck was driving around Lantana. But I knew there was some sort of an agreement we went into. So
Yeah,
it's
we
for
had
the
piggybacked that
rentals.
initially because again, we fell in this situation and realized that.
So we
moving forward,
piggyback
need to
off
make
of
sure
one
we
that was
have
already
something
there.
correct.
Got it. Now we have our own. Okay.
Yeah, we do a lot of piggybacking off other contracts. And now it's gone. Mr. McBoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would it be fair to say that this 120K as potential, it's not a fixed expense, it's potential. Would it be fair to say that this is essentially cheap insurance when you compare it to the cost of having a $500,000 truck sitting, waiting in case we need it? Or being in this situation where we suddenly have to buy a truck really fast, which is not a good time to buy trucks. You probably don't get the best price that
I
way.
think that's what.
This-
There is no purchasing heavy equipment right now really fast.
Right, so,
I think the bucket trucks for utilities, it's about a 2-year turnaround.
yeah,
On
I
everything we're
remember.
getting right now for
Here-
everything heavy.
So to me, this seems like a thoughtful, wise preventative measure that says stuff can happen once in a while. It could even happen when it's also happening to other municipalities. And now everybody's looking for something. We have an arrangement to get one and they got to supply us with one if we need it. And we're unlikely to need it for more than a month or two, I would guess anyhow.
That's correct. And when it comes to health and safety, we need to make sure that we have stuff in place because you just can't have obviously material, whether it's white goods, producible, whatever it is, you gotta have that stuff off the ground. So
Yeah.
Especially in the summer. Okay.
All right, that concludes the presentation. We just will share that we talked about our important dates in the beginning. So our next workshop is August 21st. And then we'll have our first public hearing September 11th and second public hearing September 25th. So we have your questions and recommendations. We'll bring that back to workshop number 2, as well as CIP and a fund balance update. We do have Stantec here with us. We were set to break at this point. Would you prefer to start the Stantec modeling and go through the enterprise, special revenue and general funds? Or you want to take a break and we'll come back?
can I make well,
Mr. Brown,
I was gonna see if I could make a suggestion.
please do.
Because we currently have our electric utility director with us. I know he needs to get on the road. He's gonna be
That's
heading
right.
where most of you are heading this week for FMEA. Would you mind if we at least did the first department, which is electric, for the Stantec modeling? And then we can release him.
Short comfort
Yes.
break and then.
What do you want to take, like
the
a 5,
Well, just
maybe?
Come for
Is that
break and then-
okay?
Yes, we'll come for break and then we'll keep going.
Very short comfort break. Yes.
I think Oh. I don't even think.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Ah, good, you're unmuted. It is 1:25 and we have reconvened.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. Hi, there you go. Oops, there you went.
Yeah, I'm gonna share in the presentation. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we
Yep.
can.
All right, perfect. All right, well, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. We do have a presentation we'll go through today that highlights the enterprise funds as well as the governmental funds. And as was mentioned, we'll start with the electric fund so that Mr. Liberty can cut out.
Yes.
All right, so
Just really quickly, would
Sure.
you like us to go through the entire Stantec presentation? Okay,
Let's do
no,
Ed and
you
then
just
have-
want to do electric
let's
and
do-
then if that's okay, David, we'll come back
We're running
after
a little
lunch.
behind, David, so we're going to ask you to do electric first so Mr. Liberty can get out of Dodge.
sounds good.
And then we're going to break for lunch and then we're going to come back. Is that, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So just in terms of the financial analysis, setting the framework for all the funds, our projections are based on the 2024 audited financials, the amended 25 budget, and then we're incorporating the 2026 budget, and then we're essentially forecasting forward over a 10-year period using that 2026 budget. So again, we're using the proposed budget for 26. We have incorporated capital improvement projects for each of the funds. And as has been discussed already, we are looking at recommended increases in sewer, water, commercial refuse rates, stormwater rates, the electric base rates, and then the golf fees.
Well, then.
Yeah.
So in terms of the electric fund, just some of this has been discussed today, but just some of the key inputs and assumptions. We are again reflecting the audited financials from 24. We've got the budgets for 25 and 26. You ended fiscal year 24 with about 2 million in the stabilization fund. You got about $500,000 in the storm fund. And then during fiscal year 25, you're going to contribute about 1.3 million to the storm fund. So we're estimating you'll end the year at about 1.8 million in the storm fund, which is great, building up some resiliency there. And then we are estimating that in fiscal year 25, you'll have positive cash flow of about 400,000, which will contribute to the fund balance. The 26 budget, when we look at it compared to 25, there are some modest increases. It's about 3% overall, but the majority of those costs are related to purchase power. And then since we are looking at over a 10-year period, we're working with staff to give us their best estimates of purchase power costs going forward. And then finally, a big key component of the electric fund is obviously capital improvements. You have the service enhancement and reliability improvements. You just recently issue the 2025 bonds. They funded $35 million worth of SHIP projects. Ultimately, that will turn into debt service of about 2.4 million once it's fully realized. And then there are additional SHIP projects in the future that will need to be borrowed for. So that's the background. I'm going to jump now onto the panel from the financial model.
Excuse
I'll
me,
take-
for those,
Yes, sure.
for those listening,
Ms. Valiga.
can you say what SHRIP is for those who are listening?
Sure.
System
It's
part-
yeah,
Mr.
system-
Liberty's going to say it.
yes.
System hardening and reliability improvement program, under which there are many projects.
Thank you. Thanks.
So this is the panel for the financial model for the electric utility. Since this is the first one we're looking at, just take a little bit of time to go through and kind of orient everybody. We've got up at the top the 10-year projection period. So this is each of the fiscal years. We have the base rate plan. So as we've talked about, we're looking at 8% increases in the base rates in fiscal year 26. This particular model we're running is just then inflationary increases going forward. So 3% in the base rates. Next, you can see the residential bill. So somebody with 1,000 kilowatt hour per year. Current bill with the storm charge is about $127. You can see how that would go up with that 8% base rate and then how that changes over time. We also have just some metrics we track in terms of debt service coverage, making sure you have adequate revenues to meet your debt service coverage. Combined system days cash on hand. We also have future adjustments to the PCA. The way that our modeling works is we're just assuming that as purchase power costs increase, that you'd automatically increase the PCA, which would then essentially net out. And then finally down below, we've got that storm stabilization fund, which we're just keeping it, assuming $2 million per year. The storm fund, which is building to $8 million by fiscal year 29. And then we're holding it constant. Whoops, I'm sorry. And then we're holding it constant at that point. And then finally down in the bottom, we just have the some of the metrics that we can look at in terms of how much cash you're holding within the fund. So the working capital. This current balance here does include the storm fund, the stabilization fund, as well as any unrestricted funds within the revenue fund. The target is 6 months of O&M expenses. Middle graph, we just have revenues versus expenditures. We have the expenses by type, so personnel services, variable operating cost, fixed operating cost, debt, and then any transfers out. And then finally, we have your CIP, which you can see 2025 bonds funded about 35 million. We have a future borrowing showing up in 2027. So what we're showing here is with that 8% increase in the base rates and then 3% inflationary. As I mentioned, we're anticipating a positive cash flow in 25, about 400,000, which would contribute to building up the fund balance a little bit. We are adjusting the PCA based on power cost. But ultimately, what this demonstrates is that with this rate plan, with just inflationary increases and everything else included, we would not meet that target of 6 months of O&M. Our revenues and expenditures are pretty well balanced. You can see the net cash flow. Some years it's negative, some years it's positive. But we need positive cash flows to be able to contribute to the fund balance to bring it up to that target. And so we ran a scenario to show, and this is similar to what we showed last year, which would be an 8% in fiscal year 26, and then higher than inflationary increases, but a step down to where we're at about 1% by fiscal year 33. That would allow us to build up cash flow, positive cash flow to where we're building up those reserves. And we're estimating that by 2032, we would be at the cash target of 6 months. So I have one more slide and then we can come back to the panels. This just demonstrates where you are today in terms of typical customer's bill, $122 without the storm charge, $127 with the storm charge. So that is right at the average of the other municipalities, and it's well below the FP&L, what they currently charge. And it would remain at that level below what they're charging even with that 8% base rate increase. So I will jump back and answer any questions anybody has in terms of the financial forecast.
Okay, we have a couple lights on. I think Ms. Malega was first, and then Ms. May was first, and then Ms. Malega, then Mr. McBoy. It's the
It's
three
the
M's.
M's. Thank you. Thank you for this modeling. Where it says FY 2025, do you remember what we increased this year from the previous year?
You did 8%.
Okay, so we did 8% this year and 8% next year. What if you did it like just 6% for the next 6 years? What does that look like with the fund balance?
Without the initial 8.
Without like FY 26, make it 6%, for a little bit just to see.
Sure. My colleague Nick Giuliano's on the call as well. I can have him share the model if we want to go there.
Because I don't trust that by 2034, whoever's sitting up here is going to be like, oh yeah, 1%. That sounds good. I have a feeling that it's going to be more. Do you know what I mean? Like looking
Yes.
out 10 years and saying 1%, like that. I feel like that's a pie in the sky prediction.
Yeah. Nick, could you pull up the model?
While they're looking to pull that up, I'll give some more background.
Okay.
So this model uses a 10-year workbook, and I want to say there's hundreds of data points that go into that workbook, but one of which is where we think purchase power will be in the future. So we use natural gas as the escalator, but we know that our natural gas exposure drops off to just 50% of our supply portfolio starting in January of 2026. We also know that around 2020 or 2032 or so, the debt on the St. Lucie project drops off. So there's another couple of $1 million. So in those later years, we haven't finished doing all of the tweaking to show the numbers rolling off. So there's some things happening out there which will save us some money. But of course, by then, we'll probably have to add some more capacity in our portfolios. So other things will go up a little bit. We're also making sure that things that we know are only going to go up for example, for 3 years. So for example, we have an expense related to the centralized transmission operator function. We call it the CTOP. What is that? That's related to operators for the network transmission system. We are helping to pay our share of some of the improvements in the systems that manage that process. That's a 3-year lump and then it goes away. So we're going to take that out and bring that down. So we've been working with Stantec to get that modeling, tuned in.
So those are based on things that were happening behind the scenes, is what you were saying.
Correct. So there's still a little bit more tweaking, but obviously
I just wanted to see what it, well,
most reliable in these models are the first, 1 or 2 or 3 years. Once you get beyond that, you're
well, that's kind of what I was saying.
we're all
You're
speculating.
gonna be like, we need to build this now.
Right.
And I mean, I can't imagine you not coming and saying that.
So how many years do we want to see? 6?
I don't know. 4. Let's do 4.
Okay.
Just to see. And then leave everything else at 3. Just for COA. Or even you could stop there because we can see that it works.
Yeah.
As to where we go.
Yeah.
It doesn't really change that much though. It's 132 versus 134 a month. So really it's about $25 a year difference.
Yeah. The bill impact isn't substantial. This plan technically wouldn't get us there. We'd have to do maybe something a little bit higher in 2030. That essentially gets us there.
Gets you there a little later.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, I was just looking at it, but and honestly, I really wanted to see the difference with the residential bill. So it really is, if we went 6% or 8%, it's going to be overall like $25 because it's $2 a month difference, right? So I kind of wanted to bring it into actual numbers. So people are thinking, really it's $2. What's the difference between the 6% and the 8%? So that if we went back to the 8%, it's the difference of $2 per month, which is $24 or $25 a year, so that it isn't as significant of a change as it might seem.
The net cash flow, in all fairness, in fiscal 26, if you only go up by 6%, the net cash flow goes negative in 26.
Not good. 8, 6, 6, 6, 6. Then I'll leave the 8 there.
Okay.
You see how it goes negative, net cash flow?
Oh, yeah.
So put it back. Yep.
While you're playing with that, my second question, and this might, I don't know who this is for, maybe the finance director, but when we have the money that's in the storm fund and the what's the rate stabilization fund?
It's in there.
No, I know that they're in there, but they're only in there as like $500,000 and 8.5 when it gets to 8.5 million. But where's interest? What is this invested in? It can't just be sitting there. It's got to be making money. So where is that interest going? Is it not being calculated back into the fund when we project this?
It's in there. Yes, the interest is actually included. It's just that this is the first year for the storm fund.
Right.
So
so when we look at the amount,
this is a projection of how much they're going to be collecting. That's without the interest, but after the fiscal year 25 audit, that fund balance will include the interest as well.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess my question was the interest doesn't go somewhere else, right?
No.
The interest on this money stays in this fund. So it may be when they said we're going to get to in 2029 or 2030, we're going to get to the 8 million. It'll be sooner, hopefully, if we have interest.
So what we do is we true it up annually to the actual, and then we have a forecast. So David, what number you use in modeling for interest on cash on hand?
We're trying to match what you've budgeted, so I think it's like close to 3%.
And then we true it up each year when you get our latest financials to put in your model.
Correct. Yep. And so that does help you. stays within the fund and helps contribute to the overall fund balance.
And on the bond funds, the interest has to be used for the bond purposes, but it's credited into the bond funds as well.
And then is it paid towards the principal of the bond? Which would make sense.
I don't think so.
I think we're only allowed to pay towards capital projects related to a strip. I don't.
No,
think-
I'm saying
It doesn't pay down principal.
No, it doesn't pay down principal.
Okay. Oh, you're saying the interest, you have to put it towards another project?
Strip project.
Okay. Okay, I'm good.
Ms. Malega.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I see all these numbers up there. My question is, when are we gonna stop getting into debt? And how come I don't see the grant money up there?
Another,
The grant's not calculated in the CIP funding, which is made for CIP.
let me take a shot at the answer. Is the grant money is offsetting project costs, but that money is not here in our funds. It's held at the DOE. And as we spend money that's eligible for match, we then apply for the match and get the match back. So that match is showing up as a decreased operating expense for labor and material over those years, which is then drawn down out of bond funds.
But again, I've been sitting here for 4 years and I've not seen, every time we look at this, we get these projections that in year 2 or 3 or 4, we're going to be on the upswing. And here we are looking backwards again, when we just got $23+ million in a grant. So.
Right. The $23 million would not show up. Right.
I understand it doesn't go to operation. I'm looking at the borrowing. That in year 27, we're borrowing almost $40 million again.
Correct. If you remember, what we did was we took the borrowing we were going to do in 26 and we split it roughly in half, so we wouldn't be paying debt service on money we didn't need yet, because we had to do a bunch of engineering first before we actually need the money to buy materials. So we said, let's do engineering, keep projects going, and then take the next tranche late in calendar 26, which will be towards the beginning of fiscal 27. So that's why you see in 2027, you'll see a borrowing. And then after that, if you look at the CIP schedule, you'll see about $3 million a year of recurring capital. And on the right, you'll see when we would go out and borrow that. So for example, in 2029, we'd borrow 3 years of $3 million. So that's about a $9 million borrowing. And then out in 32, you see that as well. And the reason for that is that capital will never go to zero. That was done many, many years ago, unfortunately. And what you wind up doing is you run the asset into the ground. So you'll constantly want to be investing.
I understand, but I would like to, since I've been sitting here for 4 years, I've never seen an outlay of this strip program. I've heard it's the strip program, but I've never seen under that program, here's the projects we're going to do. Here's the complete investment.
Okay.
Wait, I'm talking about me. I'm not talking about if you saw, but I would like to know in this 35 million, in the 23 million, in every time we go out to borrow, what is covered in this borrowing? Because I trust that obviously our numbers are amazing. We don't go out. We're not, our time out isn't high. We don't have a lot of outages. I get it. But when I see these $1 million borrowings every 2 or 3 years, we're going out to bond, which I do support the investment. I just want to see where is the money being spent. If Interim City Manager Brown asked for $600,000 for a bucket truck, for a front loader, I see a front loader. So I just want to make sure that when we see this borrowing, especially with this reimbursable grant, that we see that the money's gone out. Here's the projects that were done. Here's the money coming back to us from the DOE, right? So I see this as a big number. It's going into debt service. I just want to know, what are we getting for the 35 million or whatever we're going to do on the next bond?
I believe we've done annual presentations on that, and then you got that listing. We're certainly going to do it again because we
3,000-foot elevation.
I know
We've never seen a complete breakdown of the exact cost of every single.
I think you have, and we're planning to do it again. We'd like to do that annually. Finance has suggested we do it annually. Absolutely will. We actually track it monthly, but because we keep track of the drawdowns on each line item and how the money's moving around, and we share that with bond counsel as well. So yes, we'll have a presentation on that. We don't have that today, but we'll have one for you. And there's probably 20 to 30 projects on there, each one in detail as to where it stands and how we've drawn down and what the history of it. And they're tracked in 2 places. We track them inside our shop in the utility, but they're also tracked in finance. They have capital project numbers that correlate directly to the bond project.
Mr. McVoy?
Thank you. Couple things. One, especially for the commissioners that are newer on the commission, I really encourage you to fully dig in on these Stantec modeling. I go back to when it was not Stantec. I can't remember the gentleman, but who I was hugely impressed that he would do these calculations on the fly right in front of us. And the idea that we can look at and not just speculate, well, what if we did this with the rates? What if we did that? You can see what it does to the different aspects. That is a hugely powerful tool, especially helpful for the electric one, because it's, it's a big expense. And it's something that affects our residents a lot. So we want to do it as thoughtfully as we can. And in that, I would say, pay a lot of attention to that graph that just, yep, there it is back. The working capital fund, because Director Liberty, is it not correct that that number of about 30 million, I believe it's a 6-month reserve?
Yes.
That's pretty much an industry standard that says you ought to have that, because it's not cool when your electric goes down and it's expensive.
It's very, very typical. As a matter of fact, I also live in an HOA, and apparently in the HOA, if training I've had to go through for that, that's a number that's typically used, and even in HOAs, you look for about 6 months of
So
working
that's
capital.
The graph to watch as we experiment, as Commissioner May did, with trying different scenarios of rates. Keep that one and the others too, but that's a big one. Just to confirm, the discussion that Vice Mayor Malega raised, how come the DOE grant for roughly 23 million, 24 million is not showing? Is it correct to say that in the modeling, to the extent that we know or have a reasonable prediction of what we will be reimbursed, that is incorporated in the data that's feeding into the model? And that question could be either for Director Liberty or for Stantec both.
I think this actually, the finance department would know that better, but it shows up as a revenue stream that's offsetting costs, because we have 50% of the labor we still pay for, right?
Right.
So if we have a person working on a capital project that's covered by the grant is paying roughly, 45 to 50% of their costs. And the rest of it's being covered out of our operating budget. And in that piece, we draw down out of bond funds. And then, how does that all get paid for? It gets paid for with the debt service on the bond fund, which is an expense in this model. So that's the hopscotch that you go through to how that's paid for.
I think it would help us for reassurance. I'm quite confident that between finance, Stantec, and Director Liberty, whatever we know that's pretty solid on what will come from the grant is incorporated in the model. It's reflected in the data that's feeding in the model. Is that pretty much an accurate statement?
I think so.
Yeah, it's being reflected in the model.
Yeah,
yes.
They're pretty good about, obviously they're not going to say, well, we get a chunk of 23 million tomorrow, because we don't. But whatever that we can put in reasonably solidly is already in there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We could have different models with Stantec, we could say, try this, like we just did. Always fun.
And we did that. We do that with them quite a bit as staff. As a matter of fact, we spent a bunch of time on that last week, going back and forth. What about this? What about that? I'd say, some insights to, as a director, what do I look like? I look at that top left-hand side, the working capital, and I look at where we layer in the borrowings, and we try to spread those out, because we don't want to borrow the money sooner than we need it, because then we're paying debt service to have it in the bank. However, as a municipal, for example, we cannot, let's say, issue an RFP for engineering on a project unless we already have the money. We can't issue an RFP to buy the materials unless we already have the money. Same thing for the construction aspect. Now, if you can imagine, we're borrowing that money, it could be as much as a year to 18 months before we ever need to write a check against it. So we have to anticipate how we're going to do these financings. So we're right on the edge. So we've done a lot to optimize that schedule. That's why you'll see our financings split in a way that one financing doesn't include all three phases of the project, which is engineering, material procurement, and then construction. You wind up doing engineering in the first bond issue while you're also ordering materials for the second project and constructing the third. So you're laddered going out. So when does this end? I think around fiscal 27. So, well, the recurring capital will always be there, the smaller amount, and that number I would suggest has to stay there. Our engineering team has laid out some ideas literally in the last few weeks and got much more specific, which will allow us to take 3 substations completely out of the project. That's one of the reasons why we think we're getting to the last borrowing in 27. Taking 3 substations out will save us about, $21 million, $20 to $21 million in the overall SHRIP project as you look forward. It's a really brilliant idea. So I like it, and they're going to get me more information on that.
And that would be without diminishing redundancy at all.
Correct. And actually, with at the same time, undergrounding large portions of our sub-transmission system because we're at 26 kV. But also, if we look at the working capital, what's the big risk here? That working capital, those blue bars, that includes a storm fund. So if we have to draw down significantly on a storm fund, it takes those blue bars down. So correct. And it assumes we stop the build at 8 million on the storm fund.
I just want to remind us that we're talking about, let's say 8%, it goes from 127 to, we're not talking about an overall increase in our electric rates. It's a few dollars a month, a couple dollars a month. So, and I don't like what?
It is
an increase.
Well, but I mean, if it's not how much you use.
Well, as Commissioner May anticipated, it's about $7.20 or so on that 1,000 kilowatt hour bill.
Right, times 12, it's $85 more a year.
Right.
Roughly.
Right.
Yep.
1,000 kilowatts, which most people use more.
No, actually,
A lot of people don't.
It is amazingly very close to about the 1,000.
The northwestern corner of the city uses more.
Yeah.
Okay, so, so talking about, monthly bill of 134, which goes up, again, it's not huge. It's not from 130 to 180 to 1.
No.
So I don't like this flat line of the working capital. I don't think that's healthy for us. So I'm wondering, could we look at an 8%? So that's 8, 6.
No, it's 86555.
2 more things. Late information.
Where does that leave us?
That gets us not until 32.
But it gets us to, that's only
And what
a few years.
this one didn't get us. I took a picture.
And I'm suggesting that maybe, it's not politically favorable, but maybe we should increase it so that we get that storm, because the working capital fund and the storm
fund comes from different funding.
Yeah.
So while you're thinking about that, we watch the revenues very closely every month and also customer counts. So we budget assuming 0.75% per year growth in numbers of customers. To the extent that we exceed that, and that's even better because you have more people helping to pay the fixed costs. So that's important. Right now, we're running a little over 1% or so on customer growth, but they're not pulling the revenues yet. I think a lot of them are vacant units that are not fully rented in buildings that are not fully rented yet. So they've got a meter. They're at least getting a minimum bill. They're probably providing some cooling, but once people move in, we'll see those revenues start to come up.
In the next 5 years or so, we're going to have 80 units from the Gulf Stream. I'm ballparking,
Yep.
80, 90 units from Mota. We're going to have that one on the north, Deco Green online, Madison Terraces. That's
Yep.
a lot of units.
Right.
We're going to be bringing in some.
Yeah, our building department has a large number of units coming online, which is very helpful. So we also assume 0.75% growth in annual deliveries of energy. That's not quite always true. Sometimes we get up to 1.3, 1.2, and then we drift back down to 1.1, but we try to budget around assuming a 0.75% growth. The PCA, of course, we take a shot at where we think it's going. Remind everybody that we are now in the cone of silence on the bid. So for those of you that are attending the conference, don't talk to anybody about that bid.
Don't.
Yeah.
So do we want to look at something that is a little more cash flow friendly in terms of an increase, 8, 6, I mean, I don't like this flat line on the working capital fund. I think we should
The
get to our,
original in the back.
right, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I like where it goes up. And it would all. So,
Well, the fund balance is represented by the blue bars. The target is that black line.
right, so
Sooner you get there, the better.
that's what I'm thinking.
And remembering that storms won't, but could
Mhm.
come along that would slow that down.
Right.
And we also want to maintain our competitive position with the folks across the street.
All right, so what did you say, Mimi?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You just
What,
muttered,
we did
you just
seven.
muttered something.
7% for the next 5 years and see what happens.
If you would try, yeah, there you go.
So not 8% in 26 or sevens after.
Just try 7.
Try 7 in the first year,
The 26, make 26 7 also, just to see.
please, thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm, sure.
Just want to make sure we're still in the, oh, no, it can't be that 8.
Yep.
So that would get you there by 2030.
No, go back up to 26 and make it 8, so we don't go net flow negative.
No, you.
Yeah.
You did
Yeah, there we
better
go.
than
Yep.
you. There.
Okay,
8,
so we'll
7,
make it
7,
by
7.
30 as opposed to 32.
Try 7 for 26.
I did, but what happened,
It
Mr.
went down.
McCoy, is the net cash flow is negative. That 0.31 was negative 0.15.
And that's small.
So this is more reasonable and I see your lights on it.
If it gives you some comfort as you're doing this, your focus is really the 26 number. The 27 number you can address as it comes, because you're not going to set rates for 27 in this rate setting process in September when you approve budget. You'll be approving the 26, but it gives you a very good idea. That's the power of this tool that Stantec brings to us.
So
Yeah.
helpful. Mr. Segrich, your lights on?
Thanks. I had some more specific questions about the actual line items. The forecasting, I think we can kind of pick a goal date and we can adjust the numbers to get there, whether it's 7 or 8 or that. But on page 214 of the budget book, we've got Gas South, and I'm assuming that's some sort of thing that we've decommissioned because we went from almost $1 million in revenue in 2023 all the way up to 4.3 in 2025, and now it's all going away. Could you explain what's that one?
Yep, good question. So Gas South relates to a transaction that we do on the interstate pipeline. So we have what's called capacity or space in the interstate pipeline, natural gas pipeline. So from the Gulf all the way to South Florida is a pipeline called the Florida Gas Transmission System pipeline. And we have what's called seasonal capacity. So for 6 months of the year, which is October and then May through September, we have space in that pipe. We don't need all that space all the time. So what we do is we effectively allow others to use it for a fee. So that transaction, if you take a look at the total revenues minus the total expenses, nets, and this is not a confidential number, about $340,000 a year or so net to the city. When you look at how the cash actually flows, you have to put gas into the pipe, deliver it, and then get paid. And you take that payment to buy the next month's gas to buy. So all in all, it flows roughly $4 million out or roughly, let's call it, $360,000 more in. So it nets out to that number. I think what's changing in the modeling is how much we're showing as total expense and total revenue. The key is that the net be the 340,000. So what was happening is we were, by showing all of those individual monthly ins and outs, which netted at the end of the year, we were inflating the O&M budget and inflating the working capital requirement much more than we needed to. So I think that's why you're seeing that difference.
Okay, so that's just an accounting adjustment.
Yes.
Doesn't really change the net.
Not so much an accounting, but adjustment, but a change in how we document the expense.
Right.
But we will go through that. Finance is going to go through that just to make sure that that's the.
It's more cost of goods sold versus
Exact-
an operating expense.
Exactly.
At that point.
And by the way, there are years when that overperforms and we'll do 1.5, $1.2 million.
Okay. And then my next question is to talk about the 90/10 charges. So in the line item detail on page 223, we've got principal and interest, which seems to be new for 2026. Is that the new monies that we're borrowing? And that's why that's appearing there?
Yeah, it could be. I have it down as debt service, and it increased. And I believe that it was handled differently in the past and is changing for this year. So we had debt service previously on about 84 to 88 million, and that went up by another 35 million, which of course then comes with a principal and interest payment.
You're looking at 223 non-departmental, the 2.1, correct? 2.1 for principal,
Correct.
the 5 for interest. So that is a combination of the new borrowing and also I mentioned that we kind of separated out how the principal and interest, and that's basically accounting for that. So it was all in one line item previously, now it's broken out by principal and interest.
Okay, so it's just a different way of labeling the same expense that it
But
paid
it's
before.
also increased because of the new borrowing that occurred this year.
Okay.
So if I may, Commissioner, if you look at on that same page, 223, if you go up a little, you'll see a line item for interest. That's where it was classified before for 23 and 24. And the following page, 224, you'll see it as debt. So it's just a matter of being classified.
A new
different.
label,
Yes,
essentially.
yeah.
And then my last question is on the interfund admin services. So we've got, and that's on 224. We've got about $3.4 million going to that. What does that cover? What is the electric utility getting for that 3.4?
So we have an allocation schedule that's what electric and all the enterprise funds contribute towards the general fund. And they cover the cost of city manager's office, finance, HR, all the administrative costs, including attorney. So it's allocated based on the volume of expenses that they have.
We do have built in, remember for the consulting services, we do have, that's that 50,000 you saw in the general
Yes.
fund. We're going to be doing a cost allocation study for the admin fee this year. To just see if that is an appropriate allocation. That model that we've been using is a few years old, or if we should update that model.
So about just ballpark, how many employees are involved in that total admin services group?
I can follow up and get that.
Is there-
Exactly, like how many employees in the general fund? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, so all of these other funds are contributing to this admin services group. And I can flip back through, but is that broken down as its own group? So we can say, okay, we collected X million of dollars for that particular group. And we can compare whether we're collecting more than we should be or less than we should be for that.
Maybe we should share with you the allocation schedule that we're using, the admin schedule. So it's by percentage, and the electric fund having the highest volume of expenses, they get the largest portion of the admin fee. So it's not like towards a specific group, but on the admin schedule, you'll see that it's a combination of finance, city manager's budget, internal auditor, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So it's based on a flat allocation. Not
Yes, it's a
necessarily
flat
a
allocation.
utilization. So for lack of a better example, electric utility might not use any of those services, but they still pay their percentage based on that.
Correct. Hence why we're going to get a professional to come in and do that study that we could use going forward. And I think other municipalities, I've seen it done once every 3 years, so they could, an independent review of where the money is going.
One of my concerns there when we look at this about trying to get our fund balance up in this particular fund is that we might be robbing from Peter to pay Paul on some of this stuff. And we might be able to get our fund balance sooner without affecting the rates of our customers as much.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah. And And for the record, right, the general fund does not, without those contributions and franchise fee, the general fund will not balance. It just will not.
I mean, that's what we pay into the general, what each department pays into the
Correct.
general fund
Yep.
from our budgets.
Actually, if you look at page 224, and keeping in mind that I'm a conflicted witness because I'm trying to keep the numbers down, but I'll try to be objective and point this out. I think what Commissioner Segg was just pointing out, there's the interfund administrative services line item, which if you look at 25 versus 26 is going up by $604,000. Right. Right. The general fund item is a different line item. In fiscal 26, that's $6 million transfer. So the transfer to the, as currently planned for, to the general fund is $6 million. The transfer for interfund administration services is 3.46 million. They're all slightly different purposes. And then there's a separate IT charge as well. That I don't think, I'm not sure if that's the interfund administrative services.
It is.
It is. That includes our IT.
The general fund is the franchise fee. That's that 8% franchise fee.
Okay, Mr. McBoy,
And this year we did not charge PCA.
I'm sorry.
We didn't charge PCA revenues, the 8%.
I don't know if I'm a conflicted witness either, but for Commissioner Segridge, the electric fund as an enterprise fund does contribute into the finances of the city, and it does it in a couple of different ways. The franchise fee is very much a standard thing that if we had a investor-owned utility, we would be charging them a franchise fee. The 8%, my understanding is that that's pretty close to in the ballpark of most municipalities' franchise fees. It might be slightly higher, it might be 1% or so higher. But we, no, that's pretty much straight on, or is it 2% higher? I've heard
Other utilities, it's usually around 5.9 to 6%.
So, okay, so it might be 2%. Remembering that we own the utility and we operate it to the benefit of the users, part of which are the city residents, and then we have some more outside of the city. So that's a franchise fee. Like I say, as Director Liberty clarifies, we're a little bit higher. We're charging ourselves a little bit more, but it's 2%. And the administrative services, the concept behind it is we have a staff at the city level, not at the electric utility level, that provides a range of services to all the departments. It provides legal services if we need it. It provides accounting services if we need it. It provides IT and maybe some more things that I'm not thinking of. And you got to figure out how to finance that, because most people don't want to work for free. And we have pretty competent people working there, and we need to cover that. And I think what Monica indicated is, well, we might relook at the model of how you calculate it, how you allocate it between the different ones. But the reality is the electric utility is by far the biggest chunk of money moving through. So it's not a crazy assumption that they take a bigger percentage of those expenses. Whether in any given year exactly 300 million or 3 million of services is provided in that year or in some other year, I imagine there's a good deal of squish and variation. But the concept is pretty reasonable. And I think it is fair to say, although Director Liberty might say that we've had some of these discussions over the years, he might say he's a conflicted witness, but I think has come kind of, and you can disagree if you like it, that this is a reasonably fair, we are still, due to the professionalism there, cheaper than our neighbors.
Yes.
So we are providing a good service to our customers. We're providing a good service to our residents. I'd say that's pretty good.
I think, if I may just give me a little latitude here to explain how what's actually happening. You're in a business. You are in a business here. You are in the electric business. And as you sell electricity to the customers, they pay a tax, and that's roughly 8% that comes in and goes directly to the general fund. That is not this number. That's a separate number. This is the number that once the dollars get to the utility, you as the owners of this business get to take the profits from the business. 8% is the calculation of how much of that profit that the business makes is going to go to the general fund. So the customers are also paying a tax, which they would be paying a utility tax with any utility, and then that utility would be forwarding the money back to the city. But unlike other businesses, other utilities in the city that are not municipal utilities, you don't get a piece of their profits, right? You have a tax. Here, you own this business and you take on the risk, you take on the debt obligation for this business. And this is one of your enterprise funds. So 8% is what you're taking as your fee for and reward for having that business. You're using that 8% as much as I would rather see it stay in the utility, but obviously you're using it to pay for city services. Separate from that, we pay our share, and we have to, go through the allocation model, see if it's appropriate. But any business should rightfully pay for its share of administrative services and support that it gets. We didn't mention procurement. We get a huge amount of procurement assistance from Valentina and her team, invaluable. And there's also oversight, there's legal, there's finance, and all kinds of stuff, HR, a lot of stuff that we get. And then we also pay our portion of IT expenses. Those are all very appropriate things that we should be paying. And we get great economies of scale because it comes from a centralized resource. And that's also very common in the investor-owned world. That's exactly the way it's done. I just have to argue to make the number as low as possible so that we can do more for electric. But yes, if you have to take it from someplace.
I see your light, but I want to say something. That 8% that we sort of glean off, that's well within, because the profits from electric, Florida municipal electrics are sort of under attack right now in the legislature.
Yeah, I agree. It absolutely is, especially since we're putting it in infrastructure. When you look at the size of our utility, you're not going to find another small utility, another utility of our size. And the numbers don't all show up here, but we're probably headed upwards of about $130 to $150 million of capital investment in this electric utility.
Right.
None of the other utilities our size are doing anything like that, but we had to, and we are.
I just want to point out that, if that conversation comes up again this year in the legislature, that we are in a safe zone, that we do not play with our money, that we are within our reasonable balance for what we can take.
Right. We're doing the things they're seeking to achieve, is to see that money put into infrastructure to benefit the customers. And we're in fact doing that.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Malega. Ms. Malega.
Before we break for a much needed lunch for us and staff, the state cap is 10% right now. And that's what the state allows us, and we're under it. And I feel comfortable with that. And thank you for, again, the PCA conversation, because that's been a point of contention for years. And I think that we're moving the needle in the right direction. Move for a motion for lunch.
Second.
Are you, Mr. Liberty, can we let you go now? Because we need to, that's.
Yeah, just a couple of things. The reason I have to go is I'm headed up to the annual meeting. But also, I understand it all is on target for us to synchronize tomorrow and be in full network service. So I'll let you know if that happens. But we've executed all the
second timeline.
For the second timeline, we've executed all the agreements. The switching is scheduled to be done and completed. They're doing final reviews, regulatory approvals, and stuff like that. But if all goes well,
that's you.
Well, it'll
second,
the lights will get much
No, but
brighter all of a sudden.
like, how do you turn it on?
there will be some operating of switches at Canal. That'll be done by our team there, and then the final closure will be remotely with a mouse click from Orlando.
Wow.
From Orlando.
Are you going to be doing that, Cook, or?
No, I'll be in Jacksonville. So I was quite frustrated that I'm not going to be here. But you know what? There's nothing for me to do other than watch. The subject matter experts probably know exactly what to do without me standing there with them.
So thank you again.
But I'm sure they'll let me know.
Safe travels.
Mr. Segridge?
Is now appropriate to talk about the supplementals, or is that going to be in the next meeting?
We're going to have a break first.
Okay.
So, are you okay to go?
Yes.
Safe driving? What?
Unless you need
I'm
to
sorry.
supplement.
Did you have questions supplemental for electric?
We've got $10 million in supplementals for electric, I have a couple questions. But we can go to lunch.
Is that CIP related or? That has to be CIP related.
Is it CIP?
What are they, Anthony?
There's a whole bunch of consulting fees and they're just like 25.
Yeah, no, we need to eat first before we get down a conversation.
And I think that
What page are they on?
if we have a question, we'll call you on the road. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, we are. Okay, so, and one thing that I'm gonna point out, and I don't know if it's in here, is I know Commissioner Malega has, and I asked our finance director, at some point, is there a point where we have, here's like, we have a supplemental request with regards to park rangers, okay? So at some point, we're gonna be asking to look at can we fund a couple of positions for park rangers? So with that, I think.
What time are we coming back? You want to come back at 3?
Yeah, we don't need an hour for lunch.
What time would you like to come back? So that Stan can come back.
It's
for
2:15.
Oh, right.
3:00.
3:00. Okay, David, we'll see you at 3:00.
David, thank you very much.
Thank
See
you.
you at 3.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, are we ready to reconvene? Madam Mayor?
We'll be right with you.
Okay, I didn't hear you.
You contaminated your stash. I'm not ignoring you, Madam Clerk.
That is perfectly fine. I just didn't hear you, so I wanted to make sure everything was working.
Well, my microphone wasn't on, which makes the whole difference. Okay, so we are now at where are we? Where are we?
Yes, we are on the Stantec, resuming the Stantec modeling with the water fund.
All right. If we're ready, I'll get going here. One down, I think 7 to go. So
Okay, hold on. Bless
Sure.
you. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so now we're doing Stantec water. Is that what's up?
Yep.
And that presentation is in your book as well.
Okay, which this
It's under the tab
white book or
Stantec.
this?
Yep, it's on the agenda
Yep.
under Stantec modeling, and it's page 8 of that.
Stantec.
Page
modeling.
8
It
under
has its-
Stantec
It
modeling.
has its own tab.
Yes. I'll turn it over to David.
All right, great. So just some key assumptions in terms of the water fund. We are showing a 4% rate adjustment, so 4% increase in the water rates. That is consistent with what we talked about last year, and we're looking at 4% going forward. The fiscal year 26 operating budget's about $400,000 more than the prior years. Big driver in the water fund is the need to do capital. So you did, along with the electric fund, part of the 2025 issuance was to fund water projects. So he's funding about 10.4 million in water fund projects from the 2025 bonds. That'll turn into about $700,000 in annual debt service. And then there is future needs on the system, identified another $11 million in fiscal year 27. And then one of the key items we'll talk about as we look at scenarios is how do you fund that future capital? So again, in terms of the modeling, whoops, I won't go through the same level of detail. The outputs are the same here. Up at the top, you'll see the water rate adjustment. So as I mentioned, we're looking at 4% in each of the fiscal years going forward. You can see that with that 4% increase, we would be able to maintain above our target balance. So unlike the electric fund, the water fund is already exceeding its minimum target balance of 6 months of operating. Even though in the future years we are projecting to have some net cash flow deficits, we would still remain above that target as long as we're doing the 4% adjustments. But one of the key items here is that you can see this orange is the 2025 bond proceeds. Going forward, you do have a significant amount of capital that's been identified. I mentioned the 11 million and 27. But in total, this would be about an additional $57 million in borrowing beyond the 10.4 that has happened for the 26 projects. So that is factored in. And so we did an alternative scenario just to say, well, what if we don't want to borrow quite as much? And I'll step over to that. If we don't borrow, as much, we would need to do bigger increases because essentially what we're doing is we're cash funding some capital projects. So under this scenario, again, just a scenario showing 5.5% for 3 years and then 6% in future years. You can see down here on the bottom, the CIP would be funded from a combination of debt and cash. So debt funding, essentially 27 million over the next couple of years, but then transitioning fully to cash. But that obviously does put more pressure on the fund. We're still maintaining that target balance, but we would need to do higher increases. And then just in terms of a comparison, the typical water bill on a monthly basis for a residential customer that uses 5,000 gallons per month is currently $43.52. And with the 4% increase, that would go up to $45.27.
How much with the higher increase?
Higher increase was $45.90. So it is about a 70-cent
70
difference.
cents.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. May has a question.
I just have a question. Could you go back one screen? Yeah, that one where it's the CIP funding. Is that assuming we don't add anything to the CIP?
For water.
Yeah, that's based on the current CIP that we've been given.
And how I mean, where's water? How realistic is that we would not add anything to the CIP? I don't know.
I mean, we obviously have our standard 5-year, going on 5 years.
And there's
but
nothing on it that's not reflected in this number right now.
As of right now, no. But
Okay.
as you guys are aware, different things kind of come up.
Sure.
Grant opportunities come up where, we have matches, we have to, so the chances that we wouldn't be looking to add anything to this are pretty slim.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Because that's what I was just going to ask you about we've hopefully been allocated money from the state for the dual fund, the drill.
We do get a lot of, we are starting the roof project for the water treatment plant. That entire roof is going to be replaced. And that's from grant money from DOE. So yeah, there are a lot of opportunities for grant monies.
We have to match them.
No, we did not.
Oh, not all. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Come on up. Come on up.
And I'm sorry, can you state your name for the record, Brian?
Sure. Brian King, Interim Assistant Director for Water.
Alicia Nemard Juarez, Project Manager for Water, Sewer, and Regional Sewer, Stormwater. The dual monitoring zone project, we did get ARPA money for that. Going out further, we will be boring for that in 2027, I think.
You mean to match?
Not to match, because it's a continual project. So this year we have 2.5 or 2.7 from ARPA.
Okay.
In 2027, we'll need.
There'll be additional costs for that project.
What about the 750,000 from the state? That's what she's talking about.
The money that was.
The appropriations we just got from the state.
Appropriations, the dual well, monitoring well.
Yeah, there's no match for.
No,
Right,
that
there's
one's
no
not
match.
match,
No,
no.
no.
That was just.
No, but you're talking.
Correct,
That
that's
one's
going
in
into
there
that
already.
project.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Me, did you have any other questions?
I mean, no, I just wanted us to should be aware that this is, best case scenario, adding nothing after 5 years. This is up to 5 years, certain, correct?
5 years, nothing added.
Up to 5 years, nothing yet. Okay, thanks.
Mr. McFoy?
Thank you. I'm glad to see that there is, from my fellow commissioners, interest in thinking about maintaining the working capital fund, the balance, keeping it above the black line. I encourage that. It's also helpful to see that the difference between the two scenarios, 4% steady out versus 5.5 and going to 6% steady out, is quite, as the mayor pointed out with the electric, it's a quite small increase for the average water user, but it does have quite a bit of an effect. A question that I would have for staff and for Stantec would be, Philosophically, I understand that when you do long-term investments, something that has a lifetime of 30 years, 25 years, something like that, there's an argument that borrowing, even though it seems kind of counterintuitive, is actually generationally fairer because you're spreading the cost over that over users over a longer period of time, even though the actual total cost might be a little higher. Any thoughts or comments on that?
No, I think it
help
does.
us guide between
And Stantec can definitely chime in, but yeah, if you're going to do a long-term investment, you're better off borrowing that money and capitalizing. If you're going to put the water plant to a full RO, right, and get off the superficial wells, right, that's a huge investment. And so, what are you going to spend $20 to $100 million? And so you want to pay that chunk all up front, and then everybody who's here today in Lake Worth Beach would pay that cost, today, where the residents 15 years from now wouldn't be paying that cost because we've paid it up front. So you're better off spreading that cost.
Which is why we
Right.
have it.
And it allows you to obviously do bigger projects because where are you going to fund $100 million, right? But definitely Stantec can chime in.
Okay, so where are we at now? We're talking about how high to raise the rate.
Yeah, I'd be happy to chime in, Commissioner. In terms
Sure.
of, you're right, borrowing does make sense for an asset that's going to have a long useful life. The concerns we had just in terms of this scenario is, is it realistic to just continually be issuing debt? Should there be some balance? And it just gives you a sensitivity of the impacts associated with going a little bit higher on the rate increase. And again, we're not recommending you adopt anything beyond 2026, but this gives you a sense for kind of the picture of the water fund and the impacts of using cash versus debt.
It does seem like it seems like we're in a pretty good situation. Either way, whether we went with more debt, that has some generational benefits. If we went with an increase from 4 to 5.5, it's a pretty modest hit to the consumer and does give a little bit better balance maybe between debt and cash. So seems like we have some room there. Thank you.
Okay. So we're not making a decision today, is that true?
We are taking all of your guys' input today, as we go through all these different funds. So as we update everything and bring stuff back for a future workshop, it'll now reflect what we've gotten from you guys today, but no definite decisions.
I liked raising it a little bit higher. It's a couple bucks a month for people.
Me too.
So
the 4% is.
Yeah, plus, we're obviously going to have more borrowing in the future, so we should
Anyway,
be
right.
prepared for that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Anthony.
Oh, Mr. Segrin.
It's a couple bucks per month on the 5,000 gallon mark, but that's not what everyone's water bill is. So, mine is close to 6 to 8 times that. Even at our regular house, irrigation and so on.
Okay, not
So-
everybody has that.
Right. No, but I'm just saying,
That's a choice.
saying that it's a couple bucks a month, it's not necessarily a couple bucks a month for people.
With bigger houses and irrigation.
Irrigation's required.
We have actually a landscape ordinance that encourages native landscaping, and you can most of the time.
You're telling them to start.
You can get away with it for a little.
Boys, stop.
And what's included in the budget is a 4% right now. So that's how the budget is balanced for water with a 4% increase.
I would like to see us raise that.
Yeah, me too.
Sarah? Oh. Anthony, Mimi? I would like to, I'm just saying, I would like to propose that there we go, take it up to the 550 in this next year and bump it up a little bit.
Split the difference and make it 5.
I mean, we're talking about 50 cents.
No, we're talking about 0.5%. I don't know. We're raising everything, so it's going to add up.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to keep track of what it would mean per person per minimum bill. Every one of these that we add is going to affect our residents, and this is the minimum bills, the ones we're seeing up here. I have an $800 utility bill each month. So I'm probably not the only one in the city. So every time we add this, I mean, it's gonna get up there. That's summer rates.
Now the time for me to tell everyone get with budget billing.
This is just water. This doesn't include sewer. And
I
storm.
know.
So that's coming next.
I
So
know, that's.
just
what
keep that
I'm
in mind.
concerned About if we keep.
There's other funds that are going to ask for.
Than is suggested, I'm afraid it's going to add up to, I don't want to spend $1,000 in the summer.
Yeah, keep in mind, it's the difference between 45.27 and 45.90 gets you 5.5%. So it's 60 cents a
Can you
month.
speak into your mic, Commissioner?
My fellow
Which is fi-
commissioners
which-
keep turning me off.
Which is $5, which is $5 a year. I get it for the $5,000, for the 5,000 gallons.
Which is probably higher than.
What's the average
Yeah.
use?
We have average use.
I don't have that
No?
off the top
Okay.
of my head. I mean, your home, if you know your home and you look at what you have,
Typical US number is 300 gallons a day, so you can work it out.
I know my house and I got 2 kids and who shower quite often, and
We're grateful for that.
grateful for that. And, and I go to the gym once a day. That's another shower for me, but I'm at about 7,000 gallons.
Oh, that's
So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And here's the thing that I keep, as we talk about this, as we talk about Triple P, we need to find more revenue.
I know.
I mean, our
I'm just not
expenses
trying to-
go up every year and I would, we give stuff away all the time and so I just, yeah. All right. So, Ms. Malega, Mr. Segrity.
I would like to second Commissioner May, and I think 5%, if we could see what that number looks like. I understand what
Could we see 5?
McBoy was saying in regards to spreading out the debt, but I also, from somebody who's never come from generational wealth, don't like people to always be in debt in the near future.
Well,
Because it's, again, if we can pay some of it cash, some of it debt, that makes a better balance. If we could see what 5% looks like, I think that would be a good compromise.
Shayla, could we go back to the Stantec screen?
David is working.
I had stopped
They
sharing
will-
because I
yes.
was switching over to the model.
Yeah, switching to the model.
Nick, are you? Okay, there we go.
Oh,
Nope.
that's different.
Yeah, if we go to the panel.
There we go.
You make it bigger for those of us who are seeing impaired.
And maybe you could shrink up your ribbon, Nick. Top.
There you go. Kind of. Okay, so 5% makes it. Ooh.
Oh, he's just switching some of the funding. We were on some different scenarios.
That looks pretty similar to the other one. Is that?
That's 5%. So it goes from 45.27 to 45.72.
Can you scroll up a little bit? We're not seeing the bottom row of graphs. There you go. Now, the CIP funding looks identical to
It doesn't
the
change.
5.5. Has it really updated?
Yeah, we can make it, Nick, why don't you just bond fund everything like we were.
No, we don't want to bond fund everything. We
No.
want to do half and half.
Well, the model should do
Yeah.
that.
So 27 million was on 5.5. And 57 million was on 4.
Yeah, it's more than,
It's
sorry.
identical, really.
Yeah, this is the one where we're essentially, if we bond fund everything and we do 5%, the bill would be 45.72. But if we want to, do we want to do the blended, I'm sorry, of capital?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
please.
So go back to the blended capital, Nick.
Way too high. If you want to set cash.
So it'd be cash on those and then cash on the bottom one. Yep.
Still have a ton of capital. There we go. Not anymore.
So this would be 5% in 26, 27, 28. So if we wanted to change that, like you could go back to 5.5 in 26, 27, I'm sorry, to make it. And then we had 5.5 in 28, 6% in 29. Yep. Now if we calculate this,
Working capital fund and capital.
so we're seeing before we were just at the line on the working capital in the like 2034, 2035 timeframe. Now we're a tiny bit below it because of the compounding of not doing the 5.5 in 2026. But that is obviously pretty far into the future.
Right, right. There'll be a different group of people sitting up.
But the difference in the bill is, you know, instead of 45.90, which was at 5.5, it's 45.72.
So,
Yeah, they're pretty small differences,
Mhm.
which is good.
so if we go to 5 for the next couple of years. Is that 5?
No, it's 5.5.
5.5, okay. We end up in, well, it's 5 the first year.
Yep.
What do you say? For future planning purposes for our
I'd like
staff.
to hear from Commissioner Segris. I think his light's on.
Oh, yeah.
I think, you know, the model to keep the cash balance within the range of our reserves is very smart. You know, it's not a large fund. So even though the blue line looks like it's well above the bar, it's not really, you know. I think we only have like 400,000 extra according to the documents. So, you know, that seems smart. The one thing I did want to question is, and it's kind of similar for all the funds, but it seems like from 2021 to 2023, we were basically flatline. From 2023 to 2026, we're jumping 18 to 25% in each fund. And I'm just wondering if that's just, it is what it is because of the cost of everything has gone up by that in that time period. Do we have more waste? Is there, you know, because I see this in our conversations constantly, okay, we can raise rates to meet this rising cost. What can we cut? Can we cut?
Part of that could be related to the COVID expenses. If you're talking about 2021 to 2023, where there was not a lot happening. But a lot of the increases attributed to after 2023 were post-COVID, we saw materials prices skyrocket. I mean, 100%, 150% when you're looking at, and, you know, obviously I'm more familiar with the electric side. When you're looking at transformers and wire, I mean, those costs literally doubled from what we were paying in 2019 to what we were paying in 2022, 2023. So that's a large portion. You see an 18% increases. A lot of that is related to those materials that have really, really gone through the roof since then.
Yeah, because, you know, looking at these increases, even though they're small, they all add up. And not everyone's getting a 5% raise every year, you know, to keep up with this. So if we can look at some of these things and see if there's ways of finding savings or more revenue, you know, with each of them, I would like to try to do that as well,
Mhm.
just changing the rates.
Is there a lot of pork?
I
in the
didn't
water
sign up
department?
for the budget billing.
I'd like to add a comment that the departments did, that's part of our process. They submit their budget and then we walk through each department, each fund to see where they can cut, to see where last year maybe they came in under expenses. And the water fund was one that had to reduce probably about $1.2 million to come in balance. So they are probably at
So
the
they've
bare
cut.
minimum, which for our enterprise funds, our utility funds, you know, we want to be lean, of course, and reduce waste, but we also want to make sure we have enough to cover, especially like contractual services and some of those emergency type situations that can be extremely expensive. So
they've already
Mr. Brown.
started it.
I'll say that, you know, we talked about the zero-based budgeting and everything before. So part of this process before we even get to workshop 1 with all of you is finance is shaking us down. You know, we'll come in with the budgets, everything, and then, you know, we're consistently asked to, you know, we need another, you know, X amount. So we come to workshop one, obviously with a balanced budget, but for the most part, all the departments were pretty bare bones, because keep in mind, we've done this for year after year after year after year. So there's not a lot of extra meat on the bone per se, when we come into these, which is the other, I guess, the benefit of having a zero-based budget. You kind of come in balanced, but then you also see there's not a lot of stuff left. So that's when you kind of get to the point where Mr. Secretary mentioned, where you kind of have to look at, okay, what do we want to like swap out? What do we want to still get done? And then what do we not want to do that's currently in the let's do this column? So
Yeah, and when we came in a few years ago, I think we needed to do those. You know, we've never raised anything without seriously thinking about it, what the consequences to our customers are, but again, we have to pay the bills for the city, and sometimes those two aren't as friendly to each other as they could be. So, okay, so where are we at with this? Do we want to go 5, then 5.5 for a few years
I'm in at 5.5.
to start out with?
What's that?
To start out with, up there it's 5 and then 5.5.
We can only talk about 26, really.
Yeah, but we project into the future.
Sure. Yeah, but that's the only decision.
Well, but then,
It doesn't matter to me. It's 20 cents.
right. Yeah. I'd rather use the 20, I'd rather do 5.5 and you have the 20 cents.
Yeah.
All right, 5.5.
5.5.
All right.
5.5.
Consensus for 5.5, David.
Okay.
And then we're gonna, you know, we revisit this every year anyway, so.
We will update the budget in workshop 2 to reflect the 5.5.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
But that doesn't mean go find stuff to spend more money on. Ah, look at him. No, nobody was thinking that.
Okay, what's up next?
right. So next is local sewer. So local sewer is what we're forecasting, and what's in the budget currently is a 5% adjustment in the local sewer rates. The operating budget is about $400,000 more in terms of O&M costs. One of the big drivers on the sewer side is the regional system costs. They make up about 60% of the total cost in 2026, and we are assuming that they're going to continue to increase as they have in the past at around 3% per year. Part of the 2025 bond did include funds for the local sewer at $2.2 million. So that turns into $150,000 in terms of annual debt service. And then similar discussion, it's not as significant, obviously, but future capital is identified about $13 million worth of capital between 2027 and 2034. And so if you look at the results shown here, what we're forecasting is 5% increase in 26 and 27, similar to what we talked about last year, and then really just inflationary 2% going forward. You can see that we are maintaining the minimum balance within the fund. And given the cash flow within the fund, there is an opportunity to do both a blend of cash and debt. So we're looking at about $13 million in terms of borrowing. Typical customer's bill with that 5% would go up from $54.56 up to $57.29. And we did run one more scenario similar to water, where we maintain a little bit more of a balance, a little bit above that minimum target. Again, the 5% is the same, but then we go to, instead of 2%, 3% inflationary increases. That would allow us to borrow a little bit less and obviously maintain that cash balance. In terms of the comparisons, you can see current bill, 5,000 gallons per month for local sewer, 54.56, and then where you'd be with the 5% increase, 57.29. So clearly the two scenarios we've run, it's really just a future look. We're thinking the 5% makes sense in 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Segridge.
So I noticed the combined system reserve days is low at 130. It should be at like 200. but our working capital fund seems to be above the line. Are there more calculations going into the combined system reserve?
It is. Because you issued debt as a combined utility, water, sewer, and electric, that's the combined days cash on hand for all three of those funds. So the fact that electric is, as we talked about earlier, below, that's why that looks that way.
Okay, and then in the sheet that we got this morning that shows the unassigned balances, I believe local sewer is one of the ones in the negative. It says negative 1,175,000. How does that square with what we have?
I think we're forecasting that during the fiscal year, you're going to have a positive cash balance or positive net cash flow, which would put you above that minimum target, is what we forecasted. But we may need to put our heads together with Yannick to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, based on that spreadsheet, we're supposed to have 180 days worth of reserve or 6 months. And on the model is showing that we only have 130. That's why we're in the red. Yes. So we're not quite there.
So we're actually.
Yeah, we are actually
we're
below the 180 days. And the model is actually showing 130, 138.
So in the working capital fund, we're actually below that black line.
For the 180.
Yeah, I think as a combined utility, because electric is below, but we are forecasting, and again, this is maybe where we need to make sure, Yannick, we reconcile, is that for local sewer, we are forecasting that you'd be just above the minimum by the end of 25.
So that red row is combined across.
That's combined across water, sewer, and electric, correct?
Yeah, I'm not asking about that. I'm trying to reconcile the working capital fund versus the sheet that we got this morning from Yannick, where it's showing us excess unassigned fund balance negative 1.1, which
It's based on the 100.
which would indicate that our working capital is less than the black line. So I'm just wondering if the graph is disjointed from this piece of data, like which one is real?
Fair question.
Yeah, I'll have to get with David on that one.
Yeah, because in your document, you're showing the fund reserve balance of 4.799 or 4.8.
Right.
Needing 5.9, and then
I see.
This chart, we're showing over 6 million in the fund balance.
Yeah, I gotta see what
That's
he's
$2 million discrepancy.
Can I
Yeah,
check? If you look at the fund balance reserve,
Ms. Boyga?
sorry, I didn't mean to not turn my light on. The number's 4.79, so that's what it's saying we have in fund balance reserve right now, but by state law, we're supposed to have 5.975, which is putting us at the deficit of 1.1.
Yeah. But then on this slide, where we have our working capital fund, the black line is supposed to be the target.
This is year to
Which is-
date, that's why. This is as of today. This is, I think, for the whole fiscal year, correct? Estimate.
This is where I think we're gonna be ending up in fiscal year 25, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
And that's the same assumption I'm making, and that's where we maybe need to just make sure we're reconciled, Yannick. I'm assuming this is where I think you'll be at the end of the year, and maybe I'm missing something in terms of the beginning cash balance ending 24, going into 25.
David, I think you're looking at the total reserves that we have, but we're looking at based on our fund balance policy. That's the 1.1 million. That's what we're expecting. I think that's different. We can check on that.
The 1.175.
Would be based on our fund balance policy.
Right.
Right.
which is 100 days.
I'll double check with David.
So. Mr. Mc,
Just a point of information, I did check with the South Florida Water Management District, and they said 4,000 gallons a month is indoor use. If you start doing serious outdoor irrigation, you get into what Commissioner Segridge mentioned, more into the 15,000. So what you plant has a big influence on what your water use will be.
thank you. Okay, so where are we at now? What's our next? What are we doing? Are we sticking with what they're suggesting? Mr. Segwich?
I think we need to, well, stick with they suggest, but with the caveat of understanding whether or not there actually is a discrepancy, because it's a
Yeah.
$2 million number and that could really affect.
Sure.
If we're $2 million light, then rate increases have to
We
be
need to
heavier.
Right, okay.
So-
So you'll come back.
Yeah.
We will.
Thank you very
And we're in
much.
the process of doing a cost of service study for water and sewer. The one has not been done for a while. And every utility, well, electric and water should be done every 3 to 5 years. It's probably industry standard. So we're in the process of doing that now. And we may find out here that there's some savings or there's some opportunity for rates once we get that cost of service completed.
And our budget can always reflect that in mid-year.
Correct.
to
Yes.
adjust. I just have, Mr. Segwich?
Does this fund, is this the fund that takes care of fixing the drainage and sewer issues that we have? So we've got a lot of these pseudo sinkholes developing around.
Oh, they're
our-
not pseudo.
Well, I mean, they're not a natural sinkhole. They're caused by the leaks. Would this be the fund that takes care of that?
As they relate to sewer, this would be part of that. Yes. As far as drainage, that would be in stormwater, but
Okay.
which is a separate fund.
And
this is flushing. This is what.
okay, so those would be more stormwater.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Right.
Going out.
Yeah, and then real quick on the pothole conversation. So sometimes there's a difference obviously in a sinkhole and a pothole. So what you see in what we're finding a lot more and more these days is they're not actually potholes, but when you see an actual manhole cover, especially if it's linear and you see like these little depressions, that's basically they're basically 8 feet sections, but when you start seeing every 8 feet, like these little depressions, those are leaks, like basically at the joint of the pipe.
So it's
So
undermining.
that's water seeping down and that's starting. So it's not really a pothole, that's a sinkhole, and that's a utility issue.
But is that
And that's a big fix.
water supply, sanitary sewer, or stormwater sewer leaks?
So it depends on what
Where-
pipe we're
Could be-
talking.
could be any
about,
one of
but-
them.
Could
But
be any
what
of
we've been doing in the past, and then it's on here, that's when you'll see items on the utility for lining pipe. That's always a cheaper way to go than to actually pull everything up and put a
Yeah.
brand new light in. So when we can line pipe, we line pipe, but that addresses a lot of those issues instead of just continually going back and cutting and packing, because it's going to eventually sink again if it's an issue with the pipe. But
So-
yes, that is where that comes from.
Go ahead.
Are the residents getting charged for the water coming into their house or going into the pipe?
At the meter.
So going into.
So
the
if there's a
house.
leak out in front of their house that's on a distribution line prior to getting to their meter, they would not be charged for
Okay.
that. They're only charged.
Just making sure.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna come back to that one when we get, okay. Next up.
Okay, so this is just a comparison of the combined water and sewer together. So what the bill is.
Yeah, we're
Combined.
not cheaper. We're not cheaper.
If we sell our water to another municipality at some point, will we be able to decrease our residents' bills?
I'm sure it's a policy decision, but
I mean, would that make sense?
that's a revenue stream. And as Commissioner Segwich brought up, like, do we want to cut costs? Do we want to generate revenue? I mean, there's options on both ends. So.
Got it.
I wouldn't hold my breath.
Yeah.
Good.
Madam Mayor, I have an information question.
Sorry, Ms. Malega?
So when we're looking at this, that's based on the first number graph increase,
The
not
five.
the second one. Correct? Okay.
Correct. Yeah, we need to update this with the 5.5.
Not gonna beat Manal.
Okay, Manal Penn's pretty low, they'll flood a lot.
Yeah. All right, stormwater key inputs and assumptions.
Yep. Stormwater. The assessment for fiscal year 26 has already gone out. So there's an adjustment in the stormwater assessment of 2.5%. So that's already taken place. That will be for 2026. In terms of the operating budget, it's about 100,000 more than the prior year. You did fund some capital in 2026 with new borrowing. So you borrowed 2.7 million. That turns into about $220,000 in annual debt service. And then similar to the prior discussions, we're assuming a combination of cash and debt funding in future. So what the stormwater fund looks like is shown here. We did talk last year just about doing 2.5% increases in the assessment. It is important to note that in 2025, you did a 50% increase in the assessment. So there was a really sizable increase. This is what somebody pays on their non-ad valorem, $117.38 per year.
Right.
And that will go to 120. You do have fair cash balance within the fund above that minimum target. And so there is an opportunity if you wanted to cash fund capital projects that would spend down that cash balance. And so we did an alternative, which was essentially if you wanted to move more to just cash funding in total, you needed 4% going forward. That would allow you to maintain more cash balance. But I guess the key takeaway in the stormwater fund is you do have, because your balance is healthy, you have some opportunities in terms of what you want to do funding capital projects going forward, as well as the adjustment in the assessment.
David, on the revenues and expenses, between 2026 and 2031, the cash out seems to exceed the cash in.
Yeah, and that's essentially because we're doing about $1 million a year worth cash funded capital. And so that essentially is why you're seeing this drop in the working capital fund. So you're spending down some reserves to cash fund those capital projects.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Malega, Mr. McVoy.
I would like us to have a conversation about creating an additional storm fund for this, seeing that we are having in cash, and go back more towards borrowing on the stormwater. This is an opportunity for us to look at each one of our funds and create a storm policy, because right now the only one that has it is the electric department. And I think that this would be a good opportunity for us to say, okay, let's put aside X amount to start, and then every year a certain percentage goes into the storm fund or stormwater. I don't know if I have support for that across the commission, but that's something that fiscally responsible I think we should do. In lieu of using our cash to fund CIP.
No, it's definitely a policy decision. Obviously, electric is a lot more exposed to storms with wire in the air, where water distribution lines are underground. There's not a lot of exposure. Storm drains do take. They are exposed, obviously, during storms. There are some issues with drainage. So that's not a horrible idea for the storm fund. No.
Mr. McVoy, Mr. Sigridge.
I would echo what Mr. King said, that it's a little bit different storm fund especially for the stormwater. That's all below ground. It's not like
Yeah, you get it.
they get a big hit from a storm. But I'm very much in favor of, I don't know what the mechanism and what exactly looks like, but I'm very aware of flooding, have been out in it, have been up to my knees in it, have seen rack lines on buildings that were alarmingly high. And all the indications are that those problems are getting worse, not better, based on climate change and rainfall intensity. So whatever mechanism that we expect to need to do more, certainly the water management districts have been in South Florida, have been thinking about we are gonna have to go at some point to actively pumped systems, not just gravity based, and that's gonna be a big chunk.
Thank you.
And some of that will likely eventually apply to us as well. We're coastal.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich?
I would be in favor of having something in a storm fund. I think you could potentially include debris removal
Right.
as part of that, which is a huge expense.
Yeah.
And technically you're clearing the drains and so on, and you'd save one of the other funds, the pain of having to pay for that. I'm wondering if in this budget, we're spending enough specifically in and around the sinkholes. So residents have been complaining about them for years. And I mean, I know personally where I live, South Palm Park, every single manhole cover has sinkholes around it. And it's just temporary patch after temporary patch. Does this include some sort of, study or accounting of it? Like we have the PCI for the asphalt conditions, maybe that is tied to it. Do we know the size of the problem, and do we have a plan to actually fix that problem? And is that included in here? Because if it's not, maybe we don't have as much cash as we think we have. We just haven't been spending it on fixing the problems, and we need to get to fixing those problems.
Yeah, so included in this is not that, but there are discussions that have started between Vaughn and myself about what the long-term plans are. What do we have to look at for maintenance on the long term for both the sewer system, the stormwater system, as well as water distribution. So we are in the incipient stages of that, but we will put something together to come forward and say, hey, this is what we think a 10 or a 15 or maybe even a 20-year plan looks like. These are the problem areas, and we'll have priority ranks to figure out what the next steps are. One, how to fund it, and what repairs to do.
So, and prior to bond going out, we had discussed the update to the, I believe it was 2013 or 2014, the stormwater master plan. Back then it was done by CDM Smith. So we're overdue to update, because a lot of those projects have actually been addressed by now. But as you guys are aware, things have gotten a little, it's a little different now than it was back then. So a lot of the areas in the city that we currently experience major flood issues at certain times of the year weren't that bad back then.
Mm-hmm.
So we have been talking about the update to that overall master plan.
Well, it seems like we have a few $1 million in the, spend it.
But my concern is that it's not in next year's budget to address that. And I personally would like to see us actually address those problems. And I think that would go a long way with the constituents and the residents. They look at it and they say, oh, you're raising our rates, you're raising our rates, you're raising our rates. Yet the roads keep falling apart and we see the same potholes
No, it's
filled.
huge. It's whenever you go out campaigning, homeless people and potholes.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of these are sinkholes, and people don't understand that. And they can be dangerous. So personally, I would like to see something in our 2026 budget to really take a chunk out of that. Maybe the worst roads, the worst systems, but people need to start seeing this getting taken care of.
Yeah, we can take, if they're stormwater related or storm drain related. I mean, as Jamie mentioned earlier, lining those is the easiest solution when it comes to stormwater lines. Obviously distribution lines, those need to be, you'd have to dig up and get those things repaired. So if it's a water distribution line that's causing a sinkhole, that's a little more intensive. But if we have areas with manholes that we're seeing sinkholes, then we can definitely line those pipes.
This is our project, 2026. No, I'm just telling you,
right.
But that's
We have about 500,000 set aside for lining, and we have the master plan. We have, I think that was done last year, the stormwater master plan. So we do have projects that are, and she also has 500,000 set aside for stormwater future projects. So we are.
About how much lining does 500,000 get us?
Not as much as you think it does.
No, I don't think it gets us much at all, right?
Right. Some of this $5 million that we have to well, all right, but still.
And you might have to do some road too.
But if the money for lining's in this, isn't that? So we've got money for lining in this and not in CIP.
Right. We do have it in CIP.
Okay, that's where the 500,000 is?
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
And also separate from that is the discussion we're gonna have as far as the roadway infrastructure.
Yeah.
Which is separate from anything
That's a
utility based.
Big
That's
conversation.
strictly on road stuff, because a majority of the issues we have are actual potholes and not sinkholes. That's just the deferred maintenance that's happened for decades on our roadways. So since we have, this year was our last year of getting that 1 million, we had the 5 years of 1 million each from the sales tax. That goes away now.
Can we use money from our working capital fund to fix roads? Can we?
Well, that's the conversation we're gonna roll into, because we need to have a real conversation on what do we need to be budgeting annually, what can we actually budget, and then lay out like a multi-year plan. So you guys can start to get a better picture of our current state.
Roads is Jamie.
How
We're
efficient.
not, roads is over there. That's Jamie. We're water.
But we do work in coordination, obviously, because we're not gonna redo. Yeah, we've done this in the past, because prior to, I know definitely before I got here, there wasn't a lot of coordination between departments. So you would see utilities being done, and then like a year or two later, public works would come through and rip up the roads, and or vice versa. So now when we do our overall master plans to do these projects, we make sure that if there are any type of underground utility issues, those get addressed. So it's not always worst first, even though we would like to make sure it was kind of driven by the PCI. We have to make sure that if there's stuff underneath the roads that need to be addressed, that falls in line with their plan as well. So sometimes we have to kind of go out of order, but
I'll be happy when First Avenue South from Bryant Park to Federal Highway gets fixed. It's one of our main people use, and it didn't, my street got done, which didn't really need it, but that's.
We just finished a major drainage issue, a flooding issue, the Parrot Cove project that was just completed. That's down by the golf course that creates those massive floods from the king tides and the high tides. We have all new check valves in there, so that all should be perfect. You know, that project is just some closeout tickets to be done, but that's essentially done, that project. So
That's, yeah, I'm talking about the paving.
that's.
It's a
that's not
mess.
me.
Okay, so, where are we at?
We have our last fund. We have the refuge, or actually last two. We have,
Malega?
sorry.
I just wanted to make us all, I know we're sitting here having a deep conversation, but I wanted to keep us aware of our agenda, that it's 4 o'clock and we're like 3 funds behind right now, so. Need to not go down the rabbit hole so much.
Thank you for that. Okay, keep going.
Okay, so next, this is just a comparison with the change in the stormwater assessment, 2.5%. All right, so next fund is the refuse fund. So key inputs here were not, as was discussed earlier today, there's no adjustment to the residential refuse assessment, but we are recommending a 6% increase in the commercial refuse rates. Did have some pretty significant increases in your 2026 budget. It's about 11%, almost about $1 million. And when we look at it, it's a lot of not chemicals, maintenance and things of that sort, really driving. And then the assumption is that we are funding a truck replacement on an annual basis, generally about $500,000 per year. So what this looks like in terms of the refuse fund is, again, 0% increase in the assessment for residential refuse, 6% in the commercial. We'll show you a comparison of where that moves you in comparison to others. And then going forward, given the inflation and where the fund is, the need to fund the truck replacements, we're recommending or looking at a 6% increase every single year. That's pretty similar to what we looked at last year. I think we were at about 5.5%. But year over year, given this forecast, we're looking at about 6% being required.
Very little capital.
Yeah, the capital's, again, the annual truck, some years it's a little bit less because it's a different type of truck. But in terms, obviously, you're not raising the residential this year. But I did want to show you, this is just a comparison of commercial fees. So 2 samples here, a dumpster, 6-yard dumpster, depending upon the number of times it's addressed per week, you can see how it changes. So right now in the comparison communities that have similar service, you are at the bottom in terms of dumpster. With a 6% increase, it would move you above West Palm Beach. It's important to note that these are the current fiscal year 25 commercial refuse fees. We don't know if they're going to be changing for the other communities. And then you're also at the bottom for a compactor, 6-yard, currently at 667 for 2 times a week. 6% would bring you up to 707.
And David, I believe, just in speaking with, who I know at West Palm and Boynton, I know both of them are going to go up.
Yep.
I'm not sure about Deerfield or Coral Springs. I don't really touch base with them that often, but I can find out.
Miss May.
I kind of want to go back, and we don't have to talk about it today, but for budget 2, could you bring back information about what it would cost to add a second bulk day?
To add a second bulk day.
Yeah. And then if so, maybe we could model just what it would be look like if we did raise the residential 6% this year. Could that cover that?
Well, we can't. So keep in mind that when it comes to the non-ad valorem,
We're done. We can't change our minds.
For solid waste, for stormwater, for anything that goes through the county property
Right.
appraiser. That's why we bring that to you in the first meeting in June each
Right,
year.
right,
Because that's when we have those conversations back then, if you guys are interested in raising or not for this year. Because if so, we have to let them know back in June, so they're
Okay,
already.
well, we have a pretty strong capital,
Yeah.
working capital anyway. Could you look at that and see the second bulk day?
Yeah, so we'd be looking at 2 bulk, 2 veg, basically. Because right now bulk is the 3rd week of each month.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd be looking at.
So
doing
first and third,
two-
a second
two
and
bulk,
fourth,
two veg.
right?
Yeah, we can look
To
at that
alternate.
because we'll look at the tipping fees as well and pull up some averages and stuff, but okay.
I just want to decrease the amount of dumping and people just putting stuff out whenever.
I hope that would help.
I don't know if it would help, but let's just see what it looks like to pay
I can
for it.
answer that for you now if you'd like.
No, I don't want you to answer that. I'm gonna assume people are gonna do the right thing.
I love that. That's so cute.
She just called me cute.
She's cute.
Yeah, what I will say real quick though is that when people throw out, hey, well, can we change the week that we do bulk and something like that? And I can tell you that just from being here for so many years, it's consistent every week of the month. There is no, well, end of the month is when people get evicted or something like that. So people get evicted every day. Like there is no waiting till the end of the month anymore. So that's why we consistently are picking up mattresses and dressers and furnitures and couches. And that's not one particular week where it's heavier than another. That's consistent throughout the entire month. So changing the week we do it or something like that, it's not gonna have an impact based on what we see out there every single day.
What if we had a separate truck just to cover hey, there's a pile in front of my house, or there's a pile in front of like a separate truck that just did those bad.
Well, but we do have that. So people that
We
just
do
it's a
that
special
anyway. That's
pickup.
what I thought, yeah.
It's just a special pickup. It's just a lot of times people
Well, but
either illegal dump or they don't call.
right, because I mean, if somebody, and it's hard, I mean, if somebody dumps a bunch of stuff on your front yard, you are responsible. I mean, it's terrible. People can, it's up to me, right? But
I didn't want to go through to a rabbit hole on this. Like,
Alright.
let's just see what happens if you come back with that.
Okay, so are we sticking with are we doing a raise on? We can't, we're there. Okay,
But we have capital.
yeah, we have money to spend. Okay, next up is,
All right, now we're outside the enterprise funds, and now we're in the beach fund. So the fiscal year 26 revenues do assume about an 8% increase over the prior year's budget. That really reflects the full implementation of the parking meter adjustment. So taking it to $3.50 and $4, as well as parking meters or parking permits and rentals. In our forecast, we do assume that there's some tail off in terms of the growth in parking transactions. So 1% growth until 2028, with the assumption that there's parking constraints. Beach property, there's assumed $200,000 annually in capital maintenance. And then you do have a little bit of debt service in the beach fund, about $500,000, and no assumed future debt service. So in the beach fund, what we've done is we've run it just keeping the metered parking rate the same. So if we keep that at $3.50 and $4, obviously we're going to be running deficits each year, and that would not allow us to maintain that reserve balance of 25%. So you drop below that minimum reserve balance in 2029. And again, you can see the annual capital included. It's obviously not sustainable there. We did run another scenario where we start increasing the parking meter rate by 50 cents in 2028, and then another 50 cents in 2029, 30, 31, and then we do a quarter in each subsequent year. That would allow you to maintain the minimum balance. We would be driving down towards that line over time, but that's the order of magnitude adjustments that we were looking at. But obviously we can run any scenarios you'd like to see. I don't think we're considering an adjustment in 2026, given the fact that you just did the adjustment last year. But one option would be to do it a little bit sooner if we needed to in fiscal year 27. And I believe, yep.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be brief. Is there a comparison like you just showed us for the other cities surrounding us in regards to beachfront parking? And what other cities charge per hour? So Boynton, do they even have parking? But Delray Beach, I know Palm Beach is getting ready to start charging. I would like to know where we are in line with this 350 and 4 for beachfront. You have that? Of course you do.
Yeah, I need to update it because this is one of the items that's on our list to make sure we've captured all the latest, because you were at $3 and you're now at 350 and 4.
And I know that Lantana increased the rate. So if we could get an update on
Yep.
that would help us navigate this conversation.
Certainly.
And for the Boynton, it's actually, it's Ocean Ridge. When you cross over there, I know that's more than
250.
that, because I was
Yeah.
just there.
So yeah, I think that's pertinent information before we make this decision.
Yeah, we'll definitely bring that back.
Went to another beach. And right now at
Madam Mayor.
Ocean Ridge, I see you. Right now at Ocean Ridge, it's 250. Mr. McVoy?
Could we also in that update find out if other communities have a minimum number of hours? Because I believe ours is 2. So it's not really 350, it's 7 to get in the door. And I don't know whether other communities do that or not.
What if you just wanted to go take a dip? You have to pay for
you
2
better
hours?
Better stay there a while.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can include that in the comparison as well.
You mean just have a 1 hour minimum? Okay, we'll take a look at that.
That
Anything else?
doesn't promote dipping.
Are you I'm done?
Skinny or otherwise, but
Yes. Okay.
All right. So in terms of the golf fund, we are modeling 5% increase in the greens fees in fiscal year 26. And then think you're gonna need to continue to increase fees going forward. Budget in 26 is about $500,000 over 25. You do have one really significant capital project just in terms of the magnitude for the golf fund, 1.2 million for the irrigation system. And really the timing of that and how you fund that has a pretty big impact. So
We need that now. The irrigation system is something we imminently need.
I meant it from a funding perspective.
Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. We have it in for FY27.
Thank you. Just for Ms. Mulligan?
At Phipps Park right now on the one of the parking apps, Phipps Park is charging $5.40 for an hour. And it's $1.86 for 15 minutes. So we really do need to do some research on what everybody else is doing in the area.
Okay.
Okay.
I want a dip.
You want to dip?
I mean, I have the resident parking permit.
Right.
So we ran a scenario where it was 5% on the greens fees, no other increases on membership or club services in 26, but then basically 5% for several years, and then lowering it down to inflationary levels. That would allow you to maintain your minimum balance, but that's without any capital. And that's why I meant that has a big impact. So if we come through and add in that in 2027, 1.2 million, if you're able to borrow for that, that would certainly help. But that would require, higher increases in the fees going forward. We're forecasting probably about 7% between 2027 and 2031, and that would allow you to maintain the minimum balance within the Gulf Fund.
Okay. Ms. May?
This is probably for Tiana. Assuming that we keep the beach club where it is, but we put it out for bid and we have a new manager of the club and we have a new rental rate. I mean, we can increase the membership fees, the green fees, but wouldn't the rental rate for that restaurant be in this fund? Or am I wrong?
So the current contract is up August 3rd of 26.
But I mean, even right now, whatever we get would be income. How come it's not calculated in here? Doesn't that go into the beach fund? I mean, the golf fund? So that should be there.
Well, this is
Just the revenues are shown in your audit?
No, it's a revenue source and it's not here. What? Yeah, but it's not in this.
It might be under rentals and stuff.
I mean, I know it's in the budget, but it's not in the model. Oh, club services, that's rent? I know, but it's not in the model. It's not calculated as revenue.
Do you have, I think he has the total budget for fiscal year 26. So it would probably, do you know, David, what do you have for revenues for 26?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up real quick. The Gulf Fund. Club services is not that rental. It's actual. My understanding, it's a small amount of revenue. I think that's actually servicing golf clubs.
Oh,
That's our golf clubs and golf carts and things. That's the club services. That's what that is. It's listed in the budget under other.
69,000.
Can we list it under each club rental for the next one?
I will look at what Navalines, we use our ERP and we had some little nuances with the new system. So I apologize. We'll look and see what Navaline has because that's our data source. So we
Okay.
generally try to match our data source.
I mean, I know it's not a huge income, but it could be on this, in this model.
Yes,
And it
absolutely.
is included somewhere or should be included
It
somewhere.
is. Yeah.
Yes.
So I think it's golf course restaurant. Is that it?
Yeah, but it's not here. So maybe we can add it.
Yeah.
Oh, you do have it right
It's
there.
coming in. It's coming in as a revenue, and then we're keeping that constant going forward.
Okay.
An annual revenue about 69,000.
Okay, so that's already in there. I just didn't see
Mhm.
it listed, but because that is something not for this year we can't change, but for next year we can change. So we should look at that.
Certainly.
Okay. Next up,
The last fund would be the beach fund. So you continue to see property value growth.
General fund?
I'm sorry, general fund. You continue to see property tax growth, although not at the levels that you've historically seen. It was around 14%. Seeing now more in the 7% range. One of the big items in the general fund is franchise fees. They make up about close to 20% of the revenues. That's the 8% on each of the enterprise funds. And then we are showing as we play this forward that the expenditures and revenues are not necessarily in alignment. So we do have some higher expenditures than revenues. So what this look,
Can I interrupt you real quick? Can you go back
Sure.
to that slide? Sorry, Madam Mayor.
you're forgiven.
This isn't reflective to what he's showing up there. Here it says FY 2024 franchise fee reflects 17% of revenues.
yeah, that
This is different.
that's a mistake on Stantec's part. My apologies on that one. That somehow that slide got in there and this is the latest wasn't in there.
Okay, so am I supposed to be looking at FY 2026 reflects 19% of revenues for GF?
Correct. It is. Yep.
So I can hang on one second.
Sorry.
Thank you for the.
Okay.
Yep. And then what this look,
Go back one more.
sure.
Yeah, I understand that.
Can't raise.
Thank you.
That's why we need development.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need to put that out.
Yeah.
We'll send you the updated.
Yeah,
presentation that he has. Yes.
Are we good to go? Next one. So this is the forecast. Again, the millage rate kept constant, assumed taxable value increase of 7% going forward. You do see that it's kind of hard to see on the graph, but your cash out is exceeding your cash in beginning in fiscal year 27. And so with this forecast, we are showing that at least under a forecast, again, assuming the property tax growth of 7%, you drop below your minimum target of 25% of operating expenses in fiscal year 30.
Which is why we need to find other sources of income, Miss May.
Yeah, I mean, this, when citizens say, why do we need development? Why do we need growth? Why do we need P3s? This is why. If otherwise in 35, we're done.
Yeah.
Right? Am I reading this wrong?
Nope.
Yeah, and keep in mind as well, obviously conservatively, but we're relying on a projected growth of the 7%.
So it could be worse, is what you're
Obviously,
saying.
this year we were lower than in the past, but we knew that those years we were seeing 12, 13, we knew that was not sustainable. And we're going to get to a point where this is not going to be 7% each year. So this is just basing it on.
So basically 35 is a hope. We're probably broken 31 or 32.
Obviously, we none of us know what the market's going to do moving forward. And
I just want people to understand that. I mean, this is right there in black and white. Why we are not sustainable as a city the way we are running this city, period.
That's why we've been harping so much on trying to find different
Revenues, different development, and we cannot keep charging the residents. We have to do something different. If nothing changes, nothing changes. People need to wake up to that.
Thank you very much. Every time I talk in public, I point that out and nobody wants to.
There's a nice little picture.
There it is, right there. Okay.
And when we see this is where we make hard decisions with the departments because we stress on having a balanced budget.
have
So if we get to that point, then that's where, finance, it works together with the departments to make sure that we're not in a deficit.
Mr. Segridge?
Do we have any departments that have had a reduction in staff size or a reduction in their budget?
every year.
Not staff size that I'm aware. I'd have to look at staff,
So-
but budget, each department did go through and try to.
So my
make-
point of the question is going through this, every single department had a substantial increase. Every single budget line item and everything. And again, costs go up and there are certain things we cannot help. But if I'm looking at this from, a private sector standpoint, I get together with my team and we make serious cuts. And I did not see that in our budgets. I did not see any line items go down with a few exceptions, right? And I understand that, we have services and we have things that have to happen and so on. And we also have a lot of things that have been ignored, kind of like the roads and so on, where we need to spend the money. But I think given this outlook and the severity of it, we're not going to build our way out of this. If this is truly the projection, we cannot build fast enough to get out of this. So, looking at some of these budgets that have gone up $3 million in 2 years, $4 million in 2 years in a department, it's hard to wrap your head around it and say that's all due to inflation. It can't be. So, that's where, I've got a lot of questions on the detail of some of these things, but this as an outlook, I think we need to take a real good look at what we have going on because our budget right now is a heck of a lot larger than it was in 2023 and 2021. And that's not that many years. And I know there's the pandemic and that's post-pandemic. And we've gotten a lot of grant funds and it's a pretty dire picture that we're looking at. So that's my only commentary on it without getting deep into the weeds of the detail, but we might have to make some cuts.
Well, I mean, there's a difference too between your privately run business and you have your stockbrokers, your owners to answer to. We have 43,000 people looking for services, so it's a little bit different way to look at it. And I think if you ask any of our, I mean, I've been here a long time and worked with this city staff a long time, and there's not a lot of fat in this budget from what there's not a lot of cutting that we can do. Okay. I mean, that's just a sad fact. How do we, we're talking about paid parking, we're talking about development, things like that. We are just, the recipients of 100 years of deferred maintenance, right? And always being a city with a very low tax base, with a real small residential tax base. And a lot of the cities that could go out, Boynton Beach could go out, Delray, they all went west. We have John Prince Park. We had no place to go. So that's one of the things that's gotten us here. But I really wonder, with the kind of, all right, it's a problem. Yeah, it is. I mean, none of us, we're all aware of it. So, Mr. McBoy? Oh, no, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, just real quick. So a lot of the phone calls I receive and emails I receive, they all relate to level of service and things that need to get done and all this. These are the hard conversations we're going to have because there is an expectation to maintain a certain level of service, which costs a certain amount of money. Yes, budgets have gone up in different departments, but the requests and what has been decided at the commission level as far as what's needed from departments, all of that has increased substantially. So in order to keep up with that, that money has to come from somewhere. So those budgets have increased. So it's going to get to a point of what services do we not want to do anymore? Because there's only so much money. It's a difficult conversation, but we are, as I said, doing this whole zero-based budget. We come in already where the departments have sliced. There's not a lot of extra money sitting around. So it just comes down to what projects are we not going to do or what services are we no longer going to offer?
Right.
But there is a cost for that, obviously, from the residential level, because there is an expectation if they are paying their taxes and everything, they should be receiving a certain level of service that we should be providing them.
Absolutely. And I mean, we talk about the park ranger and, again, the things that we get complaints about most are potholes and the homeless people. And, how do we, what are you, dear Ms. Mayor, in an email, what are you going to do about the homeless problem in Bryant Park? I don't know. We have no extra resources to throw at it. So I don't know if we're going to be able to talk to the sheriff's office about, they're really upping their efforts with the homeless as well. So Mr. McFoy, then Ms. Malega. And we're at 4:20 now and we're really behind. So let's really try to keep on track. Everybody.
I do find it a little bit difficult, Madam Mayor, that when I come up, you proceeded with, can you keep it short? Yes, it happens a lot. So I don't
There's a
appreciate
reason
that.
for that.
We all,
Let's
five of us have equal chance,
Let's ask
should
the
have equal.
question. Well, we don't get that.
So this graph, I think, is very important, the working capital balance. It's clearly on a downward slope. The black line is, generously is staying flat, but it's actually going up a little bit. And I think I would agree with some of the comments I've heard that we need to be very open-eyed about what the situation is. That open-eyed includes being very cautious and, I would say, data-driven. When a private developer comes and says, we're going to do a P3, they are not coming to pour money into the city. The net flow is going to be to that developer. And we have to be very clear, what is it that we in fact do get? And is it a one-time thing or is it a steady stream? How does the size of that steady stream, if there is one, is it guaranteed? How big is it relative to any of these things? So there needs to be a lot of clear-eyedness on some of it. I too have the sense that the city manager says that I don't know quite how to measure it, but I don't have the sense that there's a lot of increase in most of our departments that is not pretty much cost driven, an inflationary increase. And I've heard for years, in water industry, figure at least 3%, maybe 4% a year. So, you're gonna have to deal with that. I would guess with tariffs and other things going on, my best guess would be that some of those increases are going to be bigger than what they have been. I would not guess that they're smaller. And yes, we probably will have to look at, well, what can we afford not to do? But again, I would be, if we're going to try a policy on the argument that it generates more income, for instance, let's build more development. Let's see some real data on what the net income, because we've heard for many years that if we just have more development, well, we've done a bunch of development recently, and I haven't seen that our budget has had much improvement on it.
Goes to the CRA.
So let's look carefully, but let's make sure that we challenge any proposal that's going to bring in income. How good is the prediction that it will really do that?
Thank you, Mrs. Malega.
So coming from somebody who is self-employed, I understand what it means to cut where you can, but I also know that you have to continue to reinvent and find more revenue. And we are here to a level of service. We are at the high end of our millage rates. And I'm going to back the mayor when she said, this is when we look at things and go, how do we create more revenue for our city? The residents, as Commissioner May said, the residents can't keep paying for it. So this is when we really need to look at us and go, okay, we just had a big conversation on valet parking. That's going to add to our general revenue, or the parking revenue if we carve that out. We've been looking, since I've been in office for 4 years, we've been looking, and I think that the finances of this city have improved drastically over the past 4 years, and even more so over the past 2 years. So I don't see this as the sky is falling, because I've been here for a couple of years seeing where we started from. And, we did have a good shot to the arm with ARPA money and penny sales tax. And we've talked about, we're not going to always be able to rely on that. This is where the rubber hits the road. Those funds are running out. We do have to get creative. We do have to be a little more aggressive with increasing some of our fees and our rates when it comes to parking and people using the Osborne Community Center, for instance. We just renovated it. Are the residents very upset that they have to pay an application fee now and a cleanup fee? Yes, but that's part of doing business. And as long as we're receiving and recovering our cost, like when I went through the revenue, the one thing that I wrote down after valet and had some questions is, under plan review, development, $40,000. Does that cover our staff's time? How many planned reviews do we do? What is the hourly rate? I want to make sure when we get to that part of the budget for fee schedule that we're saying, okay, this has been too generous and we're losing money. Same thing with Melissa and downstairs. All of these public requests that they get, are we getting our time covered? Are we running in a deficit with our employees? So I commend you, Commissioner Segrich, in saying that, yes, we have to cut, but we also have to make sure that we're getting our due diligence here for our staff's time when it comes to all these other public requests and things.
And I'm sorry.
Go, Mr. Brown.
And Vice Mayor,
Your microphone's off.
sorry. When we get to the fee schedule portion of everything, I think you guys are going to see some changes that different departments have made, knowing that. And what I will say, and I'll take the time to just say it right now, between Yannick and Monica, Candace, like our entire budget team, we have such a solid budget team. Had they not been in place, I'd say these last 2 years kind of doing this, you could slide what we're looking at right now, you could slide that forward probably 2 years at least. because we're consistently doing things to address this. So I'm not as worried. Worried, yes, but we're in really good hands. So
Concerned, not worried.
Right.
definitely concerned.
Definitely concerns. Mr. Segridge.
So just by some quick numbers to raise our revenue by $5 million, which would put us in pretty good stead here, we would have to have 900 million in new development value. And that's a lot. So I do agree. We have to look at all of our revenues and so on. You know, we have city properties that are leased well below market, and it's going to be tough for us to bring those up given the duration of the leases and so on. We have properties, you know, we heard from William earlier today, you know, an organization wants our surplus properties for free. What's that?
It does put them on the tax.
It does, but they can go on the tax roll and we can get real market value for them. We had an offer from somebody who was going to purchase them. So, you know, we have to consider those things. We do an awful lot as this city to help people and for the community. But if we're losing money this bad in the short term, there's going to need to be some tough decisions on stuff like that.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pain and we're going to get a lot of pushback. I mean, we're already getting pushback because we're talking about, you know, starting to have to pay for parking. And it's just a sad fact. We cannot just put a bubble over the city of Lake Worth Beach. This is it. This is what we've got. And this is all we can afford. But things are going up. Everything's going up. I mean, just the salary, 5% salary for 450 odd people. It's a lot of money.
And the comp and class study we did last year that brought everybody up. That
Right.
was huge.
Right.
Huge.
So, yeah, people are going to get mad at us about stuff like this, but it's just a sad fact. And maybe it's not, maybe you do need $900 million worth of development, but you got to start someplace.
Yeah.
And it's also about, you know, level of our golf course is sinking into the intercoastal. I mean, that's something that we have to address somehow.
Yeah.
We need a community pool. That's another thing that, you know, we're not even talking about that anymore. But we will be talking about it if we start talking to people that will come in and, you know, for better or for worse. It's going to be a tough balance.
I guess it's not a disparagement against this team. I think you guys have done a wonderful job with this budget and going through in the detail and you know, the information we've been provided. But I've yet to see a budget or an organization where we couldn't find some sort of waste. You know, just an example, I went into, you know, very early on into a real estate firm. We were spending $3,000 a year on fax toner. And it was because we had a fax machine plugged in that got spam faxes. We never used the damn thing, and it cost us $3,000 a year. There are things like that in every organization. And as you tend to go from one year to the next, and you say to yourself, oh, last year we spent 10,000 on it, increase it a little, we're going to spend 11,000. It's in there. And I think we do need to go back through and do another look and see if we can find stuff.
Okay, Mr. Musk.
Laugh about it, but you know, it's a heck of a lot easier than finding $900 million. She did. It's but it's a heck of a lot easier than 900 million in development. And so I look forward to going through the detail because there are some line items in here that are shocking, and hopefully there's room to reduce them. Hopefully.
Right. Yeah, we're in a tight spot. So it's 4:30. Where are we? Do you know where your children are?
I was going to, and I guess now's a good time to talk about it because obviously this took a lot longer today for workshop one than we thought. We're gonna have to look at
another day
dates for another. There's no way we're gonna finish all this. Also get everything done in workshop 2 that we need to get done in order to have the first and second reading on the current dates in September. So we're going to need to find something in between now and then to basically finish up what we were. I don't even know if you guys are interested in pushing. I mean, we're at 4:30. We're not going to get, I don't know if, what are your thoughts on getting through?
I mean, I think we're in the question section.
So a lot of the questions you asked already, but we are going to.
But we covered, we did a presentation, high level view of the book, but we can't go in detail to.
That's why I think we're gonna have to have that, I guess, workshop 1B.
Okay.
1A before workshop 2.
Aren't we done? Are we caught up now?
No.
What today?
We're at the point where we would open it up for questions. So generally, I think we went a little out of order this time,
Yeah.
but that's okay. It's your workshop. You can do what you would like. But we can open it up for questions now. And then if we need another workshop in between, if I can make a recommendation that we use the same budget, what's in here, because the production to put it back together would probably take us another 4 weeks and we wouldn't make the
Jesus.
timeline to put it up on the website and have the backup ready in between this workshop and the one on the 21st.
Well, I'm wondering, again, this is like the most important thing that we do, okay? With our next full day budget workshop is the 21st of August. And I'm looking if we find a day when we're all available before that.
And would you want a full day or a half day?
The way we go,
I guess I'm concerned on why do we talk about this if we're through the agenda and it's 4:30 and we're supposed to be here till 5, and you said now you're opening it up to questions. So it seems to me like we've caught up, we're on track.
I think Commissioner Segridge had questions, detailed questions, as well as maybe May for the
second
details.
half of the agenda was to go through the detail.
Little question that you may have on the details
by fund.
coming from the dais.
In years past, we've always had detailed questions like my little earmarks everywhere at our one-on-ones, not from up here. So you talking about the supplemental?
well, I'm sort of thinking that instead of having it in one-on-ones, which takes Jamie 5-10 hours, right? And we don't know what the other one is asking about or what we're learning about each thing. I think I'd rather have a day where we're all here together. We can all, I mean, nobody wants to do this, but we have to do this. And I feel more comfortable if we're all getting the same information at the same time.
It seems like it would be pretty pertinent to have a second workshop in between now and the scheduled workshop 2 to go into the details from, because I can even from just sitting next to Commissioner Segridge, there are going to be a lot of questions, fund by fund, that he's going to need. And if we roll into workshop 2, we're going to be discussing fee schedule, we're discussing CIP, we're discussing supplemental.
Very interactive.
There is not going to be enough time to go through all the details, fund by fund, and also get to all the supplemental, all the CIP, the fee schedule, all that other stuff. There's just not enough time. And my fear is if we don't do that between now and workshop 2, you're now pushing into September. You're looking at hearing number 1, and I don't want finance staff to be taking all this information you've just now gotten, because we would have to cram a meeting somewhere in between workshop 2 and hearing number 1. And then you guys are not gonna have enough time to get all this together for the first hearing. It's just, it's gonna be.
How many days do you have to publish it though?
So if we make changes to this one, I think it's 2 weeks ahead of time.
But what if we don't make changes and we're just budgeting, like,
Just walking through it, that's up to you all. We would have to have the backup for August 21st meeting is due August 4th, I think.
I think she's asking about when we have to submit the budget to the state.
no, I'm saying if we have another budget meeting, when do we have to notify the public that we're having this?
Oh,
throw in
24
budget?
hour
24 hours?
reason. It's not a reasonable notice. I mean, it's
Sensitive.
Sorry, I'm getting 17 answers.
no, the answer is.
Yeah, and it's not a commission meeting where you guys.
So it's a budget workshop. We could just, that's what I'm asking.
just a
Well, we could have it
tomorrow if we needed to.
But we.
And we'd be utilizing the same books you guys are
Right.
working off of right now, so it wouldn't be like there's new information we push.
I'm looking at the 11th or the 18th, both are Mondays of August.
We can't wait that long.
What we can do is we can get with Shona and pull all your calendars.
Okay, I'm out of town. On the 8th.
How about July 31st?
I'm out of town. I leave on the 31st. I come back on the 5th. So the 7th would be 8th, 11th, 18th. We're going to Florida League of Cities.
The 18th would work for me. That week is the only week I'm open all of August.
Okay. Anthony?
I was just gonna say,
August 18th?
yeah, no, that's fine. There's
I can't do that
there's
day. Sorry.
15 funds that are on these sheets that aren't in the budget. Maybe today, if you guys wanted to, I wanted to just hear what they are, and why they're not in the budget. Because some of them have considerable balances.
Okay, but let me just do one. You can't do the 18th at school?
Just keep in mind that if we do it August 18th,
Yeah,
we're
can't wait.
publishing for the second workshop on August 4th. So I don't know if there's a possibility to do it before then, so that we can have.
How about August 8th, Friday?
Out of town.
How about the 11th?
I'm gone from the 8th to the 12th. I booked all my travel around what we already had scheduled for our meetings for the whole year.
How about the 13th?
That's the League of Cities.
She's out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we leave for that.
How about the 7th?
How about the 7th? You're leaving the 8th?
I leave the 8th.
How about you for the 7th?
Seventh,
It looks like the only, are you okay for the 7th?
Yeah.
Are you? I mean, that looks like the only
The
day.
7th, August 7th.
We have to move workshop 3 because the backup is due August 4th. For workshop, we'd have to move that 21st date. So just keep that in mind.
Why?
Because they have to get it in.
We have to get it ready. So we need time, like we need time to get that information and we have to have it uploaded by the 4th. So like right now we have 2 weeks to get everything updated, make the changes.
What about,
But if we use the same books,
No, they're gonna change it before the first one, based on our comments.
So we'll keep, yes, whatever we decide
What
in the
about this
second
Friday?
workshop will be uploaded and updated in that third workshop on the 21st.
what about the 30th of July?
oh wait, I leave on the 30th. I leave that Wednesday. I'm sorry. I thought it was the 31st. Yeah. I thought it was the 30th first. It's
How about the
30th.
29th?
29th, we have city commission meeting.
We have a workshop.
We have a
utility.
utility meeting.
Yep.
28th, I can do the 28th. Yeah,
That's from 6 to 8. Independent audit, that's the 29th. Yep.
I'm supposed to have the second part of my root canal, but I'm gonna probably have to change that anyway.
let's do,
And I can't do it on Friday because I'm getting an eye injection.
we can do it tomorrow. I mean, I don't care.
Can't do it tomorrow. We go to FMEA.
Oh, how about the 28th? During the day. We just need to have a little bit of a break before we come back and do the.
Isn't
thing
that the
tonight.
workshop on the city manager?
Yes, that's at 6 o'clock.
6
So that
o'clock.
would- You would look, how many hours do we need for this next one?
It's up to you all. That's.
It really depends on the questions that you're gonna have for us. If we can have them ahead of time so we could address it, that's
If
even
you-
better.
Right, if. Meet with them, again.
The emails that I sent last week, the week before, the week before that.
We'd be happy to address them and then bring it back and address it. Absolutely. We can do that.
Because that could probably shorten it a little bit. You could maybe look at maybe like a 1 to 5, then you have an hour break before your 6 o'clock that day, instead of trying to do a
On the
full-
28th.
On the 28th, instead of trying to do a full day.
Mhm.
If we may get some questions ahead of time that we could have ready to go.
We can do
Or 9 to 1 and then a nap and come back.
Or however you guys
Or
want to
you
do it, either like a morning session or an afternoon session, depending on how you.
I prefer the afternoon.
I prefer the morning.
I'm the mayor. I'm the mayor.
Full straws.
Full stress. We did it in the morning this time, so see, we did the afternoon next. Yeah, I'd rather not have a 7-hour gap in the middle of or a 4-hour gap. I'd rather just get to it. And we did do this morning.
Whatever, I don't care.
28th, I'm okay.
So you want to say maybe 1 to 5 on the 28th? Or you want to do noon to 5 or however you
Noon to-
guys want to say?
Noon to 5.
Noon to 5?
And then have.
Noon, to- we're done. I mean, 5
Yeah.
is the latest.
Keep in mind, you guys have the manager stuff at 6. So you'd want at least, I'm assuming.
I'm saying 5 at the latest.
Okay.
If we get done, we get done.
But the workshop of the manager starts at 6.
Right.
Right. Oh, we're busy little.
Are we getting the questions ahead of time?
I would suggest you can get questions to them.
Just
Get
shoot us an email just so we could. Okay,
July 28th,
Noon.
noon to
I vote
5.
for Noon too.
You'll send us your questions by way of city manager's office, or you'll just email them to us.
That or you can email them directly to the auditor's copy myself. Or and just
We'll begin addressing them.
Yep.
Sure.
But is there a way to do it so that we don't duplicate questions that are already asked, or does it matter?
I
No, there's no way
don't
to do
think
that.
so.
Well, if they
Sunshine.
if people submit questions.
If you send it to us, we'll just double check that it's not, and we'll just make sure we address all of your questions.
Okay.
We're okay with that.
It's 90/10.
That's non-departmental. We're going to update it to say non-departmental. It was non-departmental for the general fund. Specifically, that's what's in your packet. So if you want to go through that and let us know what questions you have as well.
And when we get to supplemental, I'd like to add park ranger, you know, that those positions at some point.
How many, if you have supplementals, if it's okay with you, you can send those to us as well. And we can update the sheets to include that. So you don't have to wait for workshop 2. We're happy to do that. And then Commissioner Segrich, I think you had a question about the fund balance. We
Oh,
can-
some of
you're
this,
okay with
some of these
that?
funds. Okay, so these funds have had, they have had little to no activity past over the past few years. So for instance, the public education fund, which we started, I think, 2 years ago, I believe, with former Commissioner Stokes. But we haven't had any
Yeah, but
activity
she
from
never
that.
told the education task force that it existed.
Right. So we have that fund that's just earning interest, and it has about 75,000.
Third down on the big sheet.
It's public education fund 105. The other one that had no activity is parking improvement fund, but we're working with legal to see if we can bring forward to you a resolution where all the parking can be combined into that fund on
Yeah.
the separate accounts. So we could
Parking improvement fund.
right. So we could dedicate those funds to specific projects, again, based on your policies. Then what we know about the code remediation fund. Grants fund is basically all the funds that mostly from our CDBG. So they're just sitting in the reserve, and those are going to be spent over the coming years. I'm not sure if we'll have time on the third workshop, but I think we always bring to you a list of grants that we have applied for, what we got awarded, and
What they have to be used for. They're all pretty specific.
Exactly. Yes. Jamie, I'm gonna need some help with and we have the tree beautification fund. That's also it.
Was that the $50,000 we allocated? We've only spent 7. Let's put some more trees.
Yeah, we only have like 43,000. A lot of this money, usually we're using ARPA money for some of this tree projects. But this fund has little to no activity.
It's not the one that people pay in when they cut down trees, is it?
Mr. Waters? Hi, the tree beautification fund, is that the fund if you get fined because you cut down a tree? Okay.
So the next fund, Jamie, I might need your help with this one. Utility Conservation Fund. That fund was created like ages ago, and it's the Utility Conservation Fund.
200 grand in it.
Right.
Yeah,
There's a park ranger too.
it's just been accumulating interest over the years, but it belongs to the electric fund. So
Is Brian still?
I thought that's the fund that we were supposed to take the money for self from last year and the year before when we did the solar electric loan fund and we gave them funding.
Yeah, it was to do with one of the grants electric was going for, and I had to check with Ed or Brian.
I think it was a grant one. That was a fund. We used to have it a long time ago. It was a fund that I think we brought back maybe around 2021, where the thought was to help customers make improvements that would reduce their electric usage. And we haven't been very enthusiastic about that, but the idea is relevant of helping individuals.
We'll find out about it because if I recall, I think Joel Rutsky was involved in that as well. Something
Yeah.
like
It
that.
was sort of a follow-up to
Yeah.
energy
You know about it?
audits.
Know about that
It
fund?
might have had a connection to self, but we are not putting money into self anymore, so that It's not a burden on that fund.
Park of Commerce, 5 million, 5.5 million. What are we? Hi there. Hi. Just introduce yourself and what department?
I'm Keisha McNish. I am the budget manager for electric utility, and we used to have the self. But due to, and I can't give you all the information, I would have to look at it and get back to you. But we're no longer contributing to self. It was like $100,000 and it was over a span, I want to say, of 3-4 years. And due to some changes on their end, they've decided to pull out of the program. So we're no longer doing it at electric utility.
But is that the money in the utility conservation fund, or is that something else?
We
That's
don't-
what we don't know.
Conservation fund,
Utility conservation. $203,000.
I'm not sure in regards to that. I know we put aside money for it, which the first year it was put against ARPA. So we got money from ARPA in order to pay the first year. And then the second and third year, we for self. And then for the second and third year, we were to pay it. But in regards to this conservation fund, I don't believe so, but I would have to look into that.
Please.
Okay.
Park of Commerce. Why $5 million?
Wait, what about-
$5.5 million for the Park of Commerce. I thought we were done with that. Park of Commerce?
Yes, this is one of those funds. The project was completed, I think,
Wow.
2 years ago.
One of the different phases. Park and Commerce Phase 1, there was.
William Waters, Community Sustainability. The Park of Commerce Infrastructure Improvement Plan, which was done, I believe, in 2006, had multiple phases. Phase 1 was broken into Phase 1A and then 1B. Then we had Phase 2. We've never done Phase 3 and 4.
What's Phase 3 and 4?
That's expansion of 7th Avenue North. We have some of the right of way there. When we negotiated changing Boutwell Road from a 4-lane road to a 2-lane road with a turn lane in order to take it over from the county, the plan was updated. We would have another north-south connector between 10th Avenue and 2nd Avenue North, which would likely have gone down Barnett. We don't have the right of way to do that yet. So there are pieces of the infrastructure improvement plan that have not been implemented, and we don't have a plan to do such unless you all would like us to move forward with that. At this date too, we do have, just so you'll have a little update, all of the vacant parcels in the Park of Commerce are spoken for and have an entitlement except for one. That's the concrete plant, and they're making their way through the entitlement process right now.
The concrete plant, was that I thought that is now, I thought they went away and there's.
No, they came back.
But what about the refrigerated storage?
That's on the end. That's at the end of 7th Avenue by the canal.
Oh. So this is.
The concrete plant right next to Mr. Butter's new distribution center, where the transfer station is for the Haitian containers. The De Silva project right at the very foot of Barnett.
So that $5.5 million for the Park of Commerce for a project that doesn't seem like we're going to be doing. Can we live without the rest of that project and have $5 million?
That's something we have to evaluate, because there are some things that are suggested to be done to finish out the Park of Commerce as additional development comes in. We do need a stoplight at 7th Avenue and Boutwell Road. We could really use one at 2nd Avenue North and Boutwell Road. Each one of those is between $1 million and $1.5 million each.
We need one on 15th Avenue South and North and Dixie more than we need one on Boutwell. But I mean, have there been a lot of accidents on Boutwell?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they have insurance. Stop. It's just like.
Would doing phase 3 increase the number of buildable properties there, or we're pretty much maxed out and phase 3 is just adding some of these safety features?
It's adding in safety features and better access. Like I said, all of the properties are spoken for. There are two, one that is working through entitlement. That's the refrigeration system, cold storage at the end of 7th Avenue, and then the concrete plant at the foot of Barnett. But, traffic has become a problem. Part of it due to the fact that the county still hasn't done Boutwell and 10th.
Right.
But spending this won't give us more tax revenue. It's just going to complete the project and make it a safer area. and
Yes.
More desirable.
Let's put up a stop sign. No. Right? I mean, I see potential money there that we don't need to use. Right? Let's keep going. Neighborhood Road Fund.
Neighborhood Road Fund, that was from the bond that we issued back in 2018, for approximately 20 something million.
Is that its rest?
I think we have only left, 1.8 million left.
Yeah,
So
that's gonna be used for East Coast and H. Because East Coast and H were part of that program. But then if you recall, when I put in for the grant money through the TPA for the LI, the local initiatives project, and we got granted that 5 million, we wanted to utilize as much of that as we possibly could. But there are still aspects of this that we cannot pay for through the grant. So we've kind of sat that aside for East Coast and H specifically.
Which should we set aside for that?
That was the road improvement fund, the grant, it was 1.8, right?
1.8, yes.
Yeah,
1.8.
Yes.
that was originally part of that, the bond, the 4-year road, neighborhood road program.
Now, that's library, Simpkin and library trust.
Library's under it.
Simpkin, I don't have the financial.
Simpkin Trust Fund. 605.
I know what that is. That's fine.
It's a library
I
trust.
think it is like.
So
The Simpkin Trust Fund at the library.
605, 606, and 607 are all library?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the law enforcement and confiscated properties, the last two, those are from our forfeitures. Some are dedicated to education, but these are the funds where we do not have any, any type of, we don't have no directions on
Well,
where to spend.
Do we pay $119,000
We get that.
for law enforcement?
Is just been earning interest. It's just cash sitting there.
It's coming in, it's a pass through.
Right,
We
so
don't
if,
have to
if,
educate
if,
them anymore.
so if there's like a forfeiture, confiscated properties, it comes, our share
Maybe
comes to
just
that
keep
price.
money Confiscated, right? Shouldn't the, I mean, I love our police and I love.
I mean, we have the money, we just haven't allocated to any expenditures.
Paying to educate them.
We're not.
Uh,
We're not. It's just sitting there.
It's
That's
just,
what I'm saying. So.
The question is, can we use it
Can
for
we use it
something
for
else?
something else?
Is it restricted?
it's restricted. I would have to think that it's restricted, if it's special. No, not,
Separate fund.
no, ARPA, the last two, the firefighters and the confiscated property.
Park Rangers, can you guys consider?
I just wanted my question answered. Where does that 1,919 come from? What's the source of that revenue?
Confiscated. I think it's confiscated.
All from
Yeah, confiscation, but that was for prior years. So you don't see it in the budget. It's not a budgeted fund because there's no
Right.
expenses. There's nothing that's actually happening. So
So-
for the purpose of budgeting, those funds aren't budgeted for this year.
Right, so
But
that's
it's an account
essentially
fund.
sitting in.
Yes.
Right.
Ms. Malloy,
Yes.
That was gonna be my question. Could we look at the legalities of converting those two funds, 640 and 647, into a park ranger fund? And then my other question was recovery capital project fund. We bounced right over that.
Oh, yes, that's the swap that we did from ARPA. So that's the swap that we did. These are the remaining unrestricted ARPA funds. Remember, we did the swap with the general fund so that,
But those are accounted for. Those we have projects accounted.
right, there's a list of projects. So on the 21st, I was planning on presenting to you where we are with all these projects and the estimated completion date.
Beforehand, some sort of a list like this that says, I don't know, some kind of annotation with it, restricted can only be used for X.
Okay.
Or wide open could be redirected, or a million of it could be directed and the rest of it can't, some sort of. I mean, I think.
Documentation.
What
Yes.
is alluded to is there any squeeze room, and have we looked at all of it? I mean, I can't look at law enforcement firefighter running, I have no idea whether it's feasible.
I would. I didn't call it either. Mr. McCoy. I'm trying to be fair, but.
The library funds,
Yes,
can those two be combined into one legally? Can we change it to library trust fund? Is it only used for purchasing of materials, or can it be used to offset the cost of a new librarian, an assistant librarian, extending hours? What are the confines to that as well?
I think Simpson's
All right.
is pretty restricted.
I actually, again, I can reach out to legal and see what we could use the funds for, but I'm assuming if it's library related, I would think that it's legal. Yes, but I'll confirm with the attorney.
And Land Trust, there's an item that's going to be coming forward to you in a couple of weeks, because they have a project, the digitization project you probably saw. They received a Cephalin grant of $5,000, and then they need to use some of the, I think it's 44,000 off the top of my head of the fund, in order to do some of that digitization project. So yeah,
But they're both separate trusts, so they probably won't be.
Yeah.
Anything else, Fran?
I think that's it. Unless any other questions?
So, and I think that our staff will make themselves available with separate little questions.
Absolutely. Yes.
As well. I want to thank our staff, a lot of them who just have like 3 minutes of conversation for 8 hours. We really appreciate it, the support that you get. And I can't even imagine how you all do this, but thank you for doing it.
Thank you. You're welcome.
So
yes.
we've got another date and then a full day. We have a half day and then a full day. Get your questions as if we can.
What day did
to
we, oh,
our
20th?
staff? What?
Nothing.
And I'll have, the clerk, will add that to the calendar and we'll get that put on the
Notice
city
out.
calendar, everything, notice out and everything as well.
Can I just ask a clarification question? We reduced the debt service, actually, we increased it from what we had brought forward to of 0.4, last year it was 0.92. And then we had made a recommendation of 0.4 based on our financial modeling and our financial advisors, it's 0.58. Do we have consensus to use that number? Because I have some things I have to submit to the property appraiser and I don't know if I'll meet that deadline if we.
5.8, is that what
It's
you?
0.58.
0.58.
0.58.
Yeah.
I want to give the exact number.
Are we okay with
I
that?
consent to that.
Okay, Mr.
That was
Mayboy?
a lowering from about.
Yes.
0.92. So last year was 0.92. This year would be 0.5800. And again, that's based on analysis from Davenport.
Quite a bit less.
Thank you.
Because we have enough reserve funds in the
You have
debt service,
consensus.
we have enough
I'm sorry,
money.
what?
Okay.
We're done. We did it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time.
Thank
That
you,
was probably
guys.
the easiest task.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
You do not need a motion. It's a
I
workshop.
don't need a motion. Thank you. Go home. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.